Chapter 976. Sudden Kill. Hellscythe_Vampirecat Chapter 976. Sudden Kill. After using the Taboo skill, Lethal Gale's attributes and speed both increased by a large margin with the inclusion of the speed boost from charge. Everyone only saw the male berserker leaving behind an afterimage as he crossed over a dozen yards and arrived before Gentle Snow instantly died. Lethal Gale shouted, a bloodthirsty glint flashing across his eyes. Without even waiting for the fainted effect of his charge to settle in, he raised his greatsword and used Beheaded, although he took less than a breath's time to complete this entire process. Gentle Snow still managed to activate a control removal skill and counter the male berserker's attack with Chop Boom. Dazzling sparks flew as the clangor of metal resounded throughout the entire forest, unlike before. However, Lethal Gale was not sent airborne this time. Instead, he had to retreat just a single step. The impact of the collision also cost him only around 100 HP. To Lethal Gale, who had recovered back to full HP, this loss was barely a scratch. Although his attack had failed to finish off Gentle Snow, Lethal Gale did not mind one little bit. He had long since figured out how powerful Gentle Snow's current attributes were. This first attack of his was merely to gauge how much of a difference there remained between their strength attributes. In a quick follow-up to his attack, Lethal Gale's body flashed. Then he appeared beside Gentle Snow and abruptly swung his greatsword upwards, the massive weapon slashing straight at her blind spot. U.P. Dated by Novel Full. Calm as Gentle Snow was still unaccustomed to her greater strength. The clash with Lethal Gale had thrown her stance off. Hence, her defense was full of holes right now. Had Gentle Snow reached the refinement realm, even with the suddenness of the increase in strength, she would have been able to control it skillfully. Unfortunately, that was not the case. Lethal Gale's greatsword suddenly split into 4 afterimages, each one striking at one of Gentle Snow's weak points. Caught off guard, Gentle Snow no longer had the time to adjust her stance to defend against Lethal Gale's attacks. In the end, she forcefully used Whirlwind Slash. In the next moment, a silver whirlwind suddenly formed around her. When the 4 afterimages of Lethal Gale's greatsword collided against the silver whirlwind, they immediately got dispelled into nothingness. Meanwhile, Lethal Gale himself had to take a step back, giving Gentle Snow a chance to catch a breather. What a terrifying expert. After Gentle Snow retreated to a safe distance, she could not help breaking out in a cold sweat when she thought back to Lethal Gale's previous attack. The difference between their combat standards was clear for all to see. Despite her advantage in strength, Lethal Gale always managed to maintain his stance after receiving her attacks. Moreover, even after his attributes had increased significantly, he was still able to receive all her attacks without fail, as well as launch attacks from various positions. On the other hand, it was taking her all just to handle her sudden increase in strength, which made it very difficult to maintain her stance after a direct clash. Unlike ordinary computer games, fights in virtual reality games were no different from fights in the real world. In many cases, an attack that one could easily block while in a proper stance would become very difficult to handle if one lost their stance. This was true even with a very normal attack. Fights between experts were all high-speed battles. Deciding the outcome took only an instant. Losing one's stance in battle was a fatal matter. Although Gentle Snow had repelled Lethal Gale, the latter had no intention of letting up on his attacks. He immediately charged at her once more and let loose a barrage of violent strikes. In the main hall, all anyone could see between the clashes of Gentle Snow's one-handed swords and Lethal Gale's greatsword were afterimages. Is this a battle between true experts? For a time, the players in the main hall even stopped blinking, afraid that they would miss out on the moment where victory and defeat were decided. If it were any other player going up against either of the two fighters right now, most likely, they would have already fallen numerous times to either Gentle Snow's or Lethal Gale's attacks before they could even react. Inside the combat room, although Gentle Snow seemed to hold the advantage in both speed and strength, in reality, she was actually at a disadvantage. In order to maintain her combat stance, Gentle Snow kept having to retreat. Otherwise, she would create an opening that Lethal Gale could exploit. The seconds ticked by slowly when Lethal Gale noticed the 3 pairs of silver metallic wings behind Gentle Snow starting to fade away. One after another, a triumphant smile appeared on his face. At this moment, he could sense that her strength and speed were both starting to wane. Will I be able to make it? Gentle Snow looked at the last remaining pair of wings on her back. The outcome of this battle was already plenty obvious. With Lethal Gale's combat techniques, Even if she did not enter a weakened state after Starlight Saint ended, she would still end up losing the battle. However, she was not willing to simply give up from the moment Lethal Gale activated the Tier 1 taboo skill Life Return. She already knew just how powerful the Berserker was. The only reason she had fought desperately up until this point was for this final strike. When the 3 pairs of metallic wings generated by Starlight Saint started disappearing, it was not a warning to the user that their bonus attributes were about to expire. Instead, the moment all 3 pairs of wings disappeared, the skill would at last display its true power, releasing its final brilliance. However, this final power only lasted for 1 attack. If Lethal Gale managed to deflect or dodge her attack, her fate would be sealed. Hence, if Gentle Snow wanted to win, she needed to stay calm like never before. She needed far more precise control over her own body. She also had to push her mental concentration to its very limits. Thus, when her wings began fading, Gentle Snow had deliberately repressed her own strength to the point where she could control it perfectly. Meanwhile, from Lethal Gale's perspective, it seemed as if Gentle Snow's strength was continuously deteriorating. Upon seeing the final pair of metallic wings disappear, Lethal Gale immediately used the Tier 1 skill Energy Slash. Not only increased the power of an attack, but also extended the attack range by 5 yards. 6 ultimate flashes. Gentle Snow, on the other hand, had forsaken all her excess power and concentrated the remainder into one final attack. The collision of swords and greatsword generated a blinding glare, followed by a thundering boom pung, pung, pung. As the glare dissipated, the shrill of metallic armor being pierced echoed throughout the entire forest, as well as the entire main hall of the Divine Colosseum. 5 penetrating cuts appeared on Lethal Gale's armor. His HP had also instantly fallen to 0. As for the victor of this battle, Gentle Snow, her complexion looked somewhat pale right now. The extraordinary concentration she displayed at the final moment depleted her mental strength, so much so that she was on the brink of collapse. With the side effects of the Starlight Saint kicking in, she appeared extremely frail. The players in the main hall of the Divine Colosseum, however, clamored at this. "It's over? What happened in that instant? I didn't even manage to see anything. Gentle Snow won, just like that. This is a lie, right? All hail the goddess." Everyone simply could not figure out what had happened in that final moment. Lethal Gale clearly had the upper hand just then and was about to finish her off, yet such a shocking reversal had actually taken place. The tables had turned so suddenly that even Lethal Gale himself did not know how she had defeated him. With the end of the duel, Gentle Snow and Lethal Gale both walked out of the combat room. Due to their previous agreement, even if Lethal Gale was reluctant, he no longer had the face to look for trouble with Feng at the moment. He could only watch as Gentle Snow slowly walked over to Feng. Defeated. Gale was actually defeated. He even lost while every guild in Starmoon Kingdom was watching. When Abandoned Wave saw the outcome of the match, he threw the bottle of Witch's Tear, which was worth 5,000 battle points, to the floor. Immediately notify Gale and the others. Since they've embarrassed the Blackwater Corporation, they need to make up for their actions. Have them think of a way to get rid of Gentle Snow within White River City. Currently, Gentle Snow's complexion was pale, and she looked extremely weak. She was clearly suffering the backlash of using that powerful skill from before. With her in such a weak state, even with the deterrence of the city guards, killing her would be child's play for Lethal Gale's party of 6. As long as the Blackwater Corporation killed Gentle Snow inside White River City, they would be able to regain the reputation they lost before in one fell swoop. As for Lethal Gale's party members getting jailed by the NPC guards, that was irrelevant to Abandoned Wave. Understood. Lethal Gale accepted to the instructions he received without hesitation. A cold glint flashed across his eyes as he shifted his gaze towards Feng and Gentle Snow, who were chatting with each other. Chapter 977. Feng takes action. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Following the Gentle Snow's battle, the players throughout Starmoon Kingdom were in an upper. Gentle Snow's valiant and heroic bearing captivated many male players, all of which considered applying for Ouroboros to get closer to the snow goddess she won. Just like that, Purple Eye was stunned as she watched Gentle Snow's victory on the screen. With only a small difference in attributes, Gentle Snow had actually defeated a Refinement Realm expert. It seems the Blackwater Corporation has greatly embarrassed itself this time. If the news of Blackwater chasing Gentle Snow away in order to annex Ouroboros spreads, It will be very hard for Blackwater to mingle in Starmoon Kingdom. Although Gentle Snow is an enemy, I have to thank her. The strength Gentle Snow had displayed had also surprised Galaxy Past. Things will be more interesting in the kingdom for a time. Ouroboros and the Star Alliance were old rivals. Galaxy Past had initially thought that Chao Qinghua's mutiny would have been the straw that broke the camel's back, allowing the Star Alliance to surpass Ouroboros once and for all. Yet, due to Ouroboros' alliance with Zero Wing, not only did the Star Alliance fail to surpass Ouroboros, but it had also been left in the dust with the Blackwater Corporation purchasing Ouroboros. He had not expected Gentle Snow to make such a daring play. It might be possible that they would see a new Ouroboros emerge sometime soon. Starmoon Kingdom was more lively than ever. Aside from the Blackwater Corporation, the recently flourishing Heaven's Burial showed faint signs of stealing the position of Starmoon City's #1 guild. If not for the Star Alliance having agreed to the Secret Pavilion's investment, surviving in Starmoon City would have been impossible. Boss Gale, are we going to attack here? A level 39 ranger beside Lethal Gale asked worriedly as he surveyed their surroundings. Even the weakest NPC guards in the Divine Coliseum were level 200, Tier 2 classes. Not to mention the roaming Tier 3 NPCs. If they made a move among so many NPC guards, these NPCs would kill them instantly. Although someone had successfully killed one of King's Return's upper echelons in the Divine Coliseum, not just anyone could replicate that. Even now, that person was a legend among players and had the nickname Frost Eye. Quite a few super guilds had attempted to contact this Frost Eye to hire him to assassinate other major powers. Upper echelons God's Domain super guilds had no lack of experts. Theoretically, they should be capable of dispatching their own men for such assassinations, yet in the end they wanted to hire Frost Eye. Why? It was precisely because these super guilds weren't capable of doing so, which was why they were willing to pay such a high price. Although they, Blackwater's people, were experts, they could not contend with God's Domain's apex experts. If they attempted to kill another player in the Divine Coliseum, there was over an 80% chance that the guards would kill them before they could finish off Gentle Snow. We can't make a move here. Fortunately, it won't be too late for us to take care of her after they leave the Divine Coliseum. Lethal Gale immediately dismissed the notion of attacking now after noticing the party of guards stationed a short distance away from Gentle Snow. When we strike later, Stone and Tooth, you two coordinate with me to take Gentle Snow down. The rest will hold the NPCs off as long as possible. With Gentle Snow's current state, the three of us should be able to finish her off in 1 or 2 moves. Lethal Gale's party members nodded. They then began to simulate the assassination in their Mind Stone and Shattered Tooth were both level 39 assassins. The assassin class specialized in ambush. If an assassin successfully ambushed a berserker, there was over a 60% chance that said berserker would lose over half of their HP instantly. If 2 assassins worked together, a berserker of the same level would die instantly. With this lineup and a berserker like Lethal Gale acting as a distraction, Gentle Snow's fate was sealed. Furthermore, both Stone and Shattered Tooth were relatively powerful assassins, even in the Blackwater Corporation. Both had already reached the refinement realm. Only they had slightly fewer achievements than Lethal Gale. They could even defeat Gentle Snow in a one-on-one fight if they had the same weakened attributes that she did right now. Killing Gentle Snow would be child's play if these 3 worked together. Guild Leader Snow is as amazing as expected. I had not expected you to reveal such a trump card in the end. Lethal Gale has defeated the 354th ranking expert on God's Domain's experts list. With this, your rank will rise significantly. Feng praised the woman as he watched the snow goddess approach. Now, he more or less understood why so many experts had suffered defeat against Gentle Snow in the past. Others might not have seen what had happened in that last moment, but he had. In the final moment, Gentle Snow displayed the physical control of a refinement realm expert. Hence, she had managed to control the 6 vicious sword strikes perfectly, finishing Lethal Gale off. Otherwise, with Lethal Gale's skills, he would have been dodged at least half of the strikes. Had that happened, the battle's victor would have been rewritten. Gentle Snow had only joined God's Domain a short time ago. Moreover, she even had to manage the massive guild that was Ouroboros. Yet, without any guidance, Gentle Snow had reached the refinement realm. She was devilishly talented. Feng had only reached his current realm after experiencing 10 years of fights in God's Domain and the many miraculous encounters he had chanced upon. Even Violet Cloud, whom he had taught carefully, had only recently reached the refinement realm. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose still had not done. Soy was just lucky. Gentle Snow shook her head. There was not a hint of joy on her face. Rather, more worry than before gripped her heart. The Blackwater Corporation had yet to join God's domain officially, yet it had already dispatched an expert like Lethal Gale to take her out. Now that she had confirmed that the corporation would start its conquest in Starmoon Kingdom, it would not be as easy for her and her companions to start a new guild as she had expected. I assume that guild leader Snow hasn't sought me out just to trade the small stock of herbs and ores, right? Feng asked, chuckling. Indeed, as you say, I would like to discuss some other with you. However, this is not a place for such a conversation. Why don't we continue our chat in the high-class restaurant below? Gentle Snow nodded. She did not try to hide the reason for her visit. She had many more resources on hand that she could sell. Unfortunately, it was impossible to find someone who could afford so many resources in a short time. In her opinion, if Feng could afford her stock of herbs and ores, he should be able to purchase her other resources as well. Let's go, then. Feng agreed with Gentle Snow's sentiment. With so many eyes on them right now, this was an inappropriate place for their chat, following which, as Feng and Gentle Snow left the Divine Coliseum, Lethal Gale's party followed closely behind. Although guards patrolled White River City's streets, the patrols were sparse. Moreover, the city guards were much lower-leveled than the Divine Coliseum's guards. Once they found an opportune moment, Lethal Gale's party approached Gentle Snow silently. As for Stone and Shattered Tooth, they had long since gone into stealth. When there were only 30 yards separating Lethal Gale and Gentle Snow, the former used Charge Guild leader Snow. I am sorry for this, but you must die today. Lethal Gale sneered. He then executed cross-slash against the weakened female berserker simultaneously. Two black figures appeared on either side of Gentle Snow, for snow-white daggers thrusting towards the female berserker's blind spots. Gentle Snow's expression darkened. She had not imagined that Lethal Gale would go to such insane lengths. The punishment for attacking another player in the city was no laughing matter, unfortunately. Even though Gentle Snow could see Lethal Gale rapidly approach, she could do nothing about it. In her weakened state, all her attributes had dropped by 80%. Moreover, the debuff lasted 5 hours. With only 20% of her attributes, she could not survive against Lethal Gale. Not to mention, she had just sensed 2 assassin experts. As the great sword and the 4 daggers were about to plunge into Gentle Snow's body, a low voice suddenly entered everyone's ears. The almighty Blackwater Corporation is really a sore loser. Are you in such a hurry to restore your wounded reputation? As his voice faded, 5 streaks of blue light surrounded Gentle Snow. Pung, pung, pung. The clang of metal colliding echoed down the street 5 times. Lethal Gale and the 2 assassins were then thrown over 5 yards back. Who are you? You dare to stick your nose in Blackwater's business? Lethal Gale glared at the cloaked swordsman. However, his eyes contained a hint of fear. When experts fought, one clash was enough to gauge the opponent's strength. Lethal Gale could tell that the swordsman was stronger than him. The fact that the swordsman had repelled all 3 of their attacks told him that this man was more than an ordinary expert. Who am I? This is White River City. You dare to make a move in my territory and still ask who I am? Feng sneered as he glanced at Lethal Gale and the 2 assassins. Chuckling, he took off his black cloak. Feng. Gentle Snow was shocked when she saw who had hidden beneath the black cloak. Although the man had felt familiar, that did not help her to identify him. After all, he could be any random person she had met before. Now that she knew her mysterious buyer's identity, her previous questions had been answered. Who could possibly be richer than Zero Wing in Starmoon Kingdom? Oh, your Zero Wings, Feng. This is between the Blackwater Corporation and Ouroboros. I advise you to stay out of it. If you don't, you will regret it. Lethal Gale's face twisted into an ugly expression when he heard this man's name to the Dark Arena's participants. Feng was a familiar name. Even with Stone and Shattered Tooth's help, beating Feng was impossible. He had no choice but to use the Blackwater Corporation as a threat. With this, he might still have a chance to finish off Gentle Snow. Chapter 978. Great trees are good for shade. After Lethal Gale's group launched their attack, a commotion erupted among the players on the street. Have they lost their minds? They are attacking someone in White River City. Are they not aware of the severe punishments for assaulting people inside a city? Amazing! Who are they? How long has it been since someone tried to kill another player in a Star Moon Kingdom city? The players stopped to watch. The show. NPC cities were different from NPC towns. In cities, even if one only attacked another player, not killing them, the NPC guards would attack. Afterward, they would be imprisoned in the city's jail for 1 or 2 days. For successful murders, however, that punishment was more severe. Every second in God's domain counted for expert players and the various large guilds. If an expert player were imprisoned for several days, they would fall behind. Because of that, very few player attacks beyond newbies to NPC cities occurred. After issuing his threat, the Berserker's 3 other party members joined the ambush on Gentle Snow. Their task was one of no return. Moreover, the nearby NPC guards had discovered their transgression and were heading their way. If they could not kill Gentle Snow before these NPC guards arrived, it would be much harder to kill her later. I've already stated that this is Zero Wings territory. Guild Leader Snow is an ally. Do you really believe that I'll just sit by while you kill my ally? Feng rolled his eyes at Lethal Gale. Or do you think you can use the Blackwater Corporation's name to frighten Zero Wing? Do you really intend to make Blackwater an enemy? Feng's response caught Lethal Gale off guard. Feng acted as if he had never heard of the Blackwater Corporation. However, time waited for no one. With no other choice, Lethal Gale ground his teeth as he growled in the party chat. I'll deal with ye, Feng. Stone and Tooth, assist me. Everyone else, kill Gentle Snow as quickly as possible. Leave it to us, boss. We had just been a little careless. Stone and Shattered Tooth promptly used their vanish skills and circled to Feng's sides. The most powerful aspect about assassins was their ability to appear and disappear like ghosts to deal lethal blows to their enemy. Previously, they had focused on attacking Gentle Snow. Even after they had exposed themselves, they paid no attention to Feng, and this, in turn, gave the swordsman an opportunity to exploit. If they were in stealth, however, they were confident that even Apex experts wouldn't detect their presence. I'll create an opening for you. Don't worry about hitting me in the process. After Lethal Gale calmed himself, he lifted his greatsword and charged towards Feng. He was very familiar with Stone and Shattered Tooth's strengths. He had also watched Feng's fight in the Dark Arena. In terms of combat techniques, he was weaker than Feng. However, live combat was different from a competition. Many factors could affect a battle's outcome. The cooperation of several experts, in particular, would raise their combat power exponentially. Even he would find himself in trouble when Stone and Shattered Tooth worked together. Their psychedelic footwork allowed them to move silent, only revealing themselves barely as they struck. Although Feng was strong, if 2 assassins that he could not perceive attacked him, his mental state would suffer an immense pressure. Even if he tried to ignore it, his subconscious would constantly search for the sudden appearance of enemies, and this would affect his focus. He could use this opportunity to kill Feng. If he killed both Ouroboros's guild leader and Zero Wings Feng, even if the NPC guards imprisoned him, the fight would be worth the loss. Feng, you need to be careful. Those 2 assassins are strong. Gentle Snow warned the swordsman as Stone and Shattered Tooth disappeared. Although she was in a weakened state, her perception had not dulled. On the contrary, her duel with Lethal Gale had heightened her senses. Even so, she had only detected the 2 assassins after they had exposed themselves. As Gentle Snow finished speaking, Lethal Gale's 3 other party members moved into range and began to launch their ranged attacks. Over a dozen arrows and fireballs rushed at Gentle Snow, sealing her paths of retreat. If the Snow Goddess were at her peak, dodging and blocking these attacks wouldn't be difficult. She could even afford to be hit. However, with her attributes reduced by 80%, one of these players' normal attacks was unbearable. At the same time, Lethal Gale slashed at Feng with precise timing. You dare to look down on the Blackwater Corporation? Do you really believe that you can protect Gentle Snow? If Feng blocked his attack, the swordsman would not be able to protect Gentle Snow. On the other hand, if Feng defended Gentle Snow, the swordsman would receive his merciless blow. Moreover, he still had Stone and Shattered Tooth's assistance. If Feng slipped up, they could very well take his life in one fell swoop. Once the hindrance was gone, it would be much easier to kill Gentle Snow. Suddenly, Feng madly brandished his sword, tracing one trajectory after another in the air. This move was none other than the combat technique he had inadvertently learned in the Titan library. Swords orbit by tracing the 32 sword trajectories with his blades. Feng formed an impenetrable defense around him, although a swordsman did not have a long attack range. His attacks could cover a 5-yard stretch in front of him, which just so happened to envelop Gentle Snow, who stood roughly 3 yards from him while Feng had yet to master the sophisticated sword's orbit. His combat techniques were more than enough to block Lethal Gale and his people's attacks. As the incoming arrows, fireballs, and Lethal Gale's beheaded skill came within 5 yards of Feng, he blocked them. None of the attacks struck Gentle Snow or Feng's skill. Lethal Gale's heart pounded as he watched Feng block all of the attacks from his prior attack. He knew when his greatsword was within 5 yards of Feng, and it felt as if he had struck a protective barrier. He hadn't been able to push his greatsword an inch further. On the contrary, a powerful force had repelled his blade, preventing him from launching further attacks. As for Gentle Snow, who had stood, frozen, this entire time, she stared at Feng with an odd gaze. Unlike Lethal Gale, however, she did not think Feng had used a skill. When she stood within Sword's orbit's protective field, she could feel that Feng's every swing was a normal attack, yet this combination of strikes looked like an in-game skill. The technique was divine. How did he do it? Gentle Snow was baffled. Despite only executing normal sword attacks, as if following some sort of rule, he managed to block the attacks that came at him from all directions. As Feng fended off a wave of attacks, Stone and Shattered Tooth took the opportunity when he withdrew his swords to use shadow steps. After appearing behind Feng, both assassins stabbed their daggers towards the back of the swordsman's neck viciously. The process was complete within an instant, however. When the daggers were an inch away from Feng's neck, all 4 weapons stopped abruptly. No matter how much strength the 2 assassins employed, they were unable to push their daggers any further. Your footwork is impressive. Feng glanced at the 2 assassins in admiration. Unfortunately, you tried to take me on. Due to their footwork technique, even Feng found it hard to notice them. If not for omniscient eyes, he might have fallen prey to their sneak attack. He would not have had the time to activate Defensive Blade to defend himself. Knowing that Feng had activated a life-saving skill, Stone and Shattered Tooth began to launch rapid attacks in hopes of depleting his Defensive Blade's block counts quickly. However, Feng did not give them the chance as he used Sword's orbit once more. Suddenly, with Feng as the center, a storm raged. Due to Defensive Blade increasing his attack range, not only did his attacks envelop both Stone and Shattered Tooth, but also Lethal Gale. After learning Sword's orbit, Feng discovered that this combat technique was both an effective defense as well as a powerful offense. By the time he finished the 32 sword trajectories, Stone and Shattered Tooth's bodies fell to the ground lifelessly. Meanwhile, Lethal Gale, who stood some distance away from Feng, had less than 10% of his HP remaining. His body was marred with cuts, fresh blood flowing from his wounds freely. The gruesome scene caused many of the surrounding spectators to shudder involuntarily. Chapter 979, Strength Gap. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 979, Strength Gap. What happened? How did those assassins die? That skill is so powerful. The spectating players on the street were dumbfounded by what had just happened. Feng's sword drawing speed was incredibly fast. They hadn't even seen an afterimage of Feng's swords. They had barely seen Feng's arms move, and in the blink of an eye, not only had the assassins died, but even the distant berserker was left in a critical condition. Is this the strength of Zero Wings Yifeng? So awesome. He's too strong. Experts from other guilds, who had come to White River City to grind for reputation, stood among the spectators. Ordinary players might not realize what Feng had done and would assume that he had simply used a system-learned skill. But as experts, they knew that Feng's attack was no such thing. When Feng first used this skill, they had been uncertain. This time, however, they had watched its execution carefully. No matter what stance a player used to execute a learned skill, they all had the same starting motions. Moreover, the closer a player's movements were to the required actions the system had determined, the higher their skill completion rate would be. However, Feng's initial motions the second time he executed the skill were different from the first. Furthermore, how could such a powerful skill be used twice within 1 second? The skill had also been more powerful during its second use. No matter how they thought about it, this was out of line with God's domain's rules. The only explanation was that this was a combat technique. The various guild experts couldn't help but shudder. Unlike system skills, Combat techniques were not limited by cooldowns or other restrictions. Even while silenced, they could use their combat techniques with normal attacks. The only downside was the burden on a player's stamina and concentration. Those who attacked using special combat techniques knew that the more powerful a technique was, the more of a burden it had on stamina and concentration. Meanwhile, of the two assassin experts Feng had defeated, both were level 39. Both could easily rank among the top of any kingdom's ranking list. As for the Berserker Lethal Gale, they were even more familiar with him. After all, he was the Berserker who had dueled Gentle Snow just some moments ago. With Lethal Gale's combat standards, he could rank highly even among Super Guild's experts, yet, even when all three players had worked together, they had been beaten so badly. However, among the watching players, no one was more shocked than Gentle Snow. Is this really the Feng I know? She had personally experienced Lethal Gale's power. If not for her peak legacy, there was no way in hell she would have defeated the male Berserker. In spite of that, Feng had ended the battle in 3 moves. Gentle Snow was even under the false impression that Lethal Gale and his assassins were, in fact, quite weak. She knew that wasn't true. Feng was just that strong despite such fierce attacks. Not only had Feng nullified the attacks, but he had also dealt Lethal Gale and his companions such a devastating blow before this. Gentle Snow had never seen Feng's true strength. Now, she finally understood that they were no longer on the same level. Focus your attacks on Gentle Snow. Lethal Gale, who looked pitiful, hurriedly commanded as he retreated from Feng. He then took an ancient, black magic scroll from his bag. To think I would be forced to waste this. Although it seemed as though both sides had been fighting for a long time, their exchange had only lasted a moment. The NPC guards were still quite a distance away from them. He still had time to use his precious Tier 3 magic scroll. Life Seizure was a single target attack spell that could even severely wound a Tier 3 class. It would be a small matter to instant kill a Tier 1 player as Lethal Gale unfurled the magic scroll and began to activate it. A violent vortex of mana appeared above them. Even a fool could tell that this magic scroll was extraordinary. Lethal Gale's 3 remaining companions launched their attacks once more. This time, their attacks were more vicious. All 3 hurled over 20 attacks at Gentle Snow. However, their attacks focused on quantity over quality. After all, even a low-damage skill like Iceberg could deal frightening amounts of damage to Gentle Snow. In addition, the increased number of attacks would also make it more difficult for Feng to guard Gentle Snow. Despicable. The bystanders cursed at Lethal Gale's group as they watched. If this were a fair and proper battle, Lethal Gale's group would be no match for Feng. However, if Feng were forced to remain by Gentle Snow's side, the incoming Tier 3 spell would no doubt kill him suddenly. However, Feng appeared beside Lethal Gale, arcs of blue electricity circling his body faintly. Feng then sent a slash at the Berserker, who was invoking the magic scroll. What's going on? Lethal Gale had not predicted that Feng would leave Gentle Snow to the wolves to come for him. However, as he glanced at Gentle Snow, he discovered Feng standing beside the female Berserker. Lethal Gale wasn't the only one seeing this. Every other player on the street stared in wonder as well. There are 2 of him? How can there be 2 of him? Is it a doppelganger skill? As everyone tried to figure out what was going on, Lethal Gale's vision started to fade to gray. Before the shocked Berserker realized it, his HP had fallen to 0. Such a fast attack. When Feng had appeared beside him, Lethal Gale saw a blue flash leave the swordsman's hand just before he activated Whirlwind Slash to fend off the attack. In the next moment, his body stopped responding to his commands as his vision dimmed into darkness. He noticed the Feng before him dissipate into nothing. It was as if the attack hadn't happened, as if this had all been a bad dream. Meanwhile, before anyone realized it, another Feng had appeared behind Gentle Snow. Even more surprisingly, this new version of Feng blocked all 20+ attacks aimed at the Snow Goddess. Moreover, when he executed Sword's Orbit again, it was even more powerful than before. He struck down every spell and arrow before they had come within 10 yards of Gentle Snow. How did he do that? Everyone was shocked. Even the guild experts from other kingdoms and empires were speechless. Feng was like a ghost, appearing wherever he wanted in reality. However, Feng had pushed himself to his very limits to execute this phantasmal attack first. He had used Instant Strike to finish off Lethal Gale. He then activated Silent Steps to appear behind Gentle Snow. He had completed these two moves almost at the same time. Later, he executed Sword's Orbit. Although Feng appeared calm, he had exhausted most of his concentration. His head was starting to ache. You guys have had your fun. It's my turn now. Looking at the three ranged members of Lethal Gale's party, Feng raised Killing Ray high before swinging it forward violently. Lightning Edge. Suddenly, streaks of blue lightning arced across the 50 yards ahead of him. Not only did the arcs of lightning devour the players' attacks, but the lightning also devoured the players. All three players transformed into particles of light, leaving behind only 3 items. Not even their corpses remained. Chapter 980, Yi Feng's Deterrent Force. Chapter 980 Yi Feng's Deterrent Force. Every spectator was shocked as they watched Feng instantly kill 3 level 39 expert players. What a powerful AoE attack skill. Is this Zero Wing's strength? After seeing this, the guild experts from other kingdoms and empires began to fear Zero Wing. If Feng decided to ambush their guild's elite teams in the field with such a powerful skill, the consequences would be unimaginable. He was practically a human cannon. Although he didn't wield as many AoE skills as Elementalists, his versatility and mobility surpassed the latter by leaps and bounds. Currently, due to the emergence of the new class, many guilds had dispatched their top teams to grind for merits. As the top combatants of large guilds, they had their own pride. Due to that, they didn't pay any attention to White River City's ruler, Zero Wing. After all, they were not grinding around White River City. They were simply using the teleportation array within the city. Once they reached the Twin Towers Kingdom, Zero Wing would lose the home ground advantage. If Zero Wing wanted any level of authority in the Twin Towers Kingdom, it would have to rely on its team's strength. However, the strength Feng displayed a moment ago was beyond terrifying. He was fully capable of threatening their progress in the Twin Towers Kingdom. From now on, if they accidentally provoked Zero Wing, they would have to take into account the possibility of Zero Wing's teams annihilating them immediately. The various large guilds' top teams reined in their arrogance and reevaluated their opinion of Zero Wing. They had notified their teams in the Twin Towers Kingdom, warning them to avoid conflict with Zero Wing's teams as much as possible. Although they had their own experts, fighting Zero Wing would gain them nothing. Moreover, Zero Wing had another major advantage over the other large guilds. The teleportation house was located in White River City. Their foreign guilds did not have a residence here. They had to foot the additional fee of teleporting from their respective cities to White River City. Of course, it was a different story for wealthy tyrants like super guilds and super first-rate guilds. Super guilds and super first-rate guilds had far more powerful backgrounds than first-rate guilds. It was especially true for their connections. These guilds could set up a residence in any city in God's domain, after which they could dispatch their guild members en masse. Unlike first-rate guilds, these superpowers didn't need to struggle to obtain land. This was why the various large guilds feared super guilds and super first-rate guilds. Not only could these major powers dispatch apex experts to assassinate their guild's upper echelons, but they could also send swarms of elite players to obliterate the guild members. After Lethal Gale's party had been annihilated, the NPC guards, who had been rushing to the scene, stopped and resumed their patrols. It was as if the surprise attack had never happened. As for Lethal Gale's party, who had initiated an attack within the city limits, they would not escape the system's punishment just because Feng had killed them. Once they revived in half an hour, the NPCs would arrest them in the Resurrection Temple after taking care of Lethal Gale's party. Feng collected his spoils of war. Although the weapons and equipment Lethal Gale's party had dropped were useless to him, they could still enrich Zero Wing's guild warehouse. After Feng finished with the loot, he caught an advanced horse carriage with Gentle Snow and proceeded towards a high-class restaurant in the Nobles District. From beginning to end, not a single player had dared to step forward to snatch Feng's loot. Only after Feng was truly out of sight did these players launch into heated discussions. What? Zero Wing's Yi Feng wiped out Gale's party. How is that possible? Abandoned Wave was dumbfounded as he listened to his subordinate's report. He could not believe his ears. He then asked, "What about Gentle Snow? Did she die?" Lethal Gale's people were one of the top-ranking parties among those under his control. Usually, he tasked the party with assassinations and dealing with experts that made themselves a hindrance. Until now, they had never failed a job. They had always triumphed, even against a Void Realm. Expert field battles were different from PvP competitions. There were many factors that could affect a player's combat power, not to mention the combat power of a group. Thus, it had been easier to send Lethal Gale to warn away Gentle Snow's mysterious buyer. If words could not sway the buyer, Lethal Gale's party would convince the buyer to submit by force. However, after giving it some thought, this task had been quite dangerous. If he had help from the NPC guards, it wouldn't be impossible for Feng to annihilate Lethal Gale, and his companions Gentle Snow did not die. Gale's party couldn't even lay a finger on her before Feng slaughtered them. The bald, middle-aged man said as he nervously played a recording for Abandoned Wave. The video clip showed the entire process of Feng wiping out Lethal Gale's party. Many curious spectators had recorded the entire battle. This video was already a popular topic on Star Moon Kingdom's official forums. Not only had this incident boosted the fame of Zero Wings Feng, but it also made a mockery of the Blackwater Corporation. Abandoned Wave's expression darkened as he watched the video. The dense killing intent he radiated could be felt over 30 yards away. Sensing this killing intent, several strong and talented youths rushed over, asking, "Big Brother Wave, what happened? What has you so riled up?" Although these youths' levels were not high, they were greatly admired by the Divine Colosseum's regulars. Nothing. Abandoned Wave closed the video and raged. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he said, "I've had to make some minor adjustments to my plans. Although young Master Jing has told me that there is no need to bother with Zero Wing, if I don't teach the guild a lesson, be it Black Flame or Feng, neither will acknowledge the Blackwater Corporation's power. I've heard that the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's Pavilion Master, Nine Dragons Emperor, has quite a grudge against Zero Wing and has been eager to teach Zero Wing a lesson. You, travel to the Black Dragon Empire and tell Qin Muyun this. If Nine Dragons Emperor wants to deal with Zero Wing, I will lend him a hand. Also, dispatch 3 parties to trail Gentle Snow. If there is an opportunity, kill her." Understood. After receiving his instructions, the bald man rushed out of the VIP room. Inside a high-class restaurant in White River City's Nobles District, Zero Wing's elite members filled the restaurant. Furthermore, several of Zero Wing's core members surveyed the area from the establishment's main hall. The high-class restaurant had become an impenetrable fortress. Meanwhile, Feng and Gentle Snow chatted with each other on the top floor. "The Blackwater Corporation is quite eager to take your life," Feng commented as he gazed out the French windows. From his position, he could see at least 8 people stalking the restaurant. While there was a chance that he had earned his own stalkers, it was far easier to believe that these players were hunting Gentle Snow. After all, the Blackwater Corporation had ambushed her once before. Moreover, Gentle Snow was still weakened. He wouldn't be surprised if they tried another 3 or 4 assaults. Chapter 981: Difference Between Guilds. As expected of the Blackwater Corporation, despite paying so little attention to God's Domain when it launched, it has so many powerful experts. Feng commented, prompted by Feng's remark. Gentle Snow followed his gaze out the window. What she saw, however, surprised her. U.P. Dated by Novelful. Calm White River City was even more prosperous than Star Moon City. Even in the costly Nobles District, she could see plenty of players going about their business from her vantage point. She had a clear view of what these players were doing, and very quickly several players caught her attention. Although these players seemed to be chatting among themselves, they occasionally turned to look at the room she and Feng occupied. These were not low-leveled players either. The lowest among them was level 38, while the rest were level 39. Among these experts, a few neglected to hide their auras. Hence, she could feel just how much of a threat these people posed if she left the building. Needless to say, she wouldn't leave White River City alive. The Blackwater Corporation had not prepared overmuch for the first ambush. Feng's presence must have also been unexpected. However, the corporation would prepare from here on out. Relax. As long as you're in here, they can't touch you. If you stay here until you recover from your weakened state, they will eventually give up and leave, Feng assured Gentle Snow. On his way here, he had purchased the latest information regarding Ouroboros from the secret pavilion. Although the purchase had cost him a pretty penny, he had learned both bad and good news. He discovered that the Blackwater Corporation now focused fully on God's Domain. In fact, it had already dealt with the companies that had backed Ouroboros. To put it simply, Blackwater now owned Ouroboros. Although it had not yet declared so publicly, the good news was that he could finally recruit Gentle Snow. The bad news was that the Blackwater Corporation was not to be trifled with. Among the various international corporations, Blackwater was relatively overbearing. Moreover, the corporation had a powerful affinity for a game like God's Domain compared to veteran gamers, fighting experts a much higher starting point when they joined God's Domain. Their lack of familiarity with God's Domain's superhuman combat style was the only thing that held them back. However, once they were comfortable with this combat style, they would quickly become experts in God's Domain with the combat techniques they had learned in the real world. The Blackwater Corporation had a perfected system to nurture fighting experts. Moreover, after many years of development, it had various dojos around the globe. Given enough time, even super guilds would be no match for the Blackwater Corporation even in the past. Shortly after the Mindspace system had launched, the Blackwater Corporation had forced itself into God's Domain. Although Blackwater had started later than everyone else, it was one of the first corporations to upgrade its own established guild into a super guild. In contrast, corporations like Open Source could only invest in super guilds and super first-rate guilds to establish themselves in God's Domain. It was simply too difficult to nurture their own expert players, much less Apex experts. By the time they did so, their competition would have left them in the dust. When Blackwater had begun to focus on developing in God's Domain, the game had been operating for over a year. After all, nobody would have imagined that the game would be more popular than fighting competitions, so much so that it had ushered in a new era. In reality, God's Domain had not only impacted the fighting industry. The various other industries had been affected as well. By then, God's Domain had become irreplaceable in people's lives. It was similar to humanity's introduction to the internet several hundred years ago. After learning about the benefits of God's Domain, people couldn't live without it. Dated by Novelful. Meanwhile, among the affected industries, the fighting industry had suffered the most. When the Blackwater Corporation had officially shifted its focus to God's Domain, it had been significantly weakened. It wasn't even half as powerful as it has been during its peak. Even so, it lorded over God's Domain a decade later. Currently, Blackwater was still at its peak, yet it had already shifted its gaze to God's Domain. With its frightening financial strength and many experts, the corporation was akin to a natural disaster for Star Moon Kingdom's Zero Wing. If Zero Wing failed to cope with this disaster properly, it would be nothing more than a stepping stone for the Blackwater Corporation. I roughly understand Ouroboros' current situation. May I ask what you have planned? Is there anything I can with? Feng asked quietly as he turned to the somewhat dispirited Gentle Snow. Blackwater has already obtained the majority of Ouroboros' shares. Even my white clan group cannot change that fact. The only thing I can do now is take as many people with me as I leave Ouroboros and start all over again elsewhere. Would Zero Wing be interested in purchasing any other materials? I can sell them to you at a 40% discount, Gentle Snow offered as she smiled bitterly. I also have a few plots of land in Star Moon Kingdom that I want to sell, although I am not sure if Zero Wing can stomach so much at once. She still intended to continue her development in another city in Star Moon Kingdom. After all, she understood Star Moon Kingdom's situation. However, after witnessing the Blackwater Corporation's strength, once it secured Ouroboros, she would seal her fate if she remained in this kingdom. Her only choice was to restart somewhere far from here. As for the shops and lands she owned in Star Moon Kingdom, there was no point in keeping them. The Blackwater Corporation would see to it that these lands became worthless. Hence, she might as well sell them to fund her relocation. Which lands you are trying to sell? Feng could not help but ask. If they were high potential lands of a major city, they would become more valuable by the day. He would definitely profit if he purchased them. Most of the commercial lands I possess are in Star Moon Kingdom's top 10 major cities. I have a total of 11 plots. I also have 3 plots in the Black Dragon Empire and 2 in the Purple Thorns Kingdom, Gentle Snow said as she handed Feng a list. Here is a list of the land, cities, and locations, as well as my quoted prices. After Feng took a look through the list, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Zero Wing was no match for a first-rate guild. If these were only the lands under Gentle Snow's name, one could just imagine how many lands Ouroboros controlled. On the other hand, Despite having so much money right now, Zero Wing struggled to purchase any lands in major cities. He was even forced to using the Holy City slots to purchase lands from super guilds based on the current market price. The cheapest land on the Snow Goddess's list was worth around 3,000 gold, while the most expensive were worth over 8,000. These lands had long since doubled their original selling prices based on Gentle Snow's quoted prices. He would need around 80,000 gold to purchase all 16 plots. Even Zero Wing could not fork over so much money at a moment's notice. Moreover, the prices were very reasonable. If anyone else were selling these lands, he might have to pay an additional 20,000 to 30,000 gold. Even then, he would have to fight many others to purchase them. Chapter 982, The Tip of the Iceberg. Even to super guilds, 80,000 gold was a considerable amount of money. They couldn't collect so much money within a short period, much less the smaller guilds. Gentle Snow had little hope that anyone could afford to purchase all of her lands. She would just sell as many plots as she could. Once she collected enough coins, she could proceed with the next part of her plan more smoothly while Feng carefully inspected the commercial lands. Gentle Snow received a call from Zhao Yueru Snow. The guild has called an emergency elder meeting and has officially announced that Abandoned Wave will be replacing you as the guild leader. Aside from the raw materials you have, Abandoned Wave has frozen the guild's assets. Furthermore, many of the God-slaying army's members have reported ambushes in the fields and outside of dungeons. They've suffered grievous damages, Zhao Yueru reported. Shaking with rage, the Blackwater Corporation was too vicious. The God-slaying army was their asset as they left Ouroboros. The guild had spent many years nurturing these experts. If these experts came them and they had enough funding, the new Ouroboros could quickly establish a firm foothold in another kingdom initially. Hiding the locations of the army's members had not been an issue. After all, every member was an expert. With their equipment, killing these players would not be easy now, however. The Blackwater Corporation had somehow recruited an army of its own experts and slaughtered the God-slaying army scattered throughout Starmoon Kingdom. The loss of a single level might have been fine, but the lost weapons and equipment was horrendous. When Blackwater's experts killed them, the Legion members would drop at least 2 pieces of equipment. Some would even drop 3 items. The God-slaying army had been equipped with the best items available in Ouroboros. If several hundred members lost an item each, it would severely wound the army, much less if they lost 2 or 3 items. They would need a lot of time to recover from the loss. Normally, the God-slaying army could simply replenish their equipment from the guild's warehouse. However, the Blackwater Corporation had already limited their authority. Now, they could not even take a piece of common equipment from the warehouse. With the God-slaying army suffering such a blow, rising in another kingdom in a short time would be impossible. I understand. For now, have the army's members be extra careful. Gentle Snow's frown deepened after receiving a more detailed report. Even Ouroboros' old rival, the Star Alliance, couldn't kill so many of the God-slaying army's members so quickly. Guild leader Snow, you don't look too well. Has something happened? Feng asked curiously when he noticed Gentle Snow's troubled expression. I've just received news that Blackwater has already begun to exact its revenge. The God-slaying army that I command has suffered over 700 deaths. Although reports say that they've been ambushed by groups of cloaked players, I'm sure that these players are experts from Blackwater. Gentle Snow helplessly explained, not bothering to hide this fact from Feng. Moreover, it was impossible to keep a tight lid on such a major incident. It was only a matter of time before the truth revealed itself. It seems that your victory over Lethal Gale has made the Blackwater Corporation anxious. Otherwise, they'd have no reason to make such an excessive move. The news surprised Feng. No matter what was said or done, the Blackwater Corporation had already purchased Ouroboros. One could even go so far as to say that Ouroboros was the Blackwater Corporation. If news spread of mysterious players slaughtering Ouroboros' strongest legion on its own turf, it would damage the guild's reputation. Since Blackwater has already gone to such lengths, I'm betting that even if you leave Starmoon Kingdom, they will find some way to crush you, Feng said seriously. How about this? Invest in Zero Wing and become one of its shareholders. With Zero Wing's prestige in Starmoon Kingdom, the fledgling Blackwater Corporation should hesitate before declaring all-out war. This? Gentle Snow was taken aback upon hearing Feng's proposal. The symbol of Ouroboros, which the White Clan group had created, was incredibly important to her. If possible, she wanted to establish a new Ouroboros. However, If she joined Zero Wing with Ouroboros as top players, the Blackwater Corporation would shift its focus to Zero Wing. If you're worried about the percentage of shares that you'd control or how your subordinates would be treated, relax. I can give you 15% of Zero Wing's shares. I'll also give you 50 core member slots and the power to form the Ouroboros Legion, which will be under your full control. What do you think? Feng suggested, are you not afraid of the backlash from Blackwater? Gentle Snow asked Feng seriously. With Zero Wing's strength and potential, don't you think that you'd be suffering a loss by offering me 15% of the guild's shares for the little manpower and resources in my possession? Zero Wing was no longer the upstart guild it had been. Not only did Zero Wing control Stone Forest Town, but it also owned Star Moon Kingdom's #1 trading firm. Zero Wing was the publicly acknowledged #1 guild in Star Moon Kingdom. Even first-rate guilds were no match for it. There were also many companies and corporations chomping at the bit to invest in Zero Wing. Some major corporations were offering enough to tempt super guilds for as little as 50% of Zero Wing's shares. Unfortunately, Zero Wing had declined every offer. Yet Feng had offered 15% of the guild's shares to recruit her and her people. No one would believe this if she told them in response to Gentle Snow's query. Feng shook his head and confidently stated, "No, you are worth it." Feng's answer confused Gentle Snow. Even she didn't believe that she was worth this price. Yet Feng sounded strangely confident. Moreover, the look in Feng's eyes told her that he was not lying. Gentle Snow also felt a little moved. After so many years in Ouroboros, her trust had long since ceased to exist, yet she trusted Feng, despite so few meetings with him. Yet, despite only coming into contact with Feng several times before, the man had somehow managed to fill her with trust. She didn't know what to say if Feng were a fool. Zero Wing wouldn't have had so much success. An indistinct feeling made Gentle Snow even more curious about the guild known as Zero Wing. After taking a deep breath, Gentle Snow looked at Feng and replied, "All right, then, I agree to your conditions. However, you have to promise me one thing." Chapter 983, Gentle Snow's Condition. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 983, Gentle Snow's Condition. Guild Leader Snow, feel free to state any concerns, Feng said. Chuckling, many of Ouroboros' elite and expert players followed Gentle Snow. If he recruited all of them, it would raise Zero Wing's overall strength by a large margin. Although Zero Wing's member count still wouldn't compare to a first-rate guild's, it would have far more elites than its competition. There was also Gentle Snow's potential to consider if he could give Gentle Snow access to the secret pavilion simulation training system. With her talent and his other training resources, it wouldn't be long before she became a true Apex expert. It wouldn't be long before she surpassed him. Either what guild wouldn't want such an expert? Moreover, Gentle Snow was different from Fire Dance and Violet Cloud, who lacked management experience regarding management capabilities. Only Aqua Rose might be a match for Gentle Snow. Before joining Zero Wing, Aqua Rose had only managed her own subordinates in Twilight Echo. Gentle Snow, on the other hand, had managed Ouroboros. Moreover, her previous guild had continuously improved. The guild had even shown signs of surpassing the Star Alliance. Even if Gentle Snow listed 3 or 4 conditions, Feng would likely agree. Only Feng knew exactly how valuable an expert capable of becoming a Tier 6 God-rank player was to a guild. After so many years of development, Ouroboros has formed its own perfect expert training system. This was the reason that Ouroboros had ranked near the top among first-rate guilds. Unlike other guilds, we could produce our own experts without recruiting or poaching players. However, the perfected expert training system had cost my White Clan group too much. Although I can bring the God-slaying army with me, I can't take the training center. The White Clan group only owns 40% of the training center's shares, while the other companies own the remaining 60%. I want Zero Wing to purchase the training center. Gentle Snow's condition stunned Feng for a moment. For any guild in God's domain, constructing their own training center was of the utmost importance. This was also why second-rate guilds couldn't compete with first-rate guilds. The initial cost of constructing an expert training center was already more than what the companies supporting second-rate guilds could handle. Moreover, even if a second-rate guild had a training center and established a perfect training system, the upkeep would be astronomically expensive. Unless a guild could earn enough to maintain this training system, no guild or company would be crazy enough to invest in something that would hemorrhage money. Feng had been contemplating his own training center as well. The Big Dipper Training Center was simply not enough to meet his requirements. The training center did not even have a simple simulation training system. However, as constructing a training center was immensely expensive, he had to tackle this problem gradually. He had never imagined that Gentle Snow would ask him to purchase Ouroboros' training center. He would have been lying if he had said he wasn't pleased with Ouroboros' training center. Zero Wing could save several years of effort. Unfortunately, there was one big problem: he didn't have enough money. Feng had served as the guild leader of a second-rate guild in the past. He had been personally involved in establishing and constructing Shadow's training center. It had happened shortly after Shadow had officially become a second-rate guild. Hence, he knew just how much money a training center's construction required. If not for several major companies in Jinhai City working together, Shadow's training center would never have come into fruition. The cost of the site and machinery was one thing. However, the various simulation facilities and the required energy to maintain them were a different story. Take the fruit of the Secret Pavilion's research, their simulation training system, for example. Only energy of the highest grade could power this kind of system. Even an inferior simulation system's daily maintenance cost was enough to quickly bankrupt multiple large companies. With Zero Wing's current financial strength, affording its maintenance was impossible, not to mention purchasing it. Guild Leader Snow, you must be joking. Zero Wing can't even afford to operate a training center, not to mention purchasing a perfected one. Even if we could afford it, I doubt that the other companies would willingly sell it. After all, that is Ouroboros' foundation. As long as the training center exists, the guild can produce more experts. Feng said. Smiling bitterly, Zero Wing had started with nothing. It didn't have the support of any companies. The Zero Wing workshop in the real world relied on the guild's daily income. Moreover, Feng also did not dare to convert in-game resources into credits casually. More major companies were joining God's domain by the day, and the competition was becoming more intense. The resources in God's domain were also becoming more valuable. Converting coins into credits would be a devastatingly foolish move. I understand that I am being somewhat unreasonable, but now is the best opportunity to buy it. Gentle Snow was also aware of how expensive it was to purchase a training center. Although Blackwater has purchased Ouroboros, Ouroboros' training center is nothing to the corporation. Meanwhile, the training center's daily operation is a huge burden to those companies. They will try to get rid of it as quickly as possible. If we don't buy it now, another corporation that wants to nurture its own experts will. If Zero Wing is willing to buy it, I can try to lower the price as much as possible. I understand. Please wait a moment. I have to contact the guild leader about this first, Feng said. Creating an excuse to leave the room, it would be much more convenient to purchase a training center than establishing his own. If he purchased it now, he could save himself a lot of trouble in the future. Zero Wing would not have to risk stagnation as Shadow had in the past due to a lack of experts. With the training center, he could nurture a large number of experts rapidly, sending them out afterward to capture and defend towns. He could then use the money and resources these towns generated to sustain the training center. However, Zero Wing couldn't gather so much money in such a short time span. Forget it. Let's give it a try. After Feng left the room, he contacted Aqua Rose. Chapter 984. Qualifications for Cooperation. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 984. Qualifications for Cooperation. Although Aqua Rose was Zero Wing's vice guild leader, her family owned its own large business. Twilight Echo was a first-rate guild with an even longer history than Ouroboros. Aqua Rose's family was one of Twilight Echo's major shareholders in the past. Feng had learned that Aqua Rose's family owned the Sun and Moon Group. In 10 years' time, the Sun and Moon Group would join the Fortune 500 list. Of course, Aqua Rose had been the main contributor to the company's success. The Sun and Moon Group and the Open Source Corporation were both involved in the energy industry. Hence, Aqua Rose's family had been afraid of the Open Source Corporation when they had threatened the family to persuade Aqua Rose. Open Source was one of the industry's giants. On the other hand, Sun and Moon struggled within the middle ranks. If the Open Source Corporation wanted to, it could easily squash the Sun and Moon Group. However, although the Sun and Moon Group only ranked in the mid-range in the energy industry, it wielded an extraordinary amount of funds. After all, the most profitable resource in the world was energy, as it was used in nearly every aspect of life. It Was also precisely this reason that Twilight Echo's members had treated Aqua Rose like a treasure, even making her the guild's honorary elder. Not only was the Sun and Moon Group one of Twilight Echo's major shareholders, but it was also the guild's biggest shareholder. Without the company's supply of energy, the other shareholders would choke on the daily cost of maintaining the guild's training center. Guild leader, has something happened? Aqua Rose asked. Aqua Rose was still dealing with the list of members they intended to send to other countries as well as various other tasks. She was so busy that her brain was about to short-circuit. Her helpers also rushed about the office, contacting guild members and dealing with the letters of intent from guild members who were willing to move to the branch guild now that Zero Wing planned to expand to other countries. Many players wanted to apply to the branch guilds. Although the branch guilds were as safe as the headquarters in White River City, where they didn't have to worry about other guilds provoking Zero Wing, they would have more opportunities for promotion in the branch guilds. In White River City, there were only so many slots available for the guild's main force. Becoming a reserve member was nearly impossible, not to mention becoming an official member of the main force. However, once the branch guilds were established, the guild would establish new main forces, and the main force members enjoyed far more benefits than elite members aside from having priority over equipment. Just the amount of magic crystals each main force member received was enough to make a player drool. Main force members also had the opportunity to obtain the rumored 100-berry wine. According to rumors, the 100-berry wine was even more effective than the Divine Colosseum's Icefire Spirit, could help players improve their skill completion rates. Currently, not one bottle was available on the market. No one knew how to obtain their own. Only official members of Zero Wing's main force qualified to compete for the 100-berry wine, since members of the branch guild's main forces would receive similar benefits. Why wouldn't Zero Wing's elite members be tempted? When Aqua Rose had announced the news, many elite members frantically applied to join the branch guilds. Although Aqua Rose looked battered, inwardly, she was elated. She dreamed of helping Zero Wing grow stronger. Because of Zero Wing's extraordinary performance, her family now saw her in a different light. In fact, they even canceled her engagement to Brilliant Wargid as Zero Wing's performance reached new heights. Her status in her household rose. Many large companies had secretly sent upper echelons to ask her family members to contact her, desperately wanting to invest in Zero Wing and offering many impressive perks. As a result, every time she visited home, her parents instantly pushed for her to meet with the company's representatives. She was even busier than the Star and Moon Group's CEO. It's nothing major. Didn't you say that your family has wanted to invest in Zero Wing? And that other companies frequently pester you to negotiation or cooperation? Sure, Feng asked MHM. More representatives have been showing up lately as well. My family is also constantly on my case. I swear they are even more diligent now than when I had been forced into the engagement with Brilliant Wargod. They almost annoy me to death these days. Do you have a plan to deal with them, guild leader? Aqua Rose asked. Just discussing this topic made her head ache. She knew where Sure Feng stood on the matter. Thus, she always rejected the offers. To avoid these people, she had no choice but to hide in her virtual gaming cabin. Only in God's domain would her family leave her alone. I have a method. It also isn't a solution to always have uncle and auntie pressing you for an answer. I can offer them an opportunity to work together, Sure Feng said, chuckling. As for whether or not they want to cooperate with us, that will be up to them. Really? Aqua Rose froze, surprised by Sure Feng's declaration. She couldn't believe this was true. Zero Wing was very famous in God's domain. This was because it had rejected countless investment offers. Other guilds dreamed of having their own investors, yet Zero Wing turned them away. Zero Wing was already known as one of the most difficult guilds to work with. I intend to rent some plots of land, so I would like you to find a few partners. However, each company must first invest 1 billion credits. I will choose a total of 10 partners. Gentle Snow had already given Sure Feng a rough estimate of the cost. If he wanted to take over Ouroboros's training center, he needed at least 7 or 8 billion credits. Moreover, this was only the initial estimate. After all, Ouroboros's training center was massive. It even had its own independent research team. The training center was also located in a top-tier city. Considering Gentle Snow's price was exceedingly low. Guild leader, are you talking about Stone Forest Town's lands? Aqua Rose was so shocked that she had to ask for confirmation. Feng nodded, replying seriously, "That's right. Guild leader, although the player traffic in Stone Forest Town is high, as expensive as the town's lands are, they will never be worth as much as the golden lands in kingdoms and imperial capitals. Moreover, even those golden lands aren't worth that much money. Only a sucker would accept your offer. No one will agree to that," Aqua Rose said helplessly. For some reason, Aqua Rose constantly had the feeling that Feng lived in a different world. She was clearly the rich heiress here, yet when Feng talked about 1 billion credits, it sounded as if he were talking about chump change. That was 1 billion credits they were talking about. While the Sun and Moon Group could collect that much money, the other companies would likely hesitate. "What if I have this item?" Feng laughed as he retrieved an old parchment from his bag. This parchment was none other than the Star Moon Kingdom City building order. With this, he could claim one unassigned location within Star Moon Kingdom and construct a city. Chapter 985. Shocking Star Moon Kingdom. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 985. Shocking Star Moon Kingdom. This is. Aqua Rose was astonished when she took a closer look at the old parchment's information on the screen. A city building order. This item was far more valuable than any captured town yet. While super guilds were investing time and effort into capturing towns, Feng had procured a city building order. Aqua Rose rubbed her eyes. She was sure that they were playing tricks on her. What was a Star Moon Kingdom city building order? That was proof that one had the rights to construct a player city in Star Moon Kingdom. Currently, player towns in God's domain generally accommodated 30 to 50,000 people. However, none of the guilds that had captured various towns allowed had built houses in their towns. They had all built hotels. This way, the towns would accommodate more mobile players, which would, in turn, generate more income. Aside from guild members, players had practically no options to become permanent residents. Even so, a player town could only handle a limited amount of traffic. Take Stone Forest Town, for example. Stone Forest Town was very close to the Stoneclaw Mountains. Because most of God's domain's players had already reached level 30, the town's traffic grew with each passing day, giving it an even livelier atmosphere than White River City. In the end, Zero Wing had no choice but to limit the amount of time each player could reside in Stone Forest Town's hotels. This was also why many companies desperately wanted to work with Zero Wing. However, a town had its limits. Not only was the area around Stone Forest Town small, but the local environment also posed a huge problem. It was not suitable for players seeking entertainment, which greatly limited the benefits a real-world company could reap from setting up a virtual shop. A city, on the other hand, was many times larger than a town. Generally, a town could house over 200,000 resident players, not including mobile players. If they chose an appropriate location, they could easily attract many entertainment seekers who disliked adventuring and fighting to live in the city. You've seen the city building order for yourself. Companies that cooperate with Zero Wing will be given priority when purchasing a large plot of land in the city. As for the 1 billion credits, that is only a deposit. However, before you let them in on this secret, find companies that truly intend to cooperate. Moreover, they must sign a confidentiality agreement. I don't want news of this to leak, attracting everyone's attention. Feng explained. In truth, he did not want to sell any of the city's lands because of how much more valuable they would become in the future. If he nurtured his city to have a population in the millions, he could drown Zero Wing in money each day with the profits from renting the city's lands. Unfortunately, he had no avenues to earn so much money in such a short time. I understand. I will see to the necessary arrangements right away. Aqua Rose nodded excitedly. Currently, the value of Stone Forest Town's lands could rival those with high potential in major cities. However, if they chose a strategic location to set up their city, the city's lands would easily surpass Stone Forest Town's by several, or even over 10 times. If she advertised this news, many corporations would be eager to work with them. How many days do you need to get this done? Feng asked. I'm in somewhat of a hurry for the money right now. Roughly 3 to 5 days. After all, most major companies would be hard-pressed to collect so much money on such short notice. After giving it some thought, Aqua Rose suggested, if you are in a rush for money, I can have my family pay for you first, or offer them a few more plots of land in the new city. I believe they will be more than willing. Although the new city had yet to be built, If a company could enter the city and construct its own virtual shop immediately, it would massively benefit the company's development in God's domain after all. Once the new city was complete, plenty of entertainment seekers were bound to visit the city. If a company could leave a deep impression on these players, more people would recognize them as they started shops in other cities. This would create brand awareness, all right. I await your good news, Feng said. As long as he gathered the necessary 10 billion credits, he was satisfied, following which, Aqua Rose logged out of the game and hastened to make the necessary arrangements. As for Feng, he went back into the room. Guild leader Snow. Zero Wing agrees to your conditions. However, we'll need some time to collect the required credits. It is unlikely that we can do so in 1 or 2 days. Feng explained. That won't be a problem. In any case, the training center won't sell quickly. That will also give me more time to drive down the price, Gentle Snow said, smiling initially. She had expected Zero Wing to reject her condition. Either that, or the guild would need a very long time to gather the required funds. She hadn't expected the guild to raise the money so quickly as she experienced more. She realized how little she truly knew about the guild, following which, Feng and Gentle Snow discussed the details of their contract first. Gentle Snow would join Zero Wing with the elites and experts under her command. At the same time, Gentle Snow would transfer all lands in her control to Zero Wing. In return, Gentle Snow would receive 15% of Zero Wing's shares and become one of Zero Wing's vice guild leaders. Simultaneously, she would serve as the captain of the Ouroboros Legion and manage all of the Legion's affairs after both parties signed the contract. Gentle Snow logged out of the game and to initiate her plan to purchase Ouroboros. Feng, on the other hand, headed to White River City's City Hall and took ownership of the 16 plots of land Gentle Snow had owned afterward. He simply needed to construct the Candlelight trading firm on these 16 commercial lands with the additional coverage. The Candlelight trading firm's income would increase significantly. Gentle Snow's insight is impressive. Of the 3 lands in the Black Dragon Empire, 1 is in Emerald City. I won't have to hunt for an emerald source. After Feng visited the 11 plots of land in Star Moon Kingdom, he could not stifle his grin as he looked at the deeds for the 3 lands in the Black Dragon Empire. Emerald City was one of the Empire's top 10 major cities. It was in no way less prosperous than White River City. Players could find many ores around Emerald City, and emeralds were the most common, hence the name Emerald City. Emeralds were generally used as raw materials to produce ornaments or possessed relatively good mana-storing capabilities. It was rarely ever used to produce other items, however. Aside from requiring mana stones, Titan City's magic light set equipment needed plenty of emeralds. With a shop in Emerald City, he could purchase emeralds long-term. His guild members wouldn't need to travel back and forth from the city constantly, following which, Feng traveled to the Black Dragon Empire via Star Moon City's teleportation hall shortly after Feng left. A shock tour through Star Moon Kingdom's various guilds. What did you say? Zero Wing now owns Gentle Snow's lands. How can this be? Abandoned Wave was flabbergasted when he received the news. Chapter 986. War of First-Rate Guilds. _Boss Wave, there's no mistaking it. If you don't believe me, take a look at these pictures. Our shops in these locations are now owned by the Candlelight trading firm. The bald, middle-aged man reported as he displayed the pictures his subordinates had taken. Abandoned Wave's expression darkened as he looked through the images. Gentle Snow. Abandoned Wave slammed his palm on the wooden table. The impact shook the wine glass and bottle of Witch's Tear, nearly sending them to the ground. He had never imagined that. As soon as he forced Gentle Snow out of her position and killed her subordinates, the woman would counter with such a move. He hadn't even had a moment to enjoy his victory in reality. Abandoned Wave wasn't the only person that Gentle Snow's actions had infuriated. The upper echelons from Star Moon Kingdom's various large guilds wore twisted expressions when they heard the news. Exactly. Is Gentle Snow trying to do? Has she lost her mind? She actually sold so many high-potential lands to Zero Wing. The various guilds loathed Gentle Snow's latest decision. They would rather pay double the price to purchase Gentle Snow's lands and let them rot in their hands than let them fall into the Candlelight trading firm's hands. These lands had originally housed Ouroboros' New Moon trading firm. Now, however, they housed the Candlelight trading firm. Although the storefronts were the cheapest variations, curious players had already crowded the shop's entrances. Interested in the sudden change and purchasing items, it was very easy to transfer a shop's ownership to another player in God's domain. One simply needed to visit a city hall and follow the necessary procedures. If one didn't intend to modify the shop, only changing the name, they could immediately have NPCs do so free of charge. The Candlelight trading firm had always been known for its lightstones and armor kits. The intermediate armor kits, in particular, usually sold out the instant they were restocked. If not for its low production volume, the Candlelight trading firm would have long since dominated Star Moon Kingdom's market. Even so, Candlelight had still become Star Moon Kingdom's #1 trading firm. Moreover, due to the Candlelight trading firm's lack of background, it had only purchased a limited number of high-potential lands, despite all of its efforts. As for major cities' golden lands, first, the trading firm could not afford them. After all, one golden land was worth around 3 or 4 high-potential lands in the same city. Unless Zero Wing intended to set up a particular city as its main headquarters or went on a spending spree, it would not purchase a city's golden lands. Second, Zero Wing's members did not have the required reputation to purchase golden lands in other cities. Therefore, the Candlelight trading firm's development in Star Moon Kingdom was limited. On the other hand, to avoid competition with the Candlelight trading firm, Gentle Snow's high-potential lands had been purchased in cities that lacked Candlelight's presence or were located far from Candlelight's shops. By selling these lands to Zero Wing, Gentle Snow had just compensated for the Candlelight trading firm's shortcomings. Moreover, the Candlelight trading firm had recently recruited a large number of lifestyle players. Once the trading firm nurtured these lifestyle players, it would be a disaster for their guilds, who were already limited to a small corner of the market. However, they could not do anything to oppress the Candlelight trading firm in Star Moon Kingdom. While Star Moon Kingdom's various large guilds tried to think of a solution to cope with the Candlelight trading firm's new strength, Feng had teleported to Emerald City from the Black Dragon Empire's imperial capital, Black Dragon City. As soon as Feng exited the teleportation hall, he found just as many players in Emerald City as there were in White River City. Only the players' levels and equipment was slightly inferior to those in his home city currently. Due to the teleportation house, one could easily find level 37 or level 38 players roaming about White River City's streets. Prior to that, level 39 experts were as rare as a phoenix feather. Emerald City, however, was different. Feng rarely saw level 36 players roaming the streets, much less those who had reached level 37 or higher. However, unlike kingdoms, second- or first-tier cities with populations ranging in the tens of millions were designated to God's domain's empires. It was easy to find many gaming workshops and guilds based in these cities. With Emerald City being one of the top 10 cities of the Black Dragon Empire, Feng saw members from no less than 10 different guilds going about their business. Such a sight was rare in Star Moon Kingdom. Generally, only 3 or 4 large guilds contested over its major cities. Emerald City, on the other hand, had more than 10, and even the weakest among them were second-rate guilds. As for first-rate guilds, Feng counted 3 from where he stood. Emerald City already had as many first-rate guilds as Star Moon Kingdom. I recall that the Undefeated Dynasty had been Emerald City's ruling guild in the past. Among the many first-rate guilds, Undefeated Dynasty was relatively tolerant. I shouldn't need to worry about any trouble if I set a shop up here. Feng secretly assessed the city's situation as he rode an advanced horse carriage. Based on what he could see, a large number of the guild players roaming the streets belonged to Fantasy Shrine and Undefeated Dynasty. The other first-rate guild was World Dominators, which Feng was familiar with ever since Zero Wing had become White River City's overlord. World Dominators had withdrawn from Star Moon Kingdom, shifting its focus to the Black Dragon Empire and other kingdoms. Mountain ranges surrounded Emerald City, and it produced rare ores and emeralds. It was considered a strategic city in the Black Dragon Empire. There were only so many guilds in the city right now because the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion paid little attention to them. After Feng alighted from the horse carriage, he saw over a dozen independent players leaving the New Moon trading firm. These players had very high levels, with the lowest among them being level 36 and the rest being level 37. In a large guild, they would be elite members. As for their combat standards, at this stage of the game, it was very difficult for independent players who hadn't reached the Trial Tower's 5th floor to reach level 37. Moreover, these players were well equipped. Even the most inferior piece of equipment they wore was a level 35 secret silver rank. In the eyes of ordinary players, they would definitely be considered experts. Damn it, To think that intermediate regeneration potions and intermediate mana recovery potions would sell out so quickly. If I had known that something like this would happen, I would have stockpiled. Now, I won't be able to earn a little bounty reward no matter how much I try. There's nothing we can do. Who would have expected Fantasy Shrine and Undefeated Dynasty to start a war against each other in Emerald City? They are even placing bounties on each other's members. Really, though, what is up with these guilds? Why did they suddenly declare war on each other? Haven't they tolerated each other pretty well until now? Based on some insider information I obtained, it seems that the two guilds have discovered a town above a mithril vein. If the town is captured, players can mine the vein freely. A mithril vein. Won't they be rich if they capture the town? I know, right? However, the NPCs guarding that town are extraordinary. Capturing the town will be very difficult. If one guild ambushes the other, the latter's efforts will go to waste. That's why both sides are trying to chase each other out of Emerald City. Large guild members sure have it easy, while independent players like us are exhausting ourselves just to find ordinary ores. They get to mine mithril or in the safety of a town. As these players spoke of the mithril vein, they nearly drooled. Although mithril ore was not particularly valuable, it was frequently used to forge weapons and equipment. Generally, selling the mithril ore one had was very easy. If they could harvest a steady supply of the ore, they could earn more money than they could imagine a mithril vein. Feng's lips curled into a smile as he watched the departing independent players. Chapter 987. Branch Residence. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 987. Branch Residence. After the dozen or so independent players left the New Moon trading firm, Feng entered the shop. Mithril veins were one of the more common mineral veins in God's domain. Large guilds also fought over them fiercely. As the producer of ores and emeralds in the Black Dragon Empire, there was more than one mineral vein in Emerald City's vicinity. This was also why Undefeated Dynasty, Emerald City's ruler in the past, had amassed a fortune. Meanwhile, the only mithril vein Emerald City's players knew of was beneath Whitebone Town. Whitebone Town had been relatively famous in the past because the mineral vein beneath it was a rich vein, and players could reach it easily to mine mithril ore. Although one could not make as much money as they could from the manatite vein under Raven's control, if developed, the profits would still be considerably shocking. However, current players were not yet strong enough to capture Whitebone Town. The NPCs guarding Whitebone Town were not humans, but undead. Their levels were all above 50. Moreover, any player that entered the mine would be cursed, causing them to lose 10% of their HP every 3 seconds. The curse also lasted for an hour. In addition, several level 70 Grand Lords lurked within the mine's depths. With players' current strength, even an army of several 100,000 elites would not be enough to defeat these monsters. However, this reminded Feng of something: the basic Holy Spirit potion. This item would give players temporary immunity to curses. However, as the potion was only basic rank, its effects were limited. Fortunately, the potion could offer immunity to Whitebone Town's curse due to the richness of Whitebone Town's mithril vein. Many players would take the risk to mine there. The money these players earned from a single day of mining the mithril ore and its byproducts was even more than those who grinded monsters in the fields or raided team dungeons. Because of that, the basic Holy Spirit potion had been extremely popular in Emerald City. In the past, the potion had not been particularly expensive. Initially, each bottle only sold for 2 silver. Even ordinary players could afford that. The potion's effects only lasted for half an hour. In that time, one could easily earn more than 2 silver while mining underneath the town. Although Whitebone Town's monsters were very high-leveled, the mine's entrance was located in the town's outskirts. Not many monsters ventured there. So as long as one lured the monsters away, other players could enter the mine freely. The mine was massive, and its terrain was complicated. Very few monsters patrolled the mine as well. As long as one didn't explore too deep, they would not find any significant danger. When a player finished their mining, they simply needed to use a return scroll to leave safely. Hence, many players had taken the risk to mine there. As more players headed to the mithril mine, the basic Holy Spirit potion's price quickly rose to 5 silver. Later, it had even reached 10 silver per bottle. Alchemist players had been overjoyed. The basic Holy Spirit potion's recipe was not particularly difficult to obtain. Level 30 and above team dungeons had a chance of dropping it. Unfortunately, the drop rate was very low, which resulted in few copies on the market. The potion's materials were also relatively common. Crafting the potion's main requirement was a holy spirit flower, which was considered a rare herb. Making the potion didn't even cost 1 silver. Thinking up to this point, Feng burst into action. This was a valuable opportunity to make a fortune. Emerald City's player population was in the millions. Once players discovered the method of mining in Whitebone Town, swarms of players would flock to the mithril vein. One could just imagine how large the market would be for the basic Holy Spirit potion, following which, Feng changed the New Moon trading firm's name to the Candlelight trading firm and removed the lifestyle players and products in the shop. He then made a trip to the city hall and spent 1,000 gold to upgrade the shopfront to the highest ranking available. He also hired NPCs to purchase various kinds of ores, herbs, and emeralds. As for the Candlelight products that would be sold in this shop and the shop's personnel, Feng passed the responsibility to the Candlelight trading firm's management team. Meanwhile, he visited the auction houses in the Black Dragon Empire's various cities to purchase the basic Holy Spirit potion recipe and Holy Spirit flowers. After spending most of the day like this, Feng finally bought all the recipes on the Black Dragon Empire's market. He had managed to collect a total of 776 recipes. Although the method to obtain the recipe was easy, its drop rate was painfully low. The recipe's current market price wasn't high. Feng only spent around 35 to 40 silver coins for each copy. Overall, he had not even spent 300 gold to buy all of the copies. The low price was mainly due to players not having a major use for the basic Holy Spirit potion. It simply wasn't one of Alchemist's hot items. If he were looking for the intermediate regeneration potion and the intermediate mana recovery potions recipes, however, they would be much more expensive. With so many recipes, even after every alchemist in the Candlelight trading firm learned it, he would still have plenty to spare. Feng had also bought over 6,500 stacks of Holy Spirit flowers, with 20 flowers per stack. Currently, each stack sold for around 12 to 13 silver. In total, Feng had spent over 800 gold on the Holy Spirit flowers. For a while, I'll have Candlelight purchase Holy Spirit flowers. Feng was mostly satisfied with how many Holy Spirit flowers he had procured at the end of the day. The Holy Spirit flower was a rare herb. Rather than sell it, most guilds usually opted to store the flowers in their guild warehouses. Only independent players sold the herb, thus the limited supply on the market. If he turned these 6,500 plus stacks of Holy Spirit flower into basic Holy Spirit potions, he would have enough to last Emerald City's players for quite some time. As long as the Candlelight trading firm's acquisition of Holy Spirit flowers could keep up with the potion's demand, Emerald City would become a stable source of income for the trading firm for a relatively long time. Feng had also spent 3,000 gold to construct an advanced guild hall in Lakeheart City. Although the land he bought from Phoenix Rain could not compare to Zero Wing's main guild residence, the towering advanced guild hall was still impressive enough to shock Lakeheart City's players. Wow, this guild has style. I wonder which guild this is. To think that anyone would want to develop in this backwater city. It shouldn't be a large guild, right? Maybe it's some third-rate guild. I guess you're right. There is no way a large guild would fancy our Lakeheart City. There were not many players residing in Lakeheart City due to its location on an island. There were not many good leveling spots around either. The city's current population was slightly over 100,000. No first-rate guild would waste their efforts on a desolate city like this. As a result, only a second-rate guild ruled over Lakeheart City. Moreover, its main headquarters wasn't located in the city. Rather, it was based in a major city with a player population of over 500,000. Furthermore, the guild residences in Lakeheart City. They were a far cry from Zero Wing's magnificent advanced guild hall. Huh? Wait a minute. Look at the emblem on that guild flag. Doesn't that look like Zero Wing's six-winged emblem? Chapter 988. The Seven Treasures' First Appearance. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 988. The Seven Treasures' First Appearance. Upon hearing Zero Wing's name, the players on the street turned to look at the flag flying from the guild hall's roof. Really is a six-winged emblem. What? Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild is actually starting a branch guild here. Many people felt chills crawl down their spines, excitement overwhelming them as they stared at the guild flag. None of them could believe their eyes. Although Lake Heart City was in the Black Dragon Empire, the empire neighbored Star Moon Kingdom. They were up to date about the nearby kingdoms. They also frequently purchased a copy of the God's Domain Experts list. Everybody knew about Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. Moreover, the ruler of the Black Dragon Empire's imperial capital, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, had suffered at Zero Wing's hands. With such a powerful guild appearing in Lake Heart City, how could they contain their excitement? Since Zero Wing is coming here, does this mean we'll have a chance to join Zero Wing? I guess so. When a guild develops in a new city, it normally recruits some of the local players to expand gradually. I heard that the benefits Zero Wing offers are awesome. They are even better than what first-rate guilds offer. In other guilds, I heard that only core members get to use the guild hall's private rooms. On the other hand, one only needs to be an elite member in Zero Wing to rent a private room and accumulate the double EXP buff. I've always wanted to join Zero Wing. Unfortunately, it costs too much to teleport from the Black Dragon Empire to White River City. Now, though, I don't have to worry about teleportation fees. Anticipation filled these independent players' hearts as they ogled Zero Wing's new guild residence. To ordinary players, traveling to other countries was too expensive. Even if they spent their entire fortune traveling to White River City, there was no guarantee that they would be accepted into the guild. Furthermore, they had long since familiarized themselves with Lake Heart City and its surroundings. If they started developing in an unknown city, their leveling speed and daily income would decrease drastically. In addition, unlike in Lake Heart City, they wouldn't have companions to rely on in White River City now. However, times had changed shortly after Zero Wing's branch guild had appeared. News of this matter quickly spread throughout the city. Some rejoiced, while others grew worried. To independent players, Zero Wing's appearance was good news. To the local guilds, however, nothing was good about this development. When the Crimson Castle Guild, the second-rate guild ruling over Lake Heart City, received the news, it had held an emergency meeting among its upper echelons. Why has Zero Wing suddenly shown up in a backwater city like Lake Heart City? If Zero Wing really intends on developing here, they will target the high-resource areas we usually occupy. What's there to be afraid of? Even if Zero Wing is powerful in Star Moon Kingdom, this is Lake Heart City. This is our territory. We are far more familiar with the city's surroundings than Zero Wing. Even if a war breaks out between our guilds, the winner isn't set in stone. Crimson Castle's upper echelons discussed the situation heatedly. Although the leveling areas around Lake Heart City were not particularly beneficial, once players familiarized themselves with the area, their leveling speed would increase. Moreover, unlike other cities, there were very few guilds in Lake Heart City. This allowed Crimson Castle to obtain plenty of raw materials very easily. There is no need to get too worked up about this. I have heard that the situation in Star Moon Kingdom isn't very stable. Zero Wing won't focus too much on conquering Lake Heart City. Moreover, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has a grudge against Zero Wing. If we report Zero Wing's arrival to the pavilion will seek vengeance. The dignified, middle-aged man in the guild leader's seat said as he watched the arguing players before him. In a deep tone, he said, "During this period, keep an eye on Zero Wing's members. Report everything to the pavilion." Hearing their guild leader's order, the Crimson Castle's upper echelons fell silent and nodded in agreement. As their guild leader had said, Zero Wing had used the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion as a stepping stone to become famous, leaving the pavilion's prestige in tatters. After that incident, the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's 9 Dragons Emperor declared that he would not let the matter rest. Although dealing with Zero Wing in Star Moon Kingdom was difficult for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, it was a different story in the Black Dragon Empire. The Black Dragon Empire was the pavilion's territory. It would be child's play to take care of a measly branch guild. While Crimson Castle hashed out a plan to deal with Zero Wing, Feng spent 300 gold to bind the guild transfer scroll's coordinates. Afterward, Zero Wing's members in White River City could simply purchase Lake Heart City's guild transfer scrolls to travel to the city directly. The guild transfer scroll was one of a guild's greatest benefits. Unlike NPC cities' teleportation halls, which charged a steep teleportation fee, players only needed to purchase the corresponding guild transfer scroll to reach their desired guild residence. However, such a major benefit came with restrictions. Players were only allowed to carry one guild transfer scroll at a time. Moreover, the scroll had a very long cooldown. The transfer scroll's prices also varied depending on the distance between the destination and where it was purchased. Regardless, it was still cheaper than using the teleportation halls if a guild had enough guild residences. It could easily replace teleportation halls. When Feng finished binding the coordinates, he looked at the time. Glancing up at the already dark sky, he called up his system interface, intending to log off for the day and rest now that he had established Lake Heart City's branch guild. He needed Aqua Rose to transfer the batches of selected members. As for Raven's monster-repelling issue, Feng had already instructed Flying Shadow to handle it originally. He had intended Fire Dance to carry out the task. However, Fire Dance was currently busy leading Zero Wings members in raiding the Undead Gorge and did not have time to spare. So, he used his next best option. Flying Shadow was Zero Wings' second best assassin. Not only was his movement speed quite high, but he could also move about rather secretively. He wasn't easy to detect when it was time to repel the monster invasion. Flying Shadow could use the monster repellent scroll without anyone noticing, which would reduce the chances of Raven discovering the scroll, although the monster repellent scroll was very rare and few people knew about it. Seeing as Quiet Melody, the Sacred Temple's Vice Temple Master, had purchased so many in Blackwing City, Feng deemed it wise to use the scrolls discreetly, hiding the scroll's function. In any case, Zero Wing only needed to repel the invasions. It was not obligated to reveal its means of doing so after clicking the logout button. While Feng waited on the logout timer, he habitually used the Golden Stigmata's detect skill. The quest to find the 7 treasures was truly sinister. With God's domain being so massive, how was he supposed to locate them? Fortunately, he had been given a very long time limit to complete the quest. Hence, Feng routinely used the detect skill once a day. If not for the skill's one-day cooldown, his search for the 7 treasures would have proceeded much faster after using the detect skill. Feng heard the sound of a system notification system. The Golden Stigmata has detected the 7 treasures' energy waves. Do you wish to track the energy waves? Why would the 7 treasures be here? Feng instantly tensed. He had never imagined that he would come across the 7 treasures' energy waves in Lake Heart City. Chapter 989. Special Set Equipment. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 989. Special Set Equipment. Upon hearing the system notification, Feng immediately stopped the logout process and chose to track the energy waves the Golden Stigmatas detect had a 50,000-yard range, which was not particularly large. The skill just managed to cover Lake Heart City as well as the surrounding forest and fields. There should not be any monsters within that range, and it was even less likely for there to be any relics. Otherwise, someone would have long since discovered them. After all, it was impossible for an NPC city to be constructed above a relic yet. The 7 treasures, which had been lost for many years, had appeared in the middle of nowhere. It was inconceivable as expected. It is inside the city. Feng could not help his surprise when he saw the perceived location on his map. This should be in the Nobles District, although Feng knew that the 7 treasures could be anywhere. Who could have thought that he would find the legendary 7 treasures in Lake Heart City's Nobles District? If the War God's Temple knew that the 7 treasures were in the Black Dragon Empire, they would have turned the Empire over in their search, not to mention the insignificant Lake Heart City. After checking the general location, Feng summoned the demonic flame tiger and charged towards the Nobles District. A monster. A monster has appeared in the city. Crap, that's a mount. What kind of mount is that? It's so cool. When the players on the street saw the demonic flame tiger charge out of Zero Wings' residence, they were stupefied. A city like Lake Heart City didn't even have one level 40 player, much less a mount. Hence, when these players saw the majestic, towering demonic flame tiger, they grew more enthusiastic to join Zero Wing. Black Dragon Empire, Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's guild residence. Entering the guild leader's office, a beautiful, tall female summoner reported respectfully, "Vice Guild Leader. The Crimson Castle's guild leader requests a meeting with you. He claims that it is related to Zero Wing." I understand. It seems that quite a few people are displeased with Zero Wing today. Blood Dragon, the guild leader of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Black Dragon Empire branch guild, said, chuckling, "Ghost, bring him in." The female summoner, beautiful ghost, nodded. She left the office to guide Crimson Castle's guild leader. Inside the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's reception room, a robust man, standing about 2 meters tall, waited patiently. This man was none other than the Crimson Castle's guild leader, Crimson Fox. Why haven't they met with me yet? Crimson Fox was frustrated as he stared beyond the window pane at the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members going about their business. Sure enough, the pavilion deserved to be called a super first-rate guild. Despite only being a branch guild's residence, he saw plenty of experts moving about the hall, with many of them radiating a significant pressure. Among these experts, he envied a few players' equipment. The Crimson Castle could never compare to a guild like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Crimson Fox had originally intended to send one of the guild's upper echelons to the pavilion. However, when he thought about the violent and arrogant temper of the pavilion's vice-guild leader, Blood Dragon, he felt that it would be safer if he visited the guild personally. Once he reached the pavilion's guild residence, he firmly believed that he had made the right decision. His guild's representative would never have been allowed through the pavilion's gates. Moreover, not long ago, he received another message from his subordinate stating that Zero Wing's demonic flame tiger had appeared in Lake Heart City. The upper echelons of God's domain's various guilds were no strangers to the demonic tiger. After all, the demonic tiger was known as the best mount in God's domain. Many even suspected that it might be a fine gold mount. Besides, this powerful mount's owner was none other than Zero Wing's Feng. Those who understood Zero Wing knew that Feng's position in the guild was definitely among the top 3. He might even be second only to Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. Such an important figure in Lake Heart City stressed Crimson Fox. Anyone capable of leading a large guild was no idiot. With a figure like Feng visiting the city, it was clear how important Lake Heart City was to Zero Wing. If they did not remove Zero Wing as soon as possible, it would only be a matter of time before Crimson Castle fell from the position of the city's ruler. While Crimson Fox occupied himself with these thoughts, the reception room's wooden doors swung open. A tall beauty then entered the room. This woman was the female summoner Beautiful Ghost, who had reported to Blood Dragon. When Crimson Fox's eyes met Beautiful Ghost's, he shuddered. Alarm bells rang in his mind, warning him to be careful of the woman standing before him. Crimson Fox? Follow me, Beautiful Ghost said. After sparing Crimson Fox a glance, she turned and left the reception room with an air of indifference. Her eyes hadn't contained a hint of respect when she looked at Crimson Fox. Rather, they held contempt, as if she had been watching an ant. If not for Blood Dragon's orders, she would not have paid any attention to the man at all. Although Crimson Fox wanted to respond, after a moment of hesitation, he chose to shut his mouth. Aside from the fact that he was on foreign soil, this female summoner was already stronger than him. Not only was she level 39, but her equipment also radiated the unique glow of dark gold items. Moreover, the red-blue robes, headwear, and other equipment were clearly pieces of a set. In other words, Beautiful Ghost wore a dark gold set equipment. In comparison, he only had individual pieces of level 35 dark gold equipment. A level 35 dark gold set equipment, as expected of a super first-rate guild. Crimson Fox smiled bitterly. He had no choice but to endure this woman's contemptuous look. After all, she had more than earned her arrogance. However, Crimson Fox did not know that Beautiful Ghost's dark gold set equipment was not a level 35 set. If Feng were present, he would have instantly recognized the equipment. This was the level 40 dark gold set equipment, Life Summons. Only level 40 and above field Great Lords had a chance of dropping these set pieces initially. Only level 40 summoners could equip the Life Summon set. However, this equipment was somewhat special. If one had all 5 pieces of the set, the level requirement would drop by 5 levels. Under Beautiful Ghost's lead, Crimson Fox quickly arrived before the guild leader's office on the 3rd floor. On his way, Crimson Fox had seen many level 50 NPC guards. Without someone of relevance as a guide, even the guild's elite members would not be allowed near the guild leader's office. Upon entering the office, Crimson Fox involuntarily shuddered. He felt an immense pressure, almost as if a boss monster were in the room with him. Moreover, it didn't feel like any ordinary boss monster. At the very least, it felt like a lord boss or stronger. How is this possible? Crimson Fox stared at Blood Dragon, who leaned against his office chair while enjoying a glass of wine, shock filling his heart. Is this the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Vice Guild leader? At this moment, Crimson Fox struggled to breathe. Compared to Blood Dragon, the pressure he felt from Beautiful Ghost before was a joke against Beautiful Ghost. He could, more or less, move unaffected. However, when faced with Blood Dragon, his movements were somewhat sluggish. In battle, this pressure would greatly impact his combat power, however. The scene inside the office was even more shocking. Seated opposite of Blood Dragon was a gorgeous woman who, despite the powerful mental oppression in the room, seemed utterly unaffected. Chapter 990, Empire's Overlord. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin Chapter 990 Empire's Overlord. Who is she? Crimson Fox's attention unconsciously drifted to the leisurely woman currently. Blood Dragon was level 40, and only a handful of players throughout the Black Dragon Empire had reached this level. Level 40 players were much stronger than level 39 players in terms of attributes, as they could equip level 40 equipment. If even he, someone who wore a full collection of level 35 dark gold equipment, felt such immense pressure from Blood Dragon, one could just imagine how intense of a pressure a level 20 player would feel in Blood Dragon's aura. Yet the mysterious woman before him treated Blood Dragon's undisguised aura as if it were a spring breeze. In addition, the mysterious woman herself exuded a noble and graceful aura that coaxed one into submission. Sit. Blood Dragon told Crimson Fox as he pointed to one of the wooden chairs on the other side of his desk. Let me introduce you. This beauty is the Blackwater Corporation's representative, Qin Muyun. Like you, she is here for Zero Wing. The Blackwater Corporation? Crimson Fox was taken aback. Everyone had heard of the Blackwater Corporation. It was a Fortune 500 company. Meanwhile, the young woman before him had been chosen to represent such a major corporation. Guild leader Crimson. If you have any information regarding Zero Wing that you wish to share, please tell us. I believe that Miss Muyun is also interested to hear it, Blood Dragon said. Chuckling, Crimson Fox nodded nervously. He then relayed everything about Zero Wing's development in Lake Heart City. Vice Guild leader Blood, you've seen Zero Wing's ambition for yourself. If we let Zero Wing develop any further, no one will be able to guarantee that Zero Wing won't set its sights on the Black Dragon Empire. If we don't take measures to contain the guild, with its development speed thus far, it won't be long before it grows so big that even you will be helpless against it, Qin Muyun said, smiling. You should consider my earlier proposal. Qin Muyun had the voice of a siren. Her words were intoxicating. Even an expert like Crimson Fox was not completely unaffected initially. Qin Muyun had worried that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would reject their offer of cooperation. Now, however, her worries had been resolved before this. Zero Wing's operations had been limited to Star Moon Kingdom. No matter how strong it became, it wouldn't impact the pavilion's operations in the Black Dragon Empire. However, she had never imagined that, of all places, Zero Wing would choose to expand into the Black Dragon Empire. The Black Dragon Empire was the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's territory. For the sake of its reputation, the pavilion couldn't let Zero Wing enjoy itself here. Otherwise, Nine Dragons Emperor's prior declaration would be nothing more than his own disgrace. Since Miss Muyun has already said as much, I agree to provide support in resources, products, coins, and experts to help you defeat Zero Wing. Once the deed is done, however, the pavilion wants full authority over Stone Forest Town. Please rest assured, as long as the pavilion helps us from the sidelines, the Blackwater Corporation will deal with the rest. Qin Muyun smiled. If there isn't anything else to discuss, I must leave to report the good news to my superiors. Blood Dragon nodded before sending Qin Muyun off with his gaze. Vice Guild leader Blood. What about Lake Heart City? Crimson Fox asked anxiously. Lake Heart City was an important source of income for the Crimson Castle. Without it, the guild's development would deteriorate significantly. Relax. Since Zero Wing dares to enter the Black Dragon Empire, the pavilion won't let the guild off the hook. I will send the Blood Legion to assist the Crimson Castle. We'll make sure that Zero Wing regrets ever setting foot in the Black Dragon Empire. Blood Dragon could not help but chuckle. Turning to Crimson Fox, he spoke in a domineering tone. I'll appoint my aide, Beautiful Ghost, to command the operation. I believe that you do not have any arguments, right? Of course, Crimson Fox said excitedly. The Blood Legion was a legion of expert assassins that everyone in the Black Dragon Empire knew about. Not only did these experts possess excellent equipment, but every one of them was also adept with ambushes in the fields. Although the Blood Legion was not the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's strongest force, it was the one that the various large guilds feared the most. Even first-rate guilds were afraid of the Blood Legion out in the fields. Even a single expert assassin was a force not to be reckoned with. Knowing that a team of 1,000 expert assassins waited for them, who would possibly be bold enough to venture out to grind monsters? Even if a guild dispatched a small army of players to hunt down the Blood Legion, its efforts would be futile. It was precisely this reason that the various large guilds paled at the mention of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Blood Legion. Only a super first-rate guild with a powerful foundation was capable of compiling such a force. For a first-rate guild, even forming a team of 100 expert assassins was impossible now that the pavilion intended to dispatch the Blood Legion. Zero Wings members should not even consider leaving Lake Heart City. If they did, they should not dream of returning alive. If this persisted, Zero Wing would not survive in Lake Heart City. Eventually, it would be forced to withdraw. I'll leave the rest to you, Blood Dragon told Beautiful Ghost Vice Guild leader. Do not worry. I will gather the men right away. It will only take a few days to eradicate Zero Wing from the Black Dragon Empire, Beautiful Ghost said very confidently. In Beautiful Ghost's opinion, their opponent was merely Zero Wing's branch guild. Dispatching the Blood Legion was simply making a big fuss over nothing. Lake Heart City's Nobles District. Not many players wandered down the street of Western European buildings. Only NPC nobles. When Feng arrived before a luxurious mansion atop the demonic Flame Tiger, he noticed a team of 20 players gathered at its gates. He also spotted a few familiar figures among the team members. These people were none other than Thoughtful Rain, Blue Bamboo, Gunfire, Death Wind, and Autumn Goose. Big brother Yifeng, why are you here? Blue Bamboo noticed Feng and the towering demonic Flame Tiger immediately, surprise flashing in her eyes. Hearing Blue Bamboo's exclamation, Thoughtful Rain and the others turned towards the demonic tiger. By the entrance, Feng was even more shocked by the sudden development than Thoughtful Rain and her companions. He had only arrived before this mansion due to the 7 treasures. At this point, the golden stigmatas tracker pointed to the 7 treasures' exact location. He had never expected to find Thoughtful Rain and the others here as well. However, after Blue Bamboo had noticed him, the rest of the team turned and glared as if he were their greatest enemy, killing intent filling their eyes. Suddenly, the shield warrior Death Wind scattered the heavy atmosphere as he approached Feng and asked pleasantly, Brother Yifeng, what a coincidence. Are you here for a quest as well? Chapter 991, Cost of Contempt. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 991, Cost of Contempt. An acquaintance. When everyone in the team saw Death Wind greet Feng, their gazes softened slightly. Even so, they remained very cautious with him currently. Feng wore his black cloak, so they could not see his information. However, the fact that he rode a mount showed that he was extraordinarily strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached level 40 so quickly. They wouldn't mind a weak acquaintance. However, Feng's strength was precisely the reason that they remained wary. Autumn, you guys know him? A robust man asked Autumn Goose, who stood beside him. This robust man, weathered appearance spoke of years of life's vicissitudes. A suit of silvery gray knight's armor protected his body, and he carried a tower shield that was nearly as tall as he was. At his waist, he carried a luxurious golden knight's sword. Furthermore, he had already reached level 40 MHM. He's one of Zero Wing's elders. He is incredibly strong. It was thanks to him that we had completed our previous quest. Autumn Goose nodded to the robust man's question. She did not try to hide anything as the man beside her was none other than the commander of the Wind God's spear, Fallen Wind. If we can convince Yifeng to help us, we'll have a much higher chance of completing this quest. Hearing Autumn Goose's words, Fallen Wind could not help but re-examine Feng. Although Autumn Goose seemed approachable on the surface, she was arrogant to the bone. In her eyes, very few people were worth Autumn Goose's recognition. Autumn, aren't you giving him a bit too much credit? Isn't he just some expert a large guild nurtured? How strong could he possibly be? If we take him with us, he'll probably only hold us back. A frosty youth in brown leather armor said dismissively aside from Wind God Spear's brilliant battle records in the multiple confrontations they have had with several large guilds. Their several new experts were already many times stronger than first-rate guilds' pampered experts. As for the members here today, they were the creme de la creme of the Wind God Spear. Every Wind God Spear member here was a top-class expert with a list of illustrious achievements. How could someone like Feng possibly compare to them? To further his point, the youth had never seen Feng's name on God's Domain's experts list. Disregarding the cold youth's words, Autumn Goose looked directly at Fallen Wind and said, "Commander, I believe that Big Brother Deathwind will also support my point." At Autumn Goose's strong recommendation of Feng, Thoughtful Rain's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation. Although she did not understand why, whenever she was with Feng, she felt indescribably safe. She didn't even feel like this when she traveled with someone as powerful as Fallen Wind. This is interesting. Fallen Wind could not help but watch the cloaked Feng, curiosity flashing in his eyes naturally. There was no need to mention Feng's level. However, the swordsman's combat standards were unknown. Generally, one could judge a person's strength based on the aura they radiated. The stronger a person was, the stronger their aura was. Such a phenomenon was due to the confidence they gained from experiencing countless battles. Yet, even after observing Feng for a long moment, Fallen Wind could not sense any aura that hinted at Feng's strength. As to whether or not Feng concealed his aura, this was unlikely. After all, even experts would find it extremely difficult to conceal their aura completely unless their mental fortitude had reached a certain level. However, experts capable of doing so were generally in their 30s or 40s. Some only reached this refinement in their 50s. To put it simply, it was impossible for a youth to have enough control to hide their aura. However, both Autumn Goose and Deathwind seemed to admire Feng. This was strange indeed. Autumn, let's pass on asking him this time. If the opportunity presents itself, we can invite him in the future. We've already determined our team's roster. Sudden adjustments to the team will increase our chances of failure, Fallen Wind said after giving it some thought. We cannot afford to fail this quest. If we complete this quest, the Wind God's Spear's strength will climb to a new level. The Wind God's Spear won't have to shuffle around in the Dark Knight Empire's shadows anymore. Instead, the Empire's large guilds will have to hide like rats. I understand, Autumn Goose dejectedly replied. She understood Fallen Wind's sentiment. They had invested a lot of effort into this quest. Now that they had reached the final phase and were prepared, they would be taking unnecessary risks if they replaced one of the team members. Our commander knows best. If we allow a half-assed expert into the team, I'll constantly have to worry about him dragging me to the grave, the cold youth said, nodding when Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo heard Fallen Wind reject Autumn Goose's proposal and ordinary blades. The cold youth, ridicule, they were annoyed. However, as they were members of Zero Wing, they did not find it appropriate to intervene in Wind God Spear's internal matters. Ordinary Blade's disrespect of Feng made the somewhat angry commander. Fallen, I apologize, but Blue and I won't be participating in this operation. After all, this is the Wind God Spear's affair. It wouldn't be proper for us to take part. Thoughtful Rain announced they had simply tagged along for this quest due to Fallen Wind's invitation and their friendship with Autumn Goose and the others. Now that Zero Wing's elder had been belittled, how could they, members of Zero Wing, remain on the team? Ordinary, apologize to Miss Rain and Miss Blue. Fallen Wind growled as he glared at the frosty youth. How could he not understand the meaning behind Thoughtful Rain's words? The sudden development stupefied Ordinary Blade. He was simply trying to make himself look good before Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. How had things ended up this way? What was going on here? Miss Rain and Miss Blue are members of Zero Wing. Fallen Wind softly reminded the boy this was the first time Ordinary Blade had met Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. In addition, as the two women were participating in the quest as individuals, they had not worn their guild emblems. Hence, Ordinary Blade had not realized that the duo was from Zero Wing. Miss Rain, I misspoke. Please, forgive me. Ordinary Blade quickly apologized after realizing his blunder. He very much felt like digging a hole and jumping in. Saying Ordinary Blade's distress, Autumn Goose, who was familiar with the youth, could not help but giggle. In the Wind God's Spear, Ordinary Blade was famous for his indifference. However, When the youth had met thoughtful Rain for the first time, his eyes had nearly fallen from their sockets. It was obvious that the youth was interested in thoughtful Rain. Unfortunately, his attempt to impress her had backfired magnificently this time. Even their commander couldn't save him. She and thoughtful Rain were as close as sisters. She was very familiar with thoughtful Rain's personality. When thoughtful Rain made a decision, even a force of nature wouldn't change her mind. She remembered thoughtful Rain's decision to join Zero Wing. No matter how much she had tried to dissuade the girl, hadn't thoughtful Rain still joined the guild? Chapter 992, Legendary Difficulty. Hellscythe_Vampirecat Chapter 992, Legendary Difficulty. Thoughtful Rain's resolute refusal gave Fallen Wind a headache. Ordinary Blade truly knew how to give him trouble. Thoughtful Rain was a God's Domain player who had come into contact with virtual reality games just recently. However, when Fallen Wind watched the battle video Autumn Goose sent him, which showed a duel between herself and thoughtful Rain, a shiver had crawled down his spine. If not for Autumn Goose telling him about thoughtful Rain's situation, he would not have even imagined that God's Domain was her first virtual reality game. Within just a few months' time, she had actually managed to grow to a point where she could hold her own against Autumn Goose. Her improvement speed was simply godly compared to thoughtful Rain. Those players who were held up as geniuses in God's Domain were simply garbage recently. Autumn Goose had been improving very quickly, and right now her strength already ranked steadily within the top 10 of the Wind God's Spear. Although the Wind God's Spear was only an adventurer team, its members were all battle maniacs and extremely proud. Members of the team would frequently spar with each other. They would also often pick fights with members of large guilds. As a result, their strength increased continuously every day. Rather than passing their time leisurely in God's Domain, they desperately sought all sorts of means to improve themselves. Hence, ranking within the top 10 of the Wind God's Spear was a challenging proposition, not to mention maintaining a position there yet. When Autumn Goose reunited with thoughtful Rain after not meeting her for a short time, Autumn Goose had actually lost to thoughtful Rain, who was significantly weaker than herself before, in a duel. Moreover, when thoughtful Rain defeated Autumn Goose, it was obvious she had not used her full strength. Fallen Wind found it truly hard to fathom what heights thoughtful Rain's combat power had already reached. However, he estimated that she should be able to rank within the top 5 of the Wind God's Spear. In contrast, although Ordinary Stranger was very talented and his improvement speed was very fast, he only ranked within the top 20. Even now, losing a combatant like thoughtful Rain would greatly hamper their quest. Just as Fallen Wind was about to say something, a crisp voice suddenly came from within the mansion, echoing throughout the entire courtyard and making everyone's souls tremble. The lively day it is today. I never thought that even an important person from the War God's Temple would be willing to pay me a visit. However, since you've already arrived, I'll have to ask you to remain and head to another world to enjoy. After the sound of this voice dissipated, a magic barrier enveloped the entire mansion. What's going on? This sudden development threw everyone for a loop. Fallen Wind, in particular their quest, had tasked them to visit Countess Katie Green of the Black Dragon Empire. The Countess would then bring them to a secret location. However, based on the words she had just spoken, it was clear that she was trying to make them suffer while everyone was panicking. Feng remained relatively calm. It was very obvious to him that the Countess's words were intended for him. Otherwise, she would not have mentioned War God's Temple. While Feng and everyone else were thinking of how to deal with their current predicament, their vision immediately filled with darkness. Every one of them transformed into a streak of light and disappeared from the luxurious mansion. It was as if none of them had ever appeared there. The NPC guards patrolling the streets did not even sense the existence of the barrier magic array. What is this place? Why have my movements turned sluggish? Commander, I can't use my return scroll. Me too. As soon as everyone could see again, they discovered that the scenery before them had changed. Their bodies also felt leaden. Many in the team could not help but grow anxious at this situation. Meanwhile, this sealed space had only a set of open, pitch-black stone doors, a few hundred meters in height, standing right before them. Beyond these doors was a wide and spacious passage, the walls of which boasted countless carvings of gods and demons. The images depicting the ancient war between gods and demons. This passage led directly to a towering temple in the distance. Upon seeing the massive stone doors, A name immediately appeared in Feng's mind: the Trial of God. To players, the Trial of God was an opportunity. It was extremely difficult to encounter one. Previously, Blackie and the others had only managed to enter one due to luck. However, great rewards also came with great risks. Maybe it was also due to their luck, but Blackie and the others had encountered only a four-colored trial. It was also precisely because it was only a four-colored trial that they had managed to deal with the challenges and safely clear the Trial of God. However, the Trial of God before him right now was no four-colored trial. Generally, players could determine the rank of the trial they were taking through the transfer gate in the outside world. However, after entering a trial, there was still another method to determine its rank, and that was the size of the trial gate. Trial gates that were around 10 meters tall signified that one was undertaking a one-colored trial, after which came 20 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters, 100 meters, 300 meters, and 999 meters. Meanwhile, the trial gate before them was clearly over 100 meters in height, perhaps around 300 meters in all. In other words, this was a six-colored trial, and its difficulty could rival legendary quests. Shortly after Feng realized that this place was the Trial of God, Fallen Wind and several other experts came to the same conclusion. Immediately, their expressions turned very gloomy. Why is it a six-colored Trial of God? As calm as he was, even Fallen Wind's mouth twitched involuntarily when he noticed this fact. The Trial of God was no secret in God's domain. With so many players playing the game, there were bound to be quite a few players who had encountered it. As more and more players discussed the trial on the official forums, details about the Trial of God became public. After the others heard Fallen Wind mentioning the Trial of God, they promptly looked it up on the official forums. However, once everyone understood what exactly a six-colored trial was, their hearts grew very heavy. Commander, what should we do now? Many members of the Wind God's Spear asked worriedly. There were only two methods to leave a Trial of God. One was to clear the trial, while the other was to give up on it. There was no third possibility. Those who died inside the trial would be resurrected and forced to continue. Those who completed the trial would be showered in glory, their strength increasing significantly. However, those who chose to give up would have to pay a heavy price. Moreover, the higher the rank of the trial, the greater the price exacted. If one forfeited a six-colored trial, the consequences were unimaginable. There was a great chance that their account would be crippled permanently. Hence, most players who encountered a Trial of God would first determine the trial's difficulty before deciding whether or not they should challenge or distance themselves from it. In their case, however, they had been forcibly transported to this place. They did not even have a say in the matter. To the Wind God's Spear, if the trial had the difficulty of only an epic quest, they would still be confident of clearing it. However, for a trial whose difficulty approached that of a legendary quest, they had no confidence whatsoever that they would succeed. After taking a deep breath, Fallen Wind said, "Calm down. Since we've already entered the Trial of God, what we need to do now is think of a solution to clear it. We don't have any other choice." As soon as Fallen Wind finished speaking, numerous silver-armored knights with glowing red eyes started emerging from the walls of the passage. In the blink of an eye, the entire passage was packed full of knights, every one of them charging towards Feng's ground. Undead Fanatic, Dark Creature, Elite, Level 50 HP 200, 000/200, 000. This scene caused everyone's scalps to go numb. Form a defensive formation. Feng shouted hurriedly at this time. Everyone finally reacted. Currently, everyone no longer considered whether they could succeed or not. Instead, they wondered how long they could survive. When the tide of undead fanatics reached the team, the MTs at the front felt greatly pressured. Despite these undead fanatics being elite rank only, they possessed great strength. Not only was every one of their attacks capable of pushing the MTs back, but it also caused nearly -1000 damage even when blocked. With multiple undead fanatics attacking at the same time, the MTs lost HP by the thousands. The healers standing at the rear simply couldn't keep up. Although everyone from the Wind God's Spear was doing their best to retaliate, their attacks inflicting several thousand damage to the undead fanatics, there were simply too many monsters. No matter how much they attacked, their efforts did not seem to be making a difference. When the team was close to succumbing, a streak of light suddenly cut across the monsters. A large number of undead fanatics in a cone-shaped area died instantly. Everyone was stupefied by this scene at this time. Everyone could not help but shift their gaze towards the cloaked Feng, the origin of this phenomenon. Chapter 993, Soaring Life Force. Hellscythe_Vampirecat Chapter 993, Soaring Life Force. Is this the person that caught Autumn Goose's eye? Fallen Wind was astounded at the sight. He was a level 40 Guardian Knight, as well as the lead MT of the team. He had been fighting at the front line all this time, so he knew very clearly just how powerful these undead fanatics were. If there was just one of these elites, anyone on their team could easily solo it, although the undead fanatics possessed great strength, far surpassing even that of their team's level 40 Berserker Autumn Goose. Their attack speed and reaction speed were not particularly fast. Given enough space, even an MT could slowly wear one down by themselves. However, it was terrifying if they had to go up against over 10,000 of these elite monsters. The tide of undead fanatics surrounding them gave them no room to maneuver whatsoever, so they had no choice but to clash directly against these elites. Moreover, the undead fanatics possessed 200,000 HP, above average HPs for level 50 elite undead. In addition, the inherent magic resistance of undead was very high. Even when someone in their team used an AoE attack spell, they only managed to deal around -2,000 damage to the elites. Even after multiple applications, they barely did any damage to the undead fanatics. It was only a matter of time before the team would get annihilated. Yet, with just a single swing of his sword, Feng had vaporized nearly 1,000 undead fanatics. Aside from Fallen Wind, everyone else in the team was stupefied by Feng's performance as well. Autumn, just how did you get acquainted with such a monster? A level 39 female cursemancer asked softly. I met him when I was doing a quest with Rain. Back then, just like you guys, we thought that guild experts were merely pampered players. When Autumn Goose recalled how she had the same thoughts that the members of the Wind God's Spear had right now, she could not help but feel ashamed of herself hearing the conversation between the cursemancer and Autumn Goose. Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo felt a surge of pride overwhelm their earlier anger. He said it before, right? Big Brother Yi Feng is very powerful. Some time ago, Big Brother Yi Feng managed to kill a level 50 Field Great Lord with just me and Rain in the party. It is naturally not a problem for him to deal with these level 50 elite monsters right now, Blue Bamboo said proudly, puffing out her chest. Though they had relied mainly on Feng's 2 personal guards to defeat the level 50 Great Lord, Blue Bamboo considered the personal guards part of Feng's strength. After all, she had never seen anyone else with the ability to recruit such powerful personal guards. He managed to solo a level 50 Field Great Lord with just you 2 magical classes. That's impossible, right? Previously, even after our Wind God Spear had gathered a team of 100 players, we managed to defeat a level 40 Field Great Lord only after utilizing many rare tools. Everyone from the Wind God Spear was shocked by Blue Bamboo's revelation. The feat of killing a level 50 Great Lord was much more amazing than directly wiping out hundreds of undead fanatics after entering God's domain. They had fought against plenty of monsters. Hence, they knew full well just how frightening a level 50 Field Great Lord could be. Current players simply had no chance of contending against such a boss. Level 50 was a major milestone. Players could begin challenging their Tier 2 class change at this level and greatly improve their attributes. Their skills could reach Tier 2 as well. Overall, upon reaching level 50, players could receive a tremendous boost to their combat power. Hence, the system had made it so that level 50 monsters were stronger than level 49 monsters by a large margin. This gap was also the reason why even a Berserker expert like Autumn Goose was no match for the level 50 undead fanatics in terms of strength. Immediately, everyone looked at Feng with astonishment. Meanwhile, when Ordinary Blade, who previously still felt contempt towards Feng, noticed thoughtful Rain constantly looking at Feng, jealousy sprouted in his heart. Just you wait. I will definitely surpass you one day, Ordinary Blade swore to himself. He had only been in contact with God's domain for a short time. His strength was still rising rapidly. Besides, he had recently managed to apprentice himself to a martial arts master in the real world. Said master had even acknowledged him as a martial arts genius. With the virtual environment of God's domain practically the same as the real world, he refused to believe he would fail to surpass Feng in the future. We can't always stay on the defense. I'll open a path for us. Melee classes, protect the magical classes from the sides and follow me, Feng said hurriedly when he noticed that undead fanatics were still pouring out from the walls of the distant passage. Magical classes, don't bother attacking. Try to use movement speed reduction and imprisonment skills as much as possible. After Feng was done speaking, He cast Firestorm ahead of Hema. Towering Inferno promptly devoured everything. Although the undead fanatics possessed high magic resistance, Feng's killing ray doubled his damage towards dark creatures. As a result, by the time Firestorm's duration ended, none of the undead fanatics caught within the range of the flames remained alive unfortunately. As this place was the trial of God, regardless of how many monsters players killed here, they would not receive any EXP. Similarly, the monsters here also did not drop any loot. The only thing players could gain from fighting against the monsters here was skill proficiency. Generally, players would receive rewards only after they cleared a stage. Feng, however, got an additional benefit from killing these undead fanatics previously. When he used Lightning Blade to kill the undead fanatics, he discovered that Icarus's heart had absorbed plenty of life force after he had used the Holy Grail to evolve Icarus's heart. The necklace no longer required him to kill bosses to upgrade it. Instead, he only needed to kill players and absorb their life force. The only downside was the amount of life force required. Currently, he needed 5,000 units of life force to upgrade the necklace to epic rank. Although Feng had killed plenty of players after evolving Icarus's heart, he had also used the necklace's skill numerous times, particularly when he was opening treasure chests and killing bosses. Each use cost him 100 units of life force. He had practically used up all of what he had collected. Hence, he had never been able to upgrade Icarus's heart to epic rank during this time. However, for every 2 or 3 undead fanatics he killed, Icarus's heart's accumulated life force actually increased by 1 after just 2 attacks. Feng had gained over 800 units of life force. The rate at which he was gathering life force right now was much faster than when he was killing players, following which Feng activated both Defensive Blade and Thunder God's Descent. He then started brandishing his swords, executing Sword's Orbit as he slaughtered his way forward. The undead fanatics might have had an advantage in strength over Feng's team members, but the same could not be said for Feng himself. When comparing strength attributes, Feng, who possessed a fragmented legendary item and multiple epic weapons and equipment, only needed a single attack to send the undead fanatics flying. In terms of speed, he was many times faster than the elite monsters. Before the monsters could even touch him, his swords would have already struck their weak points. Repelling them, Feng was like a meat grinder when he went up against the endless undead fanatics. His swords madly devoured the elite monsters charging at him. With no exception, all undead fanatics within 15 yards of Feng would have their HPs reduced at a speed visible to the naked eye in the blink of an eye. Numerous undead fanatics had their 200,000 HPs depleted completely, following which Icarus's heart's accumulated life force rapidly increased. In just a few moments, the counter had crossed the 1,000-unit threshold. Autumn. Is he really a player? The members of the Wind God's Spear following behind Feng gulped involuntarily. They could not bring themselves to believe what they were seeing. Chapter 994, Rising to Epic. Hellscythe_Vampirecat Chapter 994, Rising to Epic. Everyone had already seen for themselves just how strong Feng's basic attributes were. Even the level 50 undead fanatics were no match for him in terms of strength. He could easily send the elites flying with a casual attack. However, being able to make it so that not a single monster could get within 10 yards of himself was impossible just by relying on attributes. Combat techniques and experience played important roles as well. While players could improve their basic attributes through equipment upgrades, combat techniques and experience could not be easily improved. This was also the Wind God's Spear's greatest point of pride. The various large guilds were all busy raiding dungeons to upgrade their weapons and equipment. They did not place much attention on improving their techniques and accumulating combat experience. Hence, the Wind God's Spear would manage to safely break away the encirclement of the Dark Knight Empire's various large guilds time after time and continue existing with relative ease until now. Previously, when the members of the Wind God's Spear witnessed Feng killing hundreds of undead fanatics with one attack before, the most they felt was shock. After all, that was something he achieved through relying on powerful items and skills. However, now that Feng was using an inconceivable combat technique to slaughter the elite monsters, the feeling everyone felt when they looked at Feng was no longer that of shock but admiration and worship. Instead, many members on the team had already become deeply mesmerized by the sword's orbit. If not for the undead fanatics constantly charging at them, they would definitely place all their attention on observing Feng's technique. With such a sword technique, I'm afraid that even one sword of the 8 sword heroes can't compare to him. When Fallen Wind looked at Feng, his eyes blazed with the urge to fight in the entire Dark Knight Empire. The number of experts that received his acknowledgement could be counted with his fingers. Among them, one sword, whom the secret pavilion had dubbed one of the 8 sword heroes, was someone Fallen Wind admired greatly. Now, the number of people he admired had increased by 1 more if not for the undead fanatics. He really would have wished to fight Feng to his heart's content. If he keeps on using such a powerful combat technique, will his stamina and concentration be able to handle it? Autumn Goose asked somewhat worriedly as she looked at Feng. She was not an ordinary player. Previously, when she had gone up against the encirclement of the Dark Knight Empire's various large guilds, she had also encountered players wielding special combat techniques. While these special combat techniques were indeed powerful, they also had a fatal flaw: they were extremely taxing to use. Utilizing a special combat technique was akin to sprinting all out. The burden it placed on a person's stamina and concentration was many times greater than jogging in God's domain. Even if players only had 1 HP remaining, they could still move freely so long as they did not receive heavy injuries. However, when players' stamina and concentration fell below a certain level, they would no longer be able to enter combat. If Feng exhausted his stamina and concentration right now, the consequences would be unimaginable in reality. However, Autumn Goose's concerns about Feng were unnecessary. While Sword's orbit did indeed place a huge burden on Feng's stamina, the technique's consumption of concentration was minimal. Moreover, before using Sword's orbit to defend against these undead fanatics, Feng had already activated the basic Tyrant title, increasing his fortitude by 30, maximum stamina by 20%, and all basic attributes by 5%. The additional 30 fortitude reduced his stamina and concentration consumption significantly. Coupled with the increase to his maximum stamina, Feng could persist for much longer than Autumn Goose thought. Moreover, even if Feng's current stamina and concentration could not last him until they reached the distant temple, he still possessed the Blood Refining Stone. The Blood Refining Stone was something he obtained from the Blood Refining Passage. It could absorb the life force of powerful monsters and turn this into blood energy. He could use every 100 points of blood energy he accumulated to produce a drop of life essence. When consumed, the life essence could increase a player's stamina and concentration recovery speed rapidly for 2 hours. Moreover, the effects were stackable up to 3 times. This was an item Feng always kept on his person. Although not every elite or above monster provided him with blood energy, after long periods of accumulation, he now had 827 drops of life essence. He did not need to worry about running out of stamina and concentration anytime soon. Time passed quickly. Whenever everyone thought that Feng's stamina would not hold up, Feng would consume life essence. However, the recovery speed provided by a single drop was not enough. Only after consuming 3 drops would his recovery speed exceed his consumption speed. As Feng continued slaughtering the undead fanatics, the amount of life force Icarus's heart accumulated increased rapidly. 2,000 points, 3,000 points, 4,000 points. By the time the team arrived before the dazzling, Golden Temple, Feng had long since accumulated 5,000 units of life force without hesitation. Feng upgraded Icarus's heart, necklace, epic rank, equipment requirement. All attributes 120 level 40, level 100, currently level 44. All attributes plus 44 luck plus 18. Additional skill 1, Divine Providence. Temporarily increases player's luck by 50 points for 30 seconds. Cooldown 30 minutes. Luck, duration, and cooldown can be increased, prolonged, and reduced by sacrificing life force. Maximum of 200 points of life force allowed to be sacrificed at a single time. Additional skill 2, God's Blessing. Forcefully upgrades all lifestyle classes learned by the user by 1 rank, up to a maximum of master rank, for 1 hour. Cooldown 5 hours. Duration and cooldown can be increased, prolonged, and reduced by sacrificing life force. Maximum of 500 points of life force allowed to be sacrificed at a single time. Passive skill, Life Storage. Player can accumulate up to 10,000 units of life force. Current amount, 0/10, 000. Feng was momentarily stunned when he saw the improved attributes of the epic ranked Icarus's heart. Although Icarus's heart did not receive much of an improvement in terms of basic attributes, it was definitely a godly item all players would want to have, setting aside the increased luck attribute Icarus's heart provided. Just the necklace's ability to forcibly upgrade a lifestyle class's rank could easily skyrocket a lifestyle player's worth. Particularly during this period when lifestyle players were still low-leveled, being able to upgrade an advanced lifestyle player to the master rank, even if it was only for 1 hour a day, would help a trading firm massively currently. Feng could not help but wish he could fly back to the Candlelight trading firm right this instant. Unfortunately, he first needed to clear the trial of God. When everyone arrived before the temple, they were still thinking of a way to shake off the undead fanatics' pursuit. However, once everyone entered the main hall of the temple, the mob of undead fanatics suddenly transformed into mists of blood before vanishing into nothingness. There were no signs that those monsters had ever existed. Are we safe? Blue Bamboo looked at her surroundings. After failing to find even a single undead fanatic in the vicinity, she automatically breathed out a sigh of relief. Had the battle dragged on any longer, her mana would have definitely run out before. In order to keep everyone's HPs above a safe margin, she had never once stopped casting her healing spells. On their way to this temple, she had consumed over a stack of intermediate mana recovery potions. Not only were intermediate mana recovery potions expensive on the market right now, but their supply was also very low. The ones that appeared in trading firms or auction houses would sell out almost instantly. After all, mana was the second life of magical classes. Without mana, magical classes were no different from rubbish. Hence, those who played a magical class would always carry around 3 or 4 bottles of basic or intermediate mana recovery potion at the very least. She had obtained these intermediate mana recovery potions using the guild contribution points she had earned with great difficulty. Now, however, she had used up half of her stockpile in just this short time. Truly a disheartening situation just when everyone thought that they were finally safe and could obtain the 7-colored treasure chest sitting atop the towering altar located at the very back of the main hall. The steps of the staircase leading up to the altar suddenly released red beams of light, which then formed into 3-meter-tall, fully armored undead guardians. Undead guardian, dark creature, chieftain, level 50. HP 2, 400, 000/2, 400, 000. Although there were only several hundred undead guardians standing on the staircase, a far cry from the endless flood of undead fanatics from before, everyone could clearly sense that these undead guardians were many times more powerful than those elite monsters. Currently, 3 undead guardians stood on each step of the staircase, and if the team attempted to lure any one of the chieftains, no doubt the other 2 undead guardians would follow. In other words, the team had to go up against 3 undead guardians simultaneously. At the very least, their team's average level was 10 levels lower than the undead guardians. In addition, each level 50 undead guardian could most likely rival a level 40 High Lord in strength. Only their HPs were lower. With so few players on the team, going up against 3 level 40 High Lords at the same time would be extremely difficult. It seems we won't be able to clear this stage without defeating those guardians, Feng said. He could not help but wet his lips as he looked at the 7-colored treasure chest sitting atop the staircase. This was not his first time challenging a trial of God. However, having a lucrative reward like the 7-colored treasure chest appearing in the first stage of the trial was definitely a first for him. Chapter 995, Guardian. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 995, Guardian. Commander, these undead guardians are too close to each other. Even if we lure them over, we'll have to fight a minimum of 3 at a time, Deathwind said, frowning. While he might be able to hold his ground against a level 40 High Lord for a short time, he couldn't handle 3. He would be lucky if he did not die instantly. Meanwhile, their team only had 2 MTs, himself and the team's leader, Fallen Wind. However, even an expert like Fallen Wind couldn't hold off 2 undead guardians simultaneously. Starfish, can you handle kiting one? Fallen Wind asked as he turned to a lean, muscular ranger. The ranger class possessed high movement speed. In addition, the class had quite a few control skills. Rangers were perfect for kiting. Monster Starfish happened to be one of the top-ranking rangers in Wind God's Spear. If Starfish could lure one guardian away from the team, the MTs could handle the rest. If control skills work on these monsters, it should be doable, Starfish said after observing the hall. He had plenty of space to run, so kiting the undead guardian shouldn't be a problem for him. I don't think control skills are effective against them. None of our control skills worked on the undead fanatics. Only the elementalist's ice walls slowed them down. The stronger undead guardians should have the same settings as the undead fanatics, Autumn Goose said. The other team members agreed with Autumn Goose's deduction generally. Unless a control skill were very high-tiered, It would have no effect on boss-level monsters. We don't have another choice. Use a Tier 2 summoning scroll. Then, Fallen Wind said. Gritting his teeth, he had thoroughly prepared to tackle this quest. The Tier 2 summoning scroll was one of his trump cards. Unfortunately, Tier 2 summoning scrolls were rare, and he had only brought 4 with them. Suddenly, Feng offered a suggestion. No need. I can handle one of them. However, we will need to prioritize killing mine. Are you sure? That's a level 50 chieftain we're talking about. Fallen Wind questioned. As high as Feng's basic attributes were, they should not be higher than a level 50 chieftains. Moreover, a swordsman was not an MT. The class's impact resistance and damage reduction were far weaker than the tank class's. I can handle it, Feng said. Shrugging, Commander, leave it to Brother Yifeng. While he might be a swordsman, he is even more capable as a tank than I am. The shield warrior Deathwind piped in during one of their last meetings. He had watched Feng tank a level 44 Lord-ranked Ice Cheetah. A lot of time had passed since that day. Feng's equipment had definitely improved during this period. He should have no problems tanking a level 50 chieftain. All right, I'll have to trouble you with it, then, Fallen Wind said. After hearing Deathwind's confidence and witnessing Feng's shocking performance earlier, Fallen Wind could not help but believe in Feng. Once everyone knew their responsibilities, the team began to move to start things off. The Ranger Starfish stretched his bow into a full moon and fired 3 arrows at the undead guardians patrolling the staircase's first layer. Not only did his arrows hit all 3 undead guardians, but the arrows also struck the 3 chieftains when they were furthest from the second level. As a result, the attacks had not attracted the second level's guardians the instant the arrows struck the 3 undead guardians. A damage of around -500 points appeared above each of their heads. Their defense was frighteningly high. Aside from the high defense, these chieftains were also very fast. When they moved, they were as swift as cheetahs. If not for Fallen Wind using Justice Roar in time, pulling the 3 undead guardians aggro, Starfish would not have been able to escape. As the 3 undead guardians turned towards Fallen Wind, Deathwind used charge from another side. The shield warrior then slammed his sword into the nearest undead guardian. Pong! The sharp sound of clashing metal echoed throughout the hall. The undead guardian had blocked Deathwind's slash with its greatsword, not receiving a single point of damage. On the other hand, the impact forced Deathwind to retreat by 2 steps, and a damage of over -5,000 points appeared above his head. The shield warrior instantly lost a quarter of his HP. Everyone watching was appalled. Among the MTs in Wind God's spear, Deathwind's equipment was only second to Fallen Wind's. He was also a level 40 MT, yet not only had the undead guardian discovered his sneak attack, but it also had more strength than any of them had expected. Its strength rivals a level 40 strength-based High Lord, and its reaction speed is incredibly high. Melee players approach it with care. Don't try to fight it head-on. Fallen Wind hurriedly shouted. Understood. The melee players promptly answered, tensing. A level 40 strength-based High Lord could kill any class except for plate armor classes instantly, not to mention a strength-based High Lord with such quick reactions. In their opinion, Deathwind had timed his attack perfectly, yet the Guardian had still blocked his blade. If they crossed weapons with the chieftain, they would lose far more than 5,000 HP. Just before the other 2 undead guardians reached Fallen Wind, a streak of red light struck one of the chieftain's sides. 43. 246. The terrifying critical damage rendered everyone speechless. Starfish's attacks had only dealt around -500 damage. Yet this attack had inflicted over -40,000. Moreover, the impact had sent the undead guardian flying, its body slamming into the ground. Instinctively, everyone turned towards Feng, the source of the attack, mixed feelings filling their hearts as they looked at the swordsman. Its magic resistance is high. Feng frowned at the undead guardian. That he had hit others might not realize it, but the skill he had used was Flame God's Fury, a sure kill skill. In addition, his sacred sword doubled his damage against dark creatures. Yet his attack, even after achieving a critical hit, had only inflicted over -40,000 damage. One could just imagine how high the undead guardian's defense and magic resistance were. Feng's terrifying damage instantly drew the undead guardian's aggro. Raising its great sword, the chieftain leaped into the air and landed before Feng. Suddenly, crimson flames burst from the undead guardian's originally silver greatsword, as it swung the weapon at Feng in a horizontal arc tier 1 skill. Flaming Cross Slash. Crap! This monster actually knows a sure kill skill. Seeing the towering pillar of fire, the other players realized that this was many times stronger than the Berserker's Flame Slash. They could see how much range the attack had from the height of the flames. This attack was impossible to dodge. Coupling this skill with the Undead Guardian's horrific strength, even an MT like Fallen Wind would be hard-pressed to survive the attack. You want to compare brute force? Feng chuckled. He then activated Flame Burst suddenly. The sacred sword in Feng's hand released a blinding light. As if he wielded a miniature sun, he swung Killing Ray at the incoming pillar of fire violently. Chapter 996. New Guild. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 996. New Guild. Dodge! Fallen Wind shouted when he saw the Undead Guardian's pillar of fire. The Guardian's attributes were no laughing matter. Now that it used Flaming Cross Slash, it had an attack range of at least 30 to 40 yards. With such an attack range, the Guardian's attacks could reach over half of the team's members even after casting Protection Blessing on himself. Fallen Wind doubted he could survive this attack. Even if he did, he would be very close to death. As for his team members, if they didn't have skills that granted invulnerability or damage immunity, they would not be able to survive the attack at all. Doomed. Everyone felt the threat of death loom over them. Although they tried to dodge the Undead Guardian's Flaming Cross Slash, the chieftain's attack speed was simply too high. By the time they turned to run, the Undead Guardian had swung its pillar of fire horizontally, as the pillar was about to devour the team. Feng's sacred sword released a brilliant glow boom. The massive pillar stopped abruptly as it struck the ground, scorching the earth black and gouging a 2-meter deep trench. Overall, however, the pillar of fire hadn't damaged the team. Only Feng had been thrown like a cannonball due to the impact. He crashed into one of the temple's support pillars before he slid to the ground. The other players gaped at this scene. Despite receiving the undead giant's terrifying attack, Feng had only lost around 2,000 HP. When Deathwind had received one of the Undead Guardian's attacks, the Shield Warrior had lost over 5,000 HP. Yet despite receiving a far more powerful skill, Feng had only suffered minuscule damage, although most of the players hadn't seen exactly what had happened. Fallen Wind Hottest, the Undead Guardian's attack had descended. Feng struck at the chieftain's greatsword, sliding the blades along each other and altering the weapon's trajectory slightly. In doing so, he forced the chieftain's skill to an abrupt end. Not only had he managed to save half of the team from instant annihilation, but he had also reduced the impact on himself significantly. However, this feat was easier said than done. The Undead Guardian had immense strength and top-class attack speed and reaction speed. Finding the perfect location to strike against such a powerful monster's attack was harder than threading a needle. Feng's counterattack had been far from risky. Had he deviated in the slightest, he would have failed to save his team members and paid for his mistake with his life. While Fallen Wind was confident in achieving a similar feat, he wouldn't have been able to do so as easily as Feng. So, that is the rumored Flowing Water Realm? After seeing Feng's powerful deflection technique, a flash of inspiration struck Fallen Wind. Feng's attack had also blown away the roadblock that had hindered his progress when Feng had executed Sword's Orbit. Fallen Wind could only tell how powerful Feng's combat technique was. He could not understand the technique's underlying principles. However, the technique Feng used to counter the Undead Giant's attack had fully displayed the properties of the Flowing Water Realm, which helped Fallen Wind finally understand why he had been stuck in the Refinement Realm all this time. Reaching the Refinement Realm required precise control of one's body. The Flowing Water Realm, on the other hand, required precise control over the opponent's body. Until now, Fallen Wind had focused too much on his own body, so he hadn't truly observed his opponents and understood them. However, after seeing Feng effortlessly deflect the Undead Giant's sword, he finally understood that he didn't have to spend so much energy on his own movements. Rather, he needed to put that energy and focus into his opponents. Although this situation had only changed his views slightly, Fallen Wind's aura began to change rapidly. Unlike his previous battle-ready state, his aura relaxed. Contained. Commander, be careful. Autumn Goose shouted a warning as she noticed Fallen Wind slipping into a daze. There was still an Undead Guardian looming before Fallen Wind. If the Guardian Knight did not deal with the chieftain properly, it was very likely to kill him. Just as the undead guardian before Fallen Wind swung its great sword, the guardian knight lifted his massive tower shield pung. The descending greatsword slid across the shield smoothly before smashing into the ground. Although the blade had scored a deep trench in the ground, Fallen Wind had only been forced back a step, a damage of over -2,000 points appearing above his head. The impact had only taken 1/10 of his HP commander. Did you? Autumn Goose's jaw dropped in shock. She couldn't believe her eyes. Although it wasn't as refined, Fallen Wind had used almost the same defense technique that Feng had employed. Seeing Feng easily handle his undead guardian in the distance, Fallen Wind bitterly commented, "Sure enough, it's difficult. However, the flowing water realm really is something. It's no wonder why I couldn't defeat one sword. This is the most I can handle for now. I'll have to adapt to this new sensation." Now, he could barely estimate the undead guardian's attack trajectory to defect it. Even so, it made his fight against the chieftain a lot easier. Fallen Wind's sudden rise in strength alleviated the healer's burden slightly. They could now shift more focus to keeping Deathwind alive. Meanwhile, the rest of the team launched their attacks against Feng's guardian as the seconds ticked by. The undead guardian's HP decreased 70%, 60%, 50%. No matter how much the undead guardian retaliated, Feng neutralized one of its attacks after another. Finally, after a pained shriek, the undead guardian, which had 2,400,000 HP, exploded into a blood mist and vanished from the large temple. The players released sighs of relief after the undead guardian disappeared. Icarus's heart absorbed a large amount of life force, climbing from 0 accumulated units up to 30. Although we won't find any loot or gain any EXP here, this is a good place to collect life force. Feng was somewhat surprised when he saw his stored life force after Icarus's heart had risen to epic rank. Its description no longer stated whether life force could be collected from players or monsters. It simply stated that it was capable of storing life force. In other words, he should be able to gain life force from both. Unfortunately, it was unlikely that he would gain anything from lower-level players and monsters. Learning that the undead guardians would provide so much life force, it would be a waste if he did not take advantage of this situation to farm them properly, following which, Feng rejoined the battle and dealt with the remaining undead guardians gradually. Unknowingly, 2 days passed outside the trial. The team finally defeated all of the undead guardians and arrived at the top of the staircase. We're finally here. Feng breathed a deep sigh of relief. Contrary to expectations, the temple's undead guardians could respawn. A few new ones would appear every once in a while. The team had fought day and night, afraid that they wouldn't keep up with the chieftain's respawn rate. Only after 2 days did they finally reach the top of the staircase. Unknowingly, Feng had also filled his life force storage. Once he returned to the Candlelight trading firm, even forging the magic light set equipment would be a trifling task. Meanwhile, God's domain had undergone massive changes. Particularly in Starmoon Kingdom, something had happened that had shocked the entire kingdom. The first-rate guild Ouroboros officially disbanded, and a new guild had absorbed its members. This new guild was called Blackwater. Furthermore, as the Blackwater Guild appeared before the public, for second-rate guilds and over a dozen third-rate guilds merged with Blackwater. Blackwater had also formed a strategic alliance with Heaven's Burial and declared all-out war against Zero Wing. Chapter 997. Cast Steel Armor Kit. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 997. Cast Steel Armor Kit. The alliance between Blackwater and Heaven's Burial had a huge impact on Starmoon Kingdom's players. Originally, Heaven's Burial's influence in Starmoon City rivaled that of the Star Alliance. Now that it had joined hands with Blackwater, who had annexed Ouroboros, it took control of Starmoon City. Even the Star Alliance would not dare to challenge Blackwater and Heaven's Burial. Almost all of the high-resource maps within the Starmoon City region had fallen under the two guilds' control. If anyone unaffiliated to these guilds trespassed in these maps, regardless of whether they were there for monsters, field bosses, or herbs and ores, they would run the risk of falling prey to these guilds' players, dying upon discovery. As a result, the other guilds now struggled to survive in Starmoon City. U.P. Dated by novel full. Com to independent players, though nothing much had changed. To begin with, they never visited high-resource areas as these maps always belonged to some guild. Normal leveling spots were their bread and butter. Moreover, even if Heaven's Burial and Blackwater had joined hands, The two guilds wouldn't have enough manpower to occupy every map. The various large guilds were trying to monopolize high-resource areas because they could send their members there to level quickly, maintaining their level advantage. At the same time, they could harvest plenty of raw materials. Large guilds had no interest in monopolizing normal areas aside from obtaining Ouroboros. The Blackwater Guild had annexed many other large guilds as well in one night. Blackwater had taken control of nearly 30 NPC cities in Star Moon Kingdom when Aqua Rose notified Feng of the news. He, too, had been surprised. He had never expected the Blackwater Corporation would actually be this swift and decisive. Moreover, it had annexed so many guilds without self-imploding. The corporation's guild could still function in an orderly manner. In fact, it had already begun to recruit new members in the various NPC cities. Usually, a guild needed to spend quite some time to stabilize its rule after taking over an ordinary NPC city before it could begin its recruitment. Even Zero Wing was no exception. The fact that the Blackwater Corporation had achieved such a feat showed just how frightening its foundation was. This sudden development gave Aqua Rose a massive headache. Just when Zero Wing had earned its title as Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild and was about to expand, in came a giant like the Blackwater Corporation. Blackwater even publicly declared war on Zero Wing, stating that it would not rest until only one of their guilds remained. Sadly, this was only the beginning. Their guild members were dying like flies in the fields. As Blackwater grew stronger, field battles between Zero Wing and Blackwater's members occurred more frequently. This would definitely affect their guild members' leveling speed. However, Blackwater's actions had not particularly surprised Feng in the past. Despite the Blackwater Corporation joining God's domain so late in the game, and with only half of the strength it had during its peak, it had nurtured its guild to become a super guild. The main reason for its success was its powerful foundation. It also had an advantage that other corporations lacked now that the Blackwater Corporation had joined God's domain at its peak. This performance was no surprise. While Feng rested at the top of the staircase, Aqua Rose contacted him again. Guild leader, a short while ago, Blackwater's Blackwater Trading Firm and Heaven's Burial's Heavenly Trading Firm have begun to drop their prices. They have also introduced two new, highly competitive products. One is the Cast Steel Armor Kit, and the other is the Mana Mixture. Although they aren't selling these items in high quantities at the moment, many of Candlelight's customers have begun to turn to the two trading firms for products. Aqua Rose reported worriedly, "Should we lower our prices as well? After all, we have more advanced lifestyle players than these two firms combined. Our production cost is slightly lower than theirs." Within these 2 short days, the Blackwater Corporation had rendered Aqua Rose speechless. Every move the corporation made disregarded cost. Blackwater was simply using overwhelming force to deal with Zero Wing. Now, it had begun to move on the Candlelight trading firm. If Zero Wing lost this revenue source, it would only be a matter of time before it fell to the Blackwater Corporation. Now that she was in this predicament, Aqua Rose had to admit that, while guilds with starting capital were amazing, guilds with both strength and capital were incredible. Blackwater even produced its own armor kit and potion. Even the Candlelight trading firm's advanced lifestyle players hadn't accomplished this. The Cast Steel Armor Kit was much stronger than the basic strengthened armor kit. Each Cast Steel Armor Kit increased defense by 180 points. Could already rival the intermediate Mana Armor Kit. As for basic attributes, it increased roughly the same amount as the basic strengthened armor kit. However, the basic strengthening armor kit could not replicate one aspect of the Cast Steel Armor Kit: damage reduction. With each kit that players bound to their armor, they could reduce the damage they received by 1%. As players could bind a maximum of 3 kits, one could gain a maximum of 3% damage reduction. Although 3% did not seem like much, the kits would perform magnificently against bosses. An MT's ordinarily passive skill only provided 5% damage reduction. Unfortunately, such passive damage reduction skills were extremely rare and precious. These skill books easily sold for 10 gold or more. However, even at that price, these skills were hard to find. Guilds and workshops normally kept these for their own use. After all, unlike weapons and equipment, skills would never be outdated. Many skills were still useful after players reached level 200. Unless, of course, players found a stronger replacement. However, doing so was easier said than done. As for the Mana Mixture, it was invaluable to magical class players when consumed. The Mana Mixture increased a player's maximum mana capacity by 10% for 2 hours. While the potion did not possess a cooldown, its effects would not stack. Mana was magical class's second life source. The importance of being able to raise one's mana capacity by 10% went without saying. Healers, in particular, would increase their healing abilities by 10% with a 10% mana boost. They could last longer in dungeons with the revelation of these two products. Candlelight instantly lost nearly half of its customers. The Candlelight trading firm wasn't worried about a price war. The two exclusive products, however, posed a huge threat. In addition, with the Blackwater trading firm and the Heavenly trading firm working with each other, their shops covered far more ground than Candlelight. With this, the increase in their market share would be even more frightening. Do you know their prices? Feng asked casually. These two items had also appeared in God's domain in the past. However, they hadn't appeared this soon. Heaven's Burial had relied on these items as trump cards to take control of Starmoon Kingdom in this life. Feng hadn't expected Heaven's Burial create these items so soon. Currently, they're selling each cast steel armor kit at 1 gold, 50 silver, while 1 bottle of mana mixture costs 12 silver. Moreover, as they created these items personally, they can produce as many designs and recipes as they want. As more people learn these designs and recipes, their production volume will increase. Aqua Rose said they reselling them so cheaply? Feng's curiosity grew. He clearly remembered that these two items had sold for a considerably high price in the past. Heaven's Burial hadn't been so consumer-friendly. Chapter 998. Confidence. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 998. Confidence. Cheap. A hint of doubt flashed in Aqua Rose's eyes. Although players could earn more money now, their daily expenditures were increasing just as fast as was their reliance on various tools when grinding monsters. After all, nobody wanted to die wasting several days of effort. In the fields, ordinary players would have to save for quite some time before they could afford a bottle of mana mixture. The cast steel armor kits, which cost 1 gold and 50 silver, were simply a luxury item. Only fairly powerful teams, independent experts, or those who bought coins with credits could afford the kit. What is their sales volume? Feng simply chuckled at Aqua Rose's confusion, not bothering to explain. Both the mana mixture and the cast steel armor kits were considerably good items at this stage of the game. They were also player creations, so they could be mass-produced. However, how could such valuable items not have drawbacks? If one pointed out these items' greatest drawback, it would have to be the items' required crafting materials. There were also the low production success rates to consider in the past. Although Heaven's Burial had opened the market using the cast steel armor kits and mana mixtures, due to the item's low production volume, the guild hadn't been able to dominate Starmoon Kingdom's market completely. Based on Feng's understanding, both items required rare materials. With the few materials available in Starmoon Kingdom, it was impossible to produce large quantities of these items. In addition, based on the rumors of the past, it seemed that even advanced forgers only had a 20% success rate with the cast steel armor kit. The mana mixture's production success rate was roughly the same to outsiders. A 20% success rate might seem high, but the lifestyle players involved in producing the items knew how low the success rate really was. With a 20% success rate, they would only have a chance of succeeding once out of 10 tries. Most of the time, they failed to produce anything at all. With lifestyle players' current standards, Blackwater and Heaven's Burial wouldn't even come close to covering the production costs if they sold the cast steel armor kits and mana mixtures at such a low price. In fact, for every item they sold, the firms took a major loss. IVE already sent people to investigate. Currently, they're selling roughly 10 cast steel armor kits in minor cities, while there are roughly 30 to 40 kits available in each major city. It's the same case for the mana mixture. Aqua Rose gave Feng a rundown of the situation after glancing through the investigation reports she had received. Based on these numbers, it was obvious that these two items were not easy to produce. Either that, or the guilds had very few people who could produce them. Since they want a price war, will play along. Reduce the price on everything except for the lightstones. Lower our prices to match theirs. Feng chuckled. Although the Candlelight trading firm had earned plenty from the basic strengthened armor kits and mana armor kits, the lightstones, which were essential items that could be produced in large quantities, were the main reason for Candlelight's position as Starmoon Kingdom's #1 trading firm. The total profits from their other items was just slightly more than what the firm earned from the lightstones. Meanwhile, the designs for lightstones mainly dropped around the level 50 large-scale team dungeon. the Towers of Death. Current guild players had not reached that area yet, so no one else had gotten their hands on the Lightstone forging designs due to its affordability. The Lightstones had a competitive edge. Unless the two trading firms got their hands on the Lightstone forging design or an exclusive product that they could mass-produce, Candlelight's position would be hard to shake. Furthermore, the Candlelight trading firm was no longer Zero Wing's main revenue source. Now, the guild relied on the teleportations houses leading to the Twin Towers Kingdom. Due to the monster repellent scroll, monsters tried to invade Raven's town more frequently, now invading the town once per day. In 2 short days, Zero Wing had earned a total of 12,000 magic crystals. With the teleportation houses, these magic crystals easily transformed into a mountain of shiny gold coins. Even after deducting the cost of the magic crystals, they earned close to 6,000 gold every day. The Candlelight trading firm's current income was nowhere near to catching up with the teleportation houses. I understand. Also, guild leader, when will you be returning? I've already found several companies who wish to meet with you to discuss our cooperation. After all, you are asking for a large investment. They could easily establish their own guilds or invest into multiple large guilds with that kind of money. They are also not very optimistic about Starmoon Kingdom's current state of affairs. Now that Stone Forest Town's protection period has ended, other guilds could attack and capture it at any time. They have expressed their concerns, and they hope that you can provide some assurance. At the moment, they are only willing to consider your offer until they have a clearer view of the situation. When the Sun and Moon Group had taken the lead, many major companies were desperate to cooperate with Zero Wing, even after hearing Feng's conditions. However, due to the Blackwater Corporation's sudden appearance and Stone Forest Town's protection period ending, these companies had become cowardly. At this point, she could only name a few companies that were willing to work with Zero Wing. Moreover, this was only due to the revelation that the Sun and Moon Group had joined hands with the guild, insinuating that there were profits to be gained. Otherwise, these companies would have long since ghosted them. They want assurance? Feng smiled disdainfully. Sternly, he commanded, "Tell them this. If you want me to reassure you, sure, but you must sign the cooperation agreement first. Otherwise, don't bother." The Starmoon Kingdom City building order was a core secret. Aside from himself, only Aqua Rose knew of its existence. If this information got out to the public, the consequences would be unimaginable. Feng had no doubts that even super guilds wouldn't be able to sit idle if they learned of this matter, much less the Blackwater Corporation. They would try to eliminate Zero Wing at all costs. At that time, Zero Wing would be on a one-way trip to hell. Currently, Zero Wing only dared to provoke super guilds because the latter had already deemed that dealing with the guild was a waste of energy. Moreover, if they weakened themselves in the process of dealing with Zero Wing, other super guilds would have an opportunity to strike. However, the city building order was enough of a temptation for the super guilds to take the risk. Whether it was in the real world or a virtual reality game, even an innocent man would find trouble with enough money. Feng still had much to prepare. He still needed to build his strength. Otherwise, he would have started the city's construction long ago. This Feng's words left Aqua Rose dumbfounded. If she really relayed this to the company representatives, they would most likely explode with anger. But she also understood why they couldn't reveal their trump card. However, there were too few companies that were both trustworthy and capable of investing such a large sum. If they chased these people away, it would be very difficult to find other collaborators within a short time. After all, Starmoon Kingdom's situation had changed. Don't worry about it. Just tell them, Feng said, shaking his head. If it didn't work out, he'd find someone else to work with. All right. Then, I'll contact them right away, Aqua Rose said. Sighing, she had to admit that Blackwater's timing was truly horrendous. Had the corporation established its guild a few days later, Zero Wing would be in this predicament. Following which, Aqua Rose contacted the representatives of the several major companies. Inside a certain high-class restaurant's VIP room, "Miss Aqua, our companies understand your current predicament. Hence, we have thought of another method. If Zero Wing is willing to hand over 60% of its shares to our management, our companies will invest 2 billion credits. What do you think?" A tall, thin man proposed. The upper echelons of the other companies nodded their agreement. With the Blackwater Corporation's sudden appearance, Zero Wing wasn't as attractive as it had been. Regardless, It was Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild, so it still had some value. Aqua Rose was stunned. She had not expected these companies to change their minds so quickly and try to strike at Zero Wing while the iron was hot. 2 billion credits was a lot of money. It was enough to purchase prime corporate real estate in a major city center in the real world. One could even establish a large guild with plenty to spare. However, Zero Wing was no ordinary large guild. It was a large guild capable of challenging super guilds. Currently, its foundations and number of lands were only slightly inferior to first-rate guilds. It was also the ruler of White River City, Star Moon Kingdom's most populated city, and controlled the strategic Stone Forest town. Zero Wing was worth far more than 2 billion credits. Including its potential, even an offer of 20 billion was an insult. I think you have misunderstood something. Zero Wing is not selling any of its shares. Here is our previous proposal. If you are not willing to sign it, Zero Wing won't force you. If that is all, I'll be taking my leave, Aqua Rose said, smiling. After placing the agreement on the table, she turned and left the VIP room without hesitation. Aqua Rose's extraordinarily calm performance stupefied these company representatives. The Blackwater Corporation had already allied with Heaven's Burial to deal with Zero Wing. Just where did Zero Wing find the confidence to speak to them like this? Aqua Rose's behavior is out of line. She dares to treat us like this. Has she forgotten that she approached us? Not the other way around. Now, she isn't even willing to offer any guarantees. Does she think Zero Wing is a super guild? I want to see just how long Zero Wing will last. Once Zero Wing's funds run out, it will come running back to us. That's right. We're not in a rush. I refuse to believe that anyone other than fools or spendthrifts would be willing to work with Zero Wing. When the time comes, we only need to spend a little money to take over Zero Wing. The several representatives sneered. In their opinions, Zero Wing only behaved as such because of its pride. Once the Blackwater Corporation gave Zero Wing a beating, the guild would crawl back to them, begging for help. Chapter 999. Divine Treasure Chest. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 999. Divine Treasure Chest. Star Moon City. After dismissing Ouroboros, Blackwater took over the guild residence. Compared to Ouroboros' residence, Blackwater's was far more lively. Among the players moving about the residence, quite a few were only between level 10 and level 20. However, not a single person looked down on these low-level players. These players' auras were different from ordinary players. They all felt hostile. Their bodies were also tall and robust. Despite such low levels, even level 30-plus ordinary players avoided them. Who are these people? They've just joined the Blackwater Guild, yet despite such low levels, they have been inducted into the guild's Blackwater Legion, which the guild has been heavily cultivating. You might not know this since you've just joined Blackwater, but they are all experts from the Blackwater Corporation. Although their levels are low, their combat standards are very high. A few elite members even challenged them to a level-adjusted match. In the end, these people defeated the elites in 2 or 3 moves. A few of them are even stronger than Ouroboros' original experts. What? They're actually stronger than Ouroboros' experts? Of course. In Ouroboros, I was also an elite member. To convince us that joining the Blackwater Guild was the right decision, the Blackwater Corporation had allowed Ouroboros' experts, who were displeased by the change, to challenge its experts. In the end, Blackwater's experts won every match. Afterward, Ouroboros' experts were demoted from core members to elite guild members. Elite members like myself were demoted to normal members. If we want a promotion, we have to take Blackwater's new test. And here I thought that the Blackwater Guild lacked experts after forcefully taking over Ouroboros. I never thought that it would have so many experts so soon. Once these experts catch up in levels, won't the Blackwater Guild easily become the #1 guild in Star Moon Kingdom? I know, right? Initially, I had been rather worried about the sudden change. Now, however, it seems that remaining in the guild was the right decision. Blackwater has more potential than Ouroboros ever did. Even the Star Alliance's members avoid us in the fields. Many Blackwater members discussed their guild's situation as they relaxed in the residence. They were quite confident about Blackwater's future. Blackwater's residence, Guild Leader's Office. Entering the Guild Leader's office, the bald, middle-aged man greeted Abandoned Wave respectfully before reporting, "Guild Leader, there's movement in Zero Wing. Aside from the Lightstones, they've lowered their prices to match ours. Moreover, not long ago, I've received news that discussions between Zero Wing's Vice Guild Leader, Aqua Rose, and several major companies have failed. With this, Zero Wing won't receive any major funding. Only the Sun and Moon Group remains a problem. There is nothing to worry about with the Sun and Moon Group. They have their hands full with Twilight Echo. Furthermore, now that more players are reaching level 40, guilds are in urgent need of funds to supply their members with mounts. Sun and Moon doesn't have much to spare for Zero Wing. What we need to focus on now is exhausting Zero Wing's funds and forcing the guild to take the first swing. After that, we will deal Zero Wing a fatal blow." Abandoned Wave laughed. He then asked, "How is the material delivery going?" "The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has already sent the materials. They will last us a relatively long time. In addition, the pavilion sent an additional 20 advanced lifestyle players, stating that these people can help us mass-produce the cast steel armor kits and mana mixtures. Should I reject their offer?" The bald man asked. "No need. Isn't it just a few designs and recipes? They can have them. It won't affect our operations in any way. In fact, I have been trying to figure out how to obtain more advanced lifestyle players. Blood Dragon is simply helping the Blackwater trading firm. With this, it will be much easier for the Blackwater trading firm to corner more of Star Moon Kingdom's market." Abandoned Wave shook his head and laughed coldly. "However, we can't let the pavilion learn those designs and recipes for nothing. Have the pavilion sign an agreement. After learning the designs and recipes, they have to remove Zero Wing's branch guild from Lakeheart City immediately. I don't want Zero Wing to have any chance of making a comeback." "Understood. I'll get it done right away." The bald man bowed before leaving. Inside the Trial of God's Temple, Feng and the players from Wind God's Spear were trying to think of a way to deal with the undead commander that had suddenly appeared before the 7-colored treasure chest. The undead commander wore exquisite golden armor. 2 long swords radiating cold area hung from the commander's waist. Despite standing quite a distance away from the undead commander, the team members could feel the chill from the 2 swords. As long as the team came within 100 yards of the undead commander, they immediately gained the debuff Chilling Field, which reduced their movement speeds by 50% and their attributes by 20%. In addition, their stamina consumption and the frost damage they received doubled. Undead Commander, Dark Creature, Great Lord, level 50 HP 27, 000, 000/27, 000, For a level 50 Great Lord, the Undead Commander's HP was relatively low. However, the Great Lord's Chilling Field gave everyone a headache. Their levels were already lower than the Undead Commanders, but now that their basic attributes had decreased by 20%, they were even less of a match for the Great Lord. They also had to deal with double the frost damage. Even a level 40 MT like Fallen Wind couldn't tank the Great Lord if nobody could tank the Undead Commander. They would have no way of clearing this trial. Sure enough, a 7-colored treasure chest isn't easy to obtain. Feng smiled bitterly as he observed the Undead Commander in the Trial of God. Every stage would provide rewards. This reward came in the form of treasure chests. However, depending on the trial's rank, the treasure chests would differ. Generally, the best that would appear in a 4-colored trial was a 5-colored treasure chest. The best in a 6-colored trial would be a 7-colored chest based on rumors Feng had heard. A 7-colored trial's top reward was a Yin Yang treasure chest, also known as the Divine Treasure Chest. According to the official forums, the Divine Treasure Chest was even superior to a legendary treasure chest. Unfortunately, no one had ever managed to open a Divine Treasure Chest. Even after a decade in God's domain, the 7-colored treasure chest before him was definitely the highest-ranking treasure chest Feng had ever encountered. Commander, should we use a Tier 2 summoning scroll and give it a try? Autumn Goose suggested as she watched the 3-meter-tall Great Lord. No matter how she thought about it, they could not handle the Undead Commander without a Tier 2 summoned creature with their current level. The Tier 2 creature they summoned would also be level 50. In other words, they would have a level 50 Lord tank. Although she did not think that a Lord could survive against the Undead Commander for long, They had 4 Tier 2 summoning scrolls, fortunately. If they died here, they wouldn't lose an entire level like they would in the outside world. Like dungeons, they would only lose 10% experience if they died in the Trial of God. They could afford to try, I guess that's our only choice. I'll use the summoned creature to test the undead commander's strength first. If it seems doable, we'll start the raid immediately, Fallen Wind said after giving it some thought. Otherwise, they would have to give up on the trial and pray for a lenient punishment. Chapter 1000, Near-invincible skill. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1000, Near-invincible skill. May I know what Brother Yi Feng thinks of this plan? Fallen Wind turned to ask Feng, who quietly observed the undead commander. Although they hadn't spent much time together, the strength and leadership abilities Feng had displayed during the past 2 days had earned him Fallen Wind's respect. If not for Feng, they wouldn't have reached this point. They might have been forced to use up their summoning scrolls against the undead fanatics. Hearing Fallen Wind's query, Wind God Spear's members stared in shock, looking like they had seen a ghost. What? The commander actually knows how to ask others for their opinion. After joining the Wind God Spear, everyone learned that their commander, Fallen Wind, would never ask for someone else's opinion, regardless of whether they were raiding a dungeon or adventuring in the fields. He always found a solution by himself. However, when they thought about it, they saw nothing wrong with the situation after all. None of them could compare to their commander's experience or abilities in the entire Dark Knight Empire. Fallen Wind was famous for both his strength and leadership. Very few people in the Empire qualified to offer him guidance. However, it was reasonable that Fallen Wind would ask for Feng's opinion, given the strength the swordsman had displayed. After all, among the Dark Knight Empire's many experts, they could not think of one that was more capable than Feng. My opinion. Feng was also surprised. He hadn't expected Fallen Wind to ask this of him. After some thought, he answered, "We don't understand enough about the undead commander right now. It is best if we let the summoned creature fight the Great Lord until its last breath and collect as much information as we can. We will then draft up a raid plan. In any case, the Trial of God doesn't have a time limit. Unfortunately, by doing so, we will be wasting a Tier 2 summoning scroll." The team members had mixed feelings about Feng's suggestion. After all, a Tier 2 summoning scroll was incredibly precious. Moreover, a Tier 2 summon creature would be helpful during the fight against the boss. Alright, let's do that, then. Everyone step back, Fallen Wind said. While Fallen Wind also understood the value of a Tier 2 summoning scroll, his team members lacked leadership experience. Their considerations were short-sighted. They usually looked out for themselves and ignored the team's overall situation. They were not in a team dungeon. They could not afford to lose. If they disregarded the team's survival for a single Tier 2 summoning scroll, they might throw away their chance of clearing this stage. Although taking a risk and dying once might seem inconsequential, everyone had forgotten about a particular death penalty: the loss of equipment durability. They were trapped in the Trial of God. Who knew how long they had to fight to clear the trial? The more deaths a player suffered, the faster their equipment's durability would run out. If their equipment's durability hit 0 midway through the trial, they would have to switch to weaker spares. How would they clear the Trial of God then? After Fallen Wind finished speaking, he took out a golden magic scroll and activated it. Everyone immediately widened the distance between themselves and the undead commander. As for Feng, he, too, hid in a corner. The level 50 undead commander was foreign to him. If they charged into battle without analyzing the boss, they would easily team wipe. Without a doubt, sacrificing a Tier 2 summon creature to analyze the undead commander's combat style and skills was the best decision. Fallen Wind summoned a level 50 Lord ranked Thundercloud Tiger, elemental creature, Lord, level 50 HP 9, 000, 000/9, 000, 000. The Thundercloud Tiger was much larger than the undead commander, standing well over 5 meters. Blue lightning arched around the tiger's body, giving it a very handsome and fierce appearance under Fallen Wind's command. The Thundercloud Tiger charged at the level 50 Great Lord. When the Thundercloud Tiger was within 40 yards, a greenish light glimmered in the Great Lord's eyes. Unlike its previous red glow, the undead commander's current gaze felt eerie and horrific. Moreover, the instant it opened its eyes, its chilling field expanded to 200 yards. The already cold temperature around it dropped further. Suddenly, the undead commander waved its hand. Icicles sprouted from the ground and pierced the thundercloud tiger's massive body, forcing a pained cry from the Lord. 32. 814-31. 974-32. 427. The massive icicles dealt horrific damage. This scene sent chills down the players' spines. Before the thundercloud tiger had even reached the undead commander, its HP had already begun to fall. Against the commander's icicles, the thundercloud tiger's 9 million HP was a joke. What kind of skill is that? Is that really a great lord? How are we supposed to rate it with that kind of skill? Fortunately, we're 300 yards away from it. If we hadn't moved, it would have killed it before we could fight back. Everyone was stupefied when they saw the icicles. How was this a dual sword-wielding boss? It was a magical turret with infinite ammunition. Anyone that rushed at it would be throwing their lives away. They doubted that they could even land a hit before the undead commander annihilated them. It's just a great lord. But it possesses a domain skill? Feng was shocked. Domain skills were extraordinarily rare. This held true for both players and monsters. Any monster that had learned a domain skill was practically invincible among the same level and tier. Unless they had a death wish, players should take the long way around such a monster. However, after giving it some thought, Feng realized that it wasn't unreasonable. The treasure chest before him was a 7-colored treasure chest. How could the final monster guarding it be a simple level 50 Great Lord? Fortunately, the Thundercloud Tiger had plenty of HP. Despite the significant movement speed reduction, it reached the undead commander before using the Tier 2 skill Thunder Claw Boom. The Thundercloud Tiger's Thunder Claw struck an icicle that had suddenly appeared, shattering it. However, the undead commander, who stood behind the icicle, remained unharmed. The Great Lord hadn't even drawn its swords yet. It waved its hands gracefully before more icicles lanced into the Thundercloud Tiger. Although Fallen Wind controlled the Thundercloud Tiger to the best of his ability, launching one attack after another, the undead commander had no interest in fighting the Lord. It focused on evading the Thundercloud Tiger's attacks and using its icicles to deal damage very quickly. The Great Lord whittled down the Thundercloud Tiger's 9 million HP to a critical low. With no other choice, Fallen Wind cancelled the summoning and allowed the Thundercloud Tiger to disappear, dispelling the majority of the aggro he had on the Great Lord. As for the remaining aggro, he dealt with it swiftly by using an isolation scroll and the Cleric's Disperse spell. Once he dropped the undead commander's aggro, the Great Lord returned to its original position and reverted to its calm state. It is simply too powerful. Not only does it have such a powerful skill, but its intelligence is also high. Defeating it is impossible. The corners of Autumn Goose's mouth twitched as she stared at the motionless undead commander. Although she had seen more powerful monsters than the undead commander, this was the first time she had seen a boss with such an outrageous skill. They did not have an appropriate method to cope with these icicles. They would have no hope of defeating the undead commander. Everyone began to consider giving up on the trial. Big Brother Feng, do you have any ideas? Are we really going to just give up? Blue Bamboo turned to Feng, who was in deep thought. Chapter 1001, Monster Grades. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1001, Monster Grades. In Blue Bamboo's opinion, the undead commander was terrifyingly powerful. However, for reasons unknown, she felt an indescribable sense of security whenever she stood beside Feng. She always felt like Feng had some sort of solution to her problems. The undead commander's fighting style resembled the kiting method that players commonly used. It was simply toying with players as if they were random monsters. This was the first time she had seen a monster use such a combat method. Hearing Blue Bamboo's question, the other team members shook their heads and laughed. Not one among them was an ordinary player. In a large guild, they would be top-class experts. They had faced plenty of powerful bosses before. However, the undead commander before them was, without a doubt, the most powerful Great Lord they had encountered so far. Unlike other Great Lords, which were strong in terms of attributes, the undead commander was strong in terms of combat techniques. Fallen Wind had controlled the Thundercloud Tiger personally. Even if the Thundercloud Tiger could not defeat a Great Lord of the same level, it should have been more than capable of dodging the boss's attacks with the combination of its powerful attributes and Fallen Wind's operation skills. However, even a Thundercloud Tiger under the control of Wind God Spear's #1 player had been helpless against the Undead Commander's icicle attacks. At this point, even Fallen Wind felt helpless against the Undead Commander. Nobody knew more about Undead Commander's power than him. The Undead Commander was strong in both attributes and skills. Unfortunately, its combat techniques were even more frightening despite him having already reached the flowing water realm. Even if he couldn't control the Thundercloud Tiger as smoothly as his own body, the Tiger's combat standards should be significantly stronger than most of the team's experts. Yet the Undead Commander had predicted his moves. The icicles had been able to adjust their attack trajectories as if they were alive originally. Fallen Wind had thought he had misunderstood. However, after numerous attack and dodge attempts, he was certain that the Undead Commander had definitely reached the refinement realm. He had never encountered a situation like this before. When he realized this, goosebumps had covered his body. Aside from cooperation between players and targeting bosses' weaknesses, the reason that players could defeat monsters with far superior attributes was their application of combat techniques. With combat techniques, players could display their true power, something that monsters were incapable of doing yet. The Undead Commander's combat techniques were stronger than the majority of God's Domain's expert players. The boss this team faced was like a refinement realm expert with the attributes of a level 50 Great Lord. With such a huge difference, even a team of 1,000 level 50 players would be child's play for a monster like this. Not to mention their team of 21, even someone monstrously strong like Feng couldn't contend with the Undead Commander. Unless they were all promoted to their Tier 2 classes right now, they had no chance of defeating the Undead Commander. While I do have a plan, executing it is a little too costly, Feng said, frowning at the Undead Commander. To God's Domain's current players, a monster with the combat standards of a refinement realm expert might be inconceivable, but Feng had long since grown accustomed to such things. The monsters and NPCs in God's Domain were different from those in other virtual reality games. The higher tiered and leveled a monster or NPC was, the more profound their combat techniques would be. Otherwise, once players gained their Tier 3 classes, wouldn't defeating Great Lords of the same level be too easy? However, the reality was that, even after obtaining their Tier 3 classes, many players were no match for Great Lords of the same level. Some players even struggled to take down Lords of the same level. As their levels increased, monsters' combat standards would improve. Hence, players' combat techniques were extremely important in God's Domain. This was also the reason that Feng was in a hurry to establish Zero Wing's own training center. Without a sufficient number of experts, even raiding team dungeons would be a massive problem, not to mention gaining better equipment. However, encountering a level 50 boss that had reached the refinement realm was a first even for Feng. Generally, ordinary guilds only had one option when they encountered such a boss: give up. There were no other options. If one were weaker in both attributes and combat techniques, what could they expect? As for large guilds, aside from Zerg tactics, using a magic barrier was the most common method of dealing with a boss like this. After suppressing the boss with a magic barrier, guilds would bombard the boss with all sorts of precious tools. Brother Yifeng, do you have a plan? Fallen Wind turned to Feng, shocked. He even wondered if he had heard wrong. A 6-colored trial of God's punishment was no laughing matter. He would rather give up his treasures than submit his people to the system's punishment. In response, Feng nodded and asked, "Yes. May I know how many Tier 2 magic scrolls you have?" Tier 2 magic scrolls? Fallen Wind quickly counted the magic scrolls he and his teammates had brought with them. Proudly, he answered, "Altogether, we have a total of 52 Tier 2 magic scrolls. Among them, 3 are summoning scrolls. In God's Domain, the most common magic scrolls were Tier 0. Tier 1 magic scrolls were much rarer, and Tier 2 magic scrolls were even more so. Most top-tier 100-man independent teams were lucky if they carried 10 Tier 3 magic scrolls. 52? After some thought, Feng said, "Aside from the summoning scrolls, hand me your Tier 2 scrolls. I'll leave these 9 with you. Once I have the Undead Commander's attention, use them." Saying so, Feng handed 9 9-star Polar Domain scrolls to Fallen Wind. As an intermediate magic array, the 9-star Polar Domain could easily suppress a level 50 Great Lord. Although Fallen Wind had no idea what Feng intended to do, he handed over all of his Tier 2 magic scrolls, keeping the summoning scrolls. Since they were gonna die anyway, they might as well give it a try. If they succeeded, they would walk away with massive profits. However, after Fallen Wind accepted the 9-star Polar Domain scrolls, He was shocked. Intermediate magic array scrolls? Fallen Wind stared at Feng, who gradually approached the undead commander. In disbelief, even basic magic array scrolls value could rival Tier 2 summoning scrolls. However, unlike Tier 2 summoning scrolls, one needed many copies of a magic array scroll to use it. Even until now, the Wind God Spear had only collected half a set of basic magic array scrolls. They couldn't use the scroll's magic barrier. As for intermediate magic array scrolls, they weren't even available on the market yet. They were so rare that, until now, Fallen Wind had never seen one. They were no less rare than Tier 3 magic scrolls, yet Feng had casually pulled 9 from his bag. They were even identical. Even large guilds couldn't afford to expend so many, not to mention an adventurer group like the Wind God Spear. The rest of the team was just as shocked when they saw the intermediate magic array scrolls. Not only was Feng so strong of his own right, but he also had such precious tools following which Fallen Wind distributed the 9-star polar domain scrolls to 9 of his team members. He then instructed them to spread out and stand ready. There is no need to be nervous. After I damage the undead commander, you guys need to close in. Once you reach the maximum range, wait for my command, Feng said in the team chat after confirming their positions understood. The 9 people relaxed when they heard Feng's calm and confident tone. Once everyone was ready, Feng activated Power of Darkness and Thunder God's Descent. He then transformed into a blur as he dashed towards the undead commander. He was so fast that, before anyone realized he was gone, he was within 50 yards of the undead commander. Chapter 1002 Effects of an Advanced Combat Technique. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1002 Effects of an Advanced Combat Technique. So fast. Even the Thundercloud Tiger wasn't that fast. Was he not using his full strength before? Everyone was stunned by the afterimages that Feng left behind. With such speed, getting a lock on Feng would be difficult, not to mention hitting the swordsman with ranged attacks. Even the speed-type High Lords they had encountered before were not as fast as Feng. The undead commander is making its move. Autumn Goose grew nervous when the undead commander suddenly opened its eyes. Feng's ability to damage the Great Lord would decide the fate of this raid. If he could hit the Great Lord, he could pull the boss's aggro. With this, everyone else would be safer while deploying the 9-star polar domain. On the other hand, if Feng failed to hit the undead commander, there was a good chance that boss would target the 9 scroll wielders as they approached. They would be especially vulnerable when they activated the magic array scrolls. Generally, when players activated a magic array to suppress a boss, they would attract the monster's attention. If one of the scroll casters died, their efforts would be for naught. Previously, when Fallen Wind had controlled the level 50 Thundercloud Tiger, he had not been able to deal a single point of damage. Although Autumn Goose thought highly of Feng, she felt a horrific aura that nearly stopped her heart when the Great Lord opened its eyes. She stood well over 100 yards away from the undead commander. Yet fear took over her body when the Great Lord's gaze fell upon her, and her instincts screamed at her to run. The pressure felt as if she were facing a Grand Lord rather than a Great Lord. Autumn Goose wasn't the only one who felt like this. The other team members also felt a powerful sense of impending doom. Suddenly, the undead commander turned to Feng. It waved one of its hands towards the swordsman. Show! 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 Instantly, 5 massive icicles sprouted from beneath Feng's feet. Treating Feng's ghostly speed as if it were nothing, the undead commander accurately pinpointed Feng's movements. Of the 5 icicles, 3 limited Feng's range of activity, while the remaining 2 attacked the swordsman directly. Without suspense, the icicles pierced through Feng's body. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. How is this possible? Fallen Wind couldn't believe his eyes. The undead commander's attacks had not been this accurate when against the Thundercloud Tiger. When it had attacked, it had left plenty of space of the tiger to maneuver. Now, however, Fallen Wind could not find any loopholes in the Great Lord's attack. Seeing the undead commander's glimmering green eyes, Fallen Wind suddenly felt as if he had been toyed with. The undead commander had not used its true strength yet. No. Feng is still alive. Thoughtful Rain firmly stated as she watched the 2 icicles where Feng had been. That's not possible, right? Those icicles hit him. There is no way he is still alive after that kind of damage, Autumn Goose said as she shot Thoughtful Rain an odd look. She couldn't understand Thoughtful Rain's determination. Look at the team's status window. Thoughtful Rain explained. What? How is he unharmed? Everyone was surprised when they looked at the team's status window. As Thoughtful Rain had said, Feng was still alive. In fact, his HP was full as the team members wondered what had happened. The undead commander began to gesture with its hands rapidly, icicles shot from the ground, one after another. The Great Lord's attack rate much faster than it had been against the Thundercloud Tiger. After a moment, the originally barren terrain had transformed into a forest of ice. Yet the undead commander's gestures didn't stop. It was even starting to retreat. "Can anyone tell me what is happening?" Blue Bamboo asked, watching the boss with wide eyes. All she could see is the undead commander launch random attacks, filling the battlefield. She refused to believe that such a powerful boss had suddenly lost its mind. While the other team members wanted to answer Blue Bamboo's questions, they didn't know what was going on either. "Brother Feng is fighting the undead commander. Only our eyes can't perceive him," Fallen Wind said uneasily as they were relatively far away. He couldn't see the battle clearly either. However, based on the undead commander's movements, he could tell that the Great Lord could sense Feng. "I get it. He's using void steps," Thoughtful Rain declared. After hearing Fallen Wind's explanation, realization dawned on her. Void steps was a footwork technique that only Zero Wing's core members had an opportunity to learn. It was also the specialty technique of Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. However, this advanced footwork technique was complex. Even now, she didn't even understand a fraction of the technique. Void steps? Thoughtful Rain's explanation confused the players from the Wind God's spear. Even Autumn Goose felt as if she and Thoughtful Rain lived in different worlds. Hadn't she been the one to guide Thoughtful Rain in the past? Following which, Thoughtful Rain explained the footwork technique as best as she could. What? Zero Wing's core members get to learn an advanced technique like that? Wind God's spear's members were flabbergasted. To them, learning combat techniques was a dream. They had no access to that kind of training. And yet, in Zero Wing, the guild's core members were handed the opportunity to learn such powerful maneuvers. Wind God's spear's members suddenly envied Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo to battle maniacs like them. Nothing was more tempting than improving their combat standards. Even legendary weapons and equipment were not as valuable as void steps in their opinion. After all, weapons and equipment were external. As long as one was strong enough, they would, sooner or later, obtain these items. However, combat techniques were a different story, as everyone from the Wind God's spear admired Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. The undead commander stilled its hands abruptly. It unsheathed the two swords from its waist and appeared to swing one of them at empty air. Boom. Suddenly, the clang of metal on metal echoed throughout the battlefield. The resulting shockwave unbalanced Fallen Wind and the others from over 100 yards away. Meanwhile, a figure appeared where the undead commander had aimed its attack. This figure was none other than Feng. I sent its strength a little too high. Feng was inwardly shocked. He had used parry to block the undead commander's attack. Although he had not received any damage, the sturdy stone floor beneath him had shattered. The shock of the impact had also numbed his hands. The undead commander had far more strength than a level 50 Great Lord should have. Based on Feng's estimation, it has as much strength as a Grand Lord at the very least. Fortunately, he had activated Power of Darkness before engaging the boss. Without the boosted attributes, he would have been dead on the floor. However, he had achieved his goal. Scram. Feng then launched Dragon Breath at the undead commander. A beam of silver light devoured the Great Lord. Caught by surprise, the undead commander failed to evade the attack and received over -30,000 damage. Moreover, he had triggered Dragon Breath's knockback effect, shoving the undead commander back by 10 yards, following which, Feng took a silvery gray, dilapidated magic scroll from his bag. The instant he unfurled the magic scroll, the surrounding mana flow froze. Tier 3 Magic Scroll. Mana Seal. Chapter 1003. Advanced Title. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1003. Advanced Title. After seeing the Tier 3 Magic Scroll in Feng's hands, the green flames in the undead commander's eyes flared. It could obviously feel the threat from the Mana Seal as it raised its swords and slashed forward. Numerous icicles emerged beneath Feng's feet, dense enough that dodging them was nearly impossible. However, predicting the move, Feng activated Defensive Blade and fended off the attacks. He then began to chant the scroll's incantation as Feng finished the final verse. More than a dozen small, silver magic arrays appeared around the undead commander, surrounding the Great Lord. Although the undead commander tried to escape the encirclement, silver chains shot out from the magic arrays that bound the undead commander as the chains tightened around the undead commander. Its chilling field vanished move. Feng shouted in the team chat the Tier 3 spell, Mana Seal, could only silence one target. Although its effects wouldn't last long against a Great Lord, it should be able to hold out for 4 or 5 minutes at Feng's command. Everyone snapped out of their daze. The 9 people wielding the 9-star polar domain scrolls rushed to surround the undead commander before activating their scrolls simultaneously immediately. The surrounding mana surged towards these 9 people, forming a purple-gold magic array beneath each player's feet roar. Sensing the battle's shift, the flames in the undead commander's eyes raged. It turned to charge towards the closest castery too late. Feng smiled as he pointed the abyssal blade at the undead commander. Abyssal bind. 9 pitch-black chains emerged from the ground and bound the boss. Although the Great Lord tore the chains like paper, they still managed to delay the undead commander. The brief moment allowed the magic arrays to merge, forming a golden magic barrier. Seeing the 9-star polar domain, the undead commander released an angry roar. However, no matter how much it struggled, its attributes decreased rapidly under the magic barrier's suppression. In the blink of an eye, the undead commander's maximum HP had fallen from 27 million to 12 million. The Great Lord's attributes had been reduced by more than half. This magic array a little too strong. These players were nearly speechless. They had seen large guilds use magic arrays to suppress field bosses before. Generally, a basic magic array was considered relatively powerful if it could reduce a Great Lord's attributes by 20%. However, the 9-star polar domain had weakened the undead commander by over 50%. Moreover, this magic array only required 9 people to activate. Compared to the 9-star polar domain, the magic arrays they had seen before were nothing but garbage. Although their team had sacrificed 9 members to maintain the magic array, the undead commander was now significantly weaker. Even the shield warrior Deathwind could tank the Great Lord. Not to mention the Guardian Nightfall and Wind. Use all of your Tier 2 summoning scrolls. Have the summoned creatures tank the boss. Everyone else attack from the sides. Feng hurriedly commanded while he dodged and blocked the boss's attacks. Although the undead commander had lost over half its attributes, it still had a Great Lord's strength. Even after activating a Berserk skill, Feng received over -1000 damage when he blocked the attacks. Moreover, this was after he had redirected a portion of the attack's power. Otherwise, he would have taken over -2000 damage. We using the scrolls now? Isn't that wasteful? Some of the team members were reluctant. Stop talking nonsense and use them. Fallen Wind shot his team members a glare. Some had begun to think that they could rest easy. However, Fallen Wind knew that this was far from true. The real battle was just beginning. The undead commander's attributes and skills were indeed powerful. However, what made this boss truly powerful was its combat standards. Even though the Great Lord's attributes had been reduced, its basic attributes were still far higher than players. It was more than capable of relying on its techniques to slaughter them, following which 3 Tier 2 summoned creatures were summoned and charged at the undead commander. Despite all 3 summoned creatures being level 50 lords, when they reached the undead commander and launched their attacks, the undead commander dodged 2 of them effortlessly. As for the third, the undead commander struck its vital points and sent it flying, devouring over 20,000 of the summoned creatures' HP instantly. Everyone's jaws dropped. Why is it still so strong? Autumn Goose was a little dumbfounded. Not only had the 3 summoned creatures failed to damage the undead commander, but one of them had also taken damage. At this point, she started to doubt that their summoned creatures' lords, although the 3 summoned creatures hadn't inflicted any damage, they had affected the Great Lord's actions slightly. This gave Feng an opportunity to strike the undead commander's joints, dealing a critical blow. 12-16. It seems that this is quite effective. Feng smiled when he saw this damage. Although the summoned creatures hadn't performed as well as he had expected, they still alleviated his burden. In addition, the other team members bombarded the undead commander, whittling down the Great Lord's HP 80%, 70%, 60%. Everyone's attacks were well organized. The more they fought, the more confident they became. Time passed quickly. When the undead commander's HP fell to 30%, the Great Lord's wicked laugh echoed in the player's ears. Green flames then covered its body, and the mana-sealing chains binding it shattered, one after another. Sensing the mana leaking from the Great Lord's body, everyone shuddered. The undead commander's chilling field once again flooded the battlefield. Unfortunately, the chilling field was also more powerful than it had been. Everyone's attributes instantly fell by 30%, increasing the gap between the players and the monster before them. Give it everything you've got. Fallen Wind knew that this was the crucial moment. Immediately, he used the Berserk skill Power of Judgment. Power of Judgment was a Berserk skill unique to Guardian Knights. Upon activation, it increased the user's defense by 200% and strength and endurance by 100%. However, it only lasted 90 seconds and had a long, 10-hour cooldown. The rest of the team also activated their Berserk skills, using this opportunity to close the gap. Unfortunately, their actions bore minimal effects, as the undead commander madly brandished its swords. One icicle after another exploded from the ground. With one wave of attacks, the Great Lord had claimed a life. The players maintaining the 9-star polar domain also received splash damage. Nobody could get near the undead commander at this moment. Feng activated Wind Rider, dodging the undead commander's icicle attacks as he retrieved Tier 2 magic scrolls. Activating them swiftly. Unlike the other team members, he wielded a sacred sword. His damage with magic scrolls doubled against dark creatures as the Tier 2 magic scrolls activated. Horrific damages in the tens of thousands appeared above the undead commander's head. Unfortunately, the Great Lord also claimed one player's life after another. By the time Feng had used all the Tier 2 magic scrolls Fallen Wind had given him, the undead commander only had around 1 million HP remaining. However, aside from the members maintaining the 9-star polar domain and Feng, only 4 players still lived. These 4 were Fallen Wind, Autumn Goose, Thoughtful Rain, and Blue Bamboo. All 4 had very little HP left. If not for Blue Bamboo activating Power of Darkness and increasing her healing capacity, they, too, would have long since succumbed to the icicle attacks. Suddenly, Feng's Power of Darkness came to an end, possibly because it had realized the players were at their wits' end. The undead commander began to chant an incantation. A giant magic array then appeared above the battlefield. Ascent this the Tier 3 curse. Frozen Hell? Seeing the magic array in the air and sensing its power, Feng recognized the undead commander's spell immediately, his expression darkening. Why does it know a Tier 3 curse? When Fallen Wind and the others sensed the magic array's power, they knew that they were doomed. Feng then threw caution to the wind as he activated both Heavenly Dragon's power and Blade Liberation. He also activated Instant Strike, appearing before the undead commander and sending a violent blow down on the Great Lord's head. Boom. When the streak of blue light struck, the attack planted the undead commander's face into the floor, creating a small crater beneath it. 126, 718. Not only had Feng's attack triggered Killing Ray's lightning effect, but his powerful damage had also interrupted the Great Lord's casting. However, Feng was far from done. Streak after streak of blue light passed through the undead commander's fallen body. Although the Great Lord tried to defend itself with its icicles, the blue lights shattered the frosty lances. By the time Instant Strike ended, the undead commander had less than 200,000 HP remaining. Lifting Killing Ray high, Feng used Flame Burst on the heavily damaged undead commander. 15 dazzling flames devoured the undead commander, burning it until nothing was left except for its suit of golden armor system. Congratulations! You have killed the immortal, rewarding the advanced title Spirit Slayer. Chapter 1004, 4-star treatment. Is it dead? Is he really a human? He actually gave the undead commander such a violent beating. Everyone stared at the undead commander's ashy remains. Astonished, the undead commander was simply too powerful. While inside its chilling field, the team had been forced to deal with the icicle attacks. Although the attacks aimed at them were not as strong or fast as those targeting Feng, one mistake could lead to an instant death. They had no leeway to launch their own attacks, either, as it had taken everything they had just to stay alive. If not for Feng's continuous assault on the Great Lord, none of them would have survived this ordeal. In advanced title? After sheathing his swords, Feng stared at the system notification before him in shock. He had intended to save some of his strength to deal with the following trial of God stages. However, he hadn't expected the Undead Commander's Tier 3 curse. Had he allowed the Undead Commander to finish the spell, the situation would have been unredeemable. Hence, with no other choice, he had used twofold Berserk, suffering a long period of the resulting weakened state. Now, however, it would seem that it had been worth killing the Undead Commander with his own two hands. There were all sorts of titles in God's domain, and different titles provided different effects. Titles were also divided into ranks, with basic titles at the bottom, followed by advanced titles, epic titles, and legendary titles. For the majority of God's domain's players, obtaining even a basic title was exceedingly difficult. Even so, many players still sought them because of the convenience they offered. Take the Demon Hunter title, for example. It gave Feng the perks of a noble in God's domain's major cities. There were also titles like the basic Tyrant title, which increased a player's combat power. If even basic titles provided such useful effects, there was no need to mention advanced titles. Only, obtaining an advanced title was far more difficult in the past. Many large guilds had willingly offered epic items in exchange for clues leading to advanced titles. In Feng's previous life, one of the 10 great Grandmaster Alchemists, Silent Wonder, had only obtained her unshakable position because of the advanced title, Alchemy Inheritor. Aside from benefiting lifestyle classes, many players had only managed to complete their Tier 4 class change due to advanced titles. When Feng had been stuck at the peak of Tier 3, he had similarly sought clues regarding advanced titles. Unfortunately, he never found anything. After all, advanced titles were no less rare than fragmented legendary items. Now that he had just obtained one, how could he not be surprised? Following which, Feng clicked to check the Spirit Slayer's information. Spirit Slayer, advanced title, the proof of vanquishing the immortal. When equipped, this title suppresses nearby dark creatures. All dark creatures within 200 yards will fear the holder, preventing weak dark creatures from approaching. Dark creatures within 100 yards will suffer a 20% decrease to their basic attributes. Holder of the title will also enjoy 4-star treatment when interacting with the Adventurers Association. What an amazing title! Feng was breathless when he finished reading the title's introduction. It's no wonder why those experts from large guilds were so desperate for an advanced title. The Spirit Slayer's suppression effects against dark creatures was one thing, but the rise in position one enjoyed with the Adventurers Association was over the top. The Adventurers Association's importance to players was self-evident. The majority of the quests players received were from the Adventurers Association. This was especially true for guild players. As players received and completed more quests from the Adventurers Association, they gained more reputation with the association. Only after obtaining 500 reputation points would one be considered an official member of the Adventurers Association. Before this, players were only outer members. Their status with the association and the way they were treated was average at best. However, after becoming an official member, players received far more benefits. One of the most obvious changes were the ranks of the quests they could receive. As outer members, players were usually limited to basic quests. Very rarely would they receive advanced quests. It was common knowledge that more difficult a quest was, the greater were its rewards. After becoming official members, players received plenty of advanced quests. This was also why many independent players had been able to manage in God's domain relatively well without joining a guild. Also, after becoming an official member, players activated the Adventurers Association's star rank system. Official members started in the 1-star position. Only after completing a sufficient number of 1-star quests could they challenge the promotion test to become 2-star adventurers. 2-star adventurers were the equivalent of Adventurers Association's elite members. Needless to say, they enjoyed far more benefits. 3-star adventurers were equivalent to core members, while 4-star adventurers were equivalent to the Vice Branch Association Masters, and 5-star adventurers were equivalent to Branch Association Masters. In the Adventurers Association, the Branch Association Masters were the equivalent of the War Gods Temple's branch temple leaders and the magistrates in major NPC cities. Meanwhile, the Spirit Slayer title allowed him to enjoy a 4-star position in the Adventurers Association. In the past, the furthest Feng had gotten was the 3-star status. After all, gaining a rank promotion in the Adventurers Association took more than completing quests. One also needed to be strong enough to pass the association's test. Now that he was considered a 4-star adventurer, even NPC cities' major nobles would have to treat him with great respect. He could even enter a palace freely. Feng was inspired, thinking of new plans for the future, although he knew many of God's domain's secrets. Uncovering these secrets required sufficient standing and special conditions. Now that he had the Spirit Slayer title, he could do more. As the battle with the undead commander came to an end, Blue Bamboo and the other healers began to resurrect the dead in the Trial of God. Players would not be sent out of the trial upon death. If no healers were available to resurrect them, the system would respawn them at the trial's starting point after 30 minutes while Feng carefully considered his future plans. Blue Bamboo walked over and asked eagerly, "Big brother Feng, we've mostly recovered. Should we activate the treasure chest now?" Now that the guardian boss was dead, the magic barrier protecting the 7-colored treasure chest had vanished after the long fight to defeat such a powerful boss. The team was eager to learn what rested in the treasure chest that this boss guarded. Feng had contributed the most to the boss's defeat. The team had also relied on Feng to get this far. Hence, the honor of opening the treasure chest fell to Feng. No one disagreed with the decision. "I'll open it." Then, Feng laughed. In reality, it did not matter who opened the treasure chest as the trial of God tested all of them. Unlike ordinary treasure chests, which only provided a few items that players were required to share, the treasure chests at the end of each stage rewarded each player based on their contribution, following which, Feng approached the 7-colored treasure chest and slowly lifted its lid. A golden light escaped the treasure chest. A 7-colored stone tablet then floated up from the chest. As the golden brilliance dissipated, words appeared on the 5-meter-tall, 7-colored tablet. This tablet would evaluate players' performances in the stage. Everyone stared, entranced, as the first name appeared on the stone tablet: Team Leader, Fallen Wind Evaluation. B rank reward: 1 basic strength fruit, 1 secret silver mastery book, and 1 fine gold treasure chest. Chapter 1005. Divine Artifact. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1005. Divine Artifact. Holy crap! As expected of the commander, everyone gasped when they saw their team leader's evaluation. Aside from the rarity of a fine gold treasure chest, the secret silver mastery book alone was a treasure that many experts dreamed of. Players usually only obtained 8 mastery points every 5 levels. Meanwhile, if players wished to raise their basic weapon damage, they could only do by increasing their weapon mastery. However, aside from the few points they earned when they leveled, there were very few means to obtain mastery points. Even Wind God Spear's members, who frequently accepted all sorts of dangerous quests, could only earn 1 or 2 mastery points from super rare quests or unique quests, or by obtaining a bronze mastery book if they were lucky. Hence, even now they possessed few mastery points. Only a few among their adventurer team had reached the advanced standard, which allowed them to deal 20% more weapon damage. Meanwhile, the majority of the team's level 35 players were only at the intermediate standard. If their weapon mastery reached 150 points, they would reach the basic master standard, increasing their weapon damage by 30%. A bronze mastery book provided anywhere from 5 to 25 points. In reality, however, most of the books only awarded mastery points in the single digits. Very few awarded more than 10 points. A secret silver mastery book gave between 20 and 100 points. Even if Fallen Wind were unlucky, he should earn at least 30 or so points. If he were lucky, he might get enough points to raise his weapon mastery from the advanced standard to the basic master standard, gaining a 10% boost to his damage. Commander, what are the strength fruit's effects? Autumn Goose asked curiously. Seeing as the fruit had been included with a secret silver mastery book and a fine gold treasure chest, it should be roughly as valuable as these 2 items. Let me take a look. Fallen Wind as he opened his bag. Examining the basic strength fruit's introduction, he was shocked. This fruit can actually raise its consumer's strength attribute permanently. Basic strength fruit: upon consumption, player permanently gains anywhere from 5 to 20 points in the strength attribute. A maximum of 5 basic strength fruits can be consumed. This reward is so awesome. Everyone's jaws hit the floor when they saw the fruit's introduction. Tier 1 players only gained 8 free attribute points with each level up. Upon consuming the basic strength fruit, a player could gain at least 1 level's worth of attributes. The team's gazes shifted back to the floating tablet. Anticipation filling their eyes. Feng was also slightly surprised. He had never imagined that the 7-colored treasure chest's rewards would be this abundant. Moreover, that had only been a B-rank evaluation. The system's evaluations were not fast. After Fallen Wind's name, evaluation, and reward were displayed. It took quite some time before the next person's name appeared. Deathwind evaluation. C-rank reward. 1 Mysterious Iron Mastery Book, and 1 Secret Silver Treasure Chest Gunfire evaluation. C-rank pass reward. 1 Mysterious Iron Mastery Book, and 1 Mysterious Iron Treasure Chest. Autumn Goose evaluation. C-rank excellent reward. 1 Mysterious Iron Mastery Book, and 1 Fine Gold Treasure Chest Thoughtful Rain evaluation. C-rank peak reward. 1 Basic Intelligence Fruit, 1 Mysterious Iron Mastery Book, and 1 Fine Gold Treasure Chest. The system was quite meticulous in its evaluations. The majority of the team's players only received C-rank pass evaluations. Among the 20 players who had been evaluated thus far, only 2 had received fruits. Although these players were slightly disappointed by their evaluations, they still watched the stone tablet. Currently, only Feng's evaluation remained unknown. However, even after a long time, the system still evaluated his performance. With his performance, he should get an A-rank evaluation at the very least, right? That is my guess as well. He might get an A-rank excellent or even peak. I wonder what kind of rewards he will get? If the reward for B-rank is a fine gold treasure chest, the reward for A-rank should be a dark gold treasure chest. Ever since I started playing God's Domain, I've never seen a dark gold treasure chest. I have heard that dark gold treasure chests have a chance of containing epic items. If I had an epic item, I could brag to my friends in the real world for an entire year. Everyone looked forward to seeing Feng's evaluation and rewards. Finally, after 5 minutes, the stone tablet displayed the name Yifeng. Yifeng evaluation. S-rank peak reward. 1 Rainbow Fruit, 1 Dark Gold Mastery Book, 1 Epic Treasure Chest, and 1 Skill Book for the Tier 4 Sure Kill skill. Chilling Fields Peak? What? An Epic Treasure Chest. I actually got to see the rumored Epic Treasure Chest. This is too much for my heart to take. The rewards Feng had earned stupefied everyone. In their opinions, an A-rank evaluation was already out of their reach. They had never dreamed that Feng's performance would earn an S-rank evaluation. The difference between their strengths was truly massive. Even Feng was a little surprised. He had heard of S-rank evaluations before. However, he never imagined he would, one day, obtain such an evaluation. Moreover, his rewards were abundant. The skill book for Chilling Field was already enough to drive countless Tier 4 and Tier 5 players crazy. After all, domain skills could only display their true potential at Tier 4. Meanwhile, the domain skill Fire Dance had learned was not even close to Tier 4. It was only considered a half-baked domain skill. Moreover, Feng had personally experienced just how powerful the Chilling Field skill was. If not for the undead commander being a great lord and capable of only displaying the standards of a Tier 3 class, they wouldn't have had any chance of victory. This is the rumored Rainbow Fruit. Feng opened his bag to examine his rewards, his heart pounding furiously. The Rainbow Fruit was the size of an apple. However, it radiated the dazzling 7-colored light. The fruit was soft like jelly. Just by holding it in his hands, Feng could smell an intoxicating scent from the fruit. The Rainbow Fruit was a divine artifact in God's domain. It was far rarer and more valuable than even the legendary Fruit of Life. It was one of the fruits that provided the largest boost to a player's attributes. Feng had only read about the Rainbow Fruit in books. He had never actually seen one before. He never considered that he could obtain one in the Trial of God. Rainbow Fruit, a fruit that has absorbed the power of God. Upon consumption, players can obtain a permanent increase of anywhere between 15 to 40 points to all of their basic attributes and hidden attributes. EXP gain will also increase by 10%, and death penalty will be reduced by 10%. In addition, the Rainbow Fruit can be given to an NPC. When consumed by NPCs, the fruit will significantly increase their attributes and growth potential. A maximum of 3 Rainbow Fruits can be consumed. What an intense boost. Feng's jaw hung open after he read the introduction. It's no wonder why the books called it a divine artifact. Chapter 1006. Attack Type Domain Skill. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1006. Attack Type Domain Skill. When Feng retrieved the Rainbow Fruit from his bag, he had not bothered to hide its attributes. The fruit's fragrance immediately drew everyone's attention. After the team members read the Rainbow Fruit's description, They were rendered speechless compared to the rainbow fruit. The fruits Fallen Wind and Thoughtful Rain had obtained were nothing in God's domain. There were other items capable of permanently increasing a player's basic attributes as well. However, even now, none of them had ever heard of items that could permanently increase a player's hidden attributes. Players could not put points into the 4 main hidden attributes by simply leveling up yet. The 4 main hidden attributes happened to be extremely important to expert players. The Wind God Spear had gathered in Lake Heart City because of a dangerous quest that might reward a weapon or piece of equipment that would increase a hidden attribute. I am afraid that even an above average epic weapon won't be enough for this rainbow fruit. What are you even saying? If I had a rainbow fruit, I wouldn't trade it for an entire set of epic equipment. Those are hidden attributes we're talking about. Moreover, that fruit can increase anywhere from 15 to 40 points. Who knows how many quests we'd have to complete to get that many. Giving the fruit to a personal guard wouldn't be a bad decision either. NPCs are far more powerful than players of the same level and tier. If you can increase an NPC's growth potential to Dark Gold rank, you'd basically have a boss monster that could grow. Wouldn't that be even more awesome? Promoting your class to the next tier is always going to be more difficult than the last. For the sake of one's future, no matter how I think about it, one should consume the fruit themselves. After all, if you are strong enough, would you ever need to worry about getting good items in the future? The team discussed the rainbow fruit. Enviously using the fruit on oneself or giving it to their personal guard were both good options. If they tried to claim that they weren't jealous, they would be lying. However, Feng had already proven that he qualified to own the rainbow fruit, following which, Feng stored the rainbow fruit. He had no intentions of deciding how to use the fruit right now. After all, he was still in the trial of God. Clearing the trial of God was still a problem. On the off chance that they failed, wouldn't he have wasted the rainbow fruit? As for the epic treasure chest he had obtained, it was locked. He couldn't open it right now as it required 21 magic stones. As for the Dark Gold Mastery Book, Feng had no intentions of using it right now either. Even if he used it, he wouldn't gain anything. The Dark Gold Mastery Book provided anywhere from 50 to 300 mastery points. Unless he gained over 100 mastery points from the book, he couldn't upgrade his one-handed sword mastery from the basic Sword King standard to the intermediate Sword King standard. The only item left was the Tier 4 Surekill skill. Chilling Field. Feng had no idea what sort of dangers awaited him. Meanwhile, Chilling Field could increase his combat power significantly, far more than what the rainbow fruit right now. After all, the hidden attributes would only be useful in the long term. They provided very little short-term gains, following which, Feng clicked to learn Chilling Field. Chilling Field Tier 0, Level 1, requires 400,000 EXP to upgrade to Tier 0 Level 2, coverage radius of 30 yards. When activated, user may wield the power of frost within range to attack and defend. Attacks and defenses contain 70% of user's strength. Can attack up to 6 targets simultaneously. Main target will receive 160% damage, while other targets will receive 100% damage. All enemies within Chilling Field will suffer a 10% attribute decrease, 20% movement speed decrease, and 10% increased stamina consumption. When using this skill, user cannot move from their position. Moving instantly cancels Chilling Field. Duration: 5 minutes cooldown. 2 hours. It's already so powerful at level 1? Feng was surprised. He had seen Fire Dance's domain skill, Water Binding. As a Tier 3 Surekill skill, it was considered a pseudo-domain skill. It simply could not compare to Chilling Field regarding control capabilities. Water Binding was superior to Chilling Field. However, Chilling Field had the absolute advantage regarding offense and defense in God's domain. Domain skills were divided into many types. There were attack types, defense types, and control types, among which were more detailed subcategories such as single target or AoE attack types. The same was true for defense types. To put it simply, all domain skills had their own strengths and weaknesses. There was no issue of weak or strong domain skills of a particular tier. It was only a matter of how suitable a domain skill was for a player. Obviously, Chilling Field was an AoE attack type domain skill. As for Water Binding, it was a control type domain skill that could only affect 2 targets at a time. In addition, the EXP required to level Chilling Field was double that of Water Binding. It would not be easy to upgrade it to Tier 4, however. Feng did not pay too much attention to that right now. Immediately, he upgraded Chilling Field to Tier 1 Level 2. Any further, and his level would fall from level 44 to level 43, losing him the effect of the free attribute points he had gained and allocated when he reached level 44. When a player's level decreased in God's domain, they would not lose the free attribute points they had gained and allocated from leveling up. Instead, the points would be temporarily inactive. Only after said player recovered the level would the points become effective again. They would not gain new free attribute points when they reached the level for a second time after upgrading Chilling Field to Tier 1, Level 2. The skill's attributes underwent an earth-shattering change. Chilling Field Tier 1, Level 2, requires 400 million EXP to upgrade to Tier 1, Level 3, coverage radius of 50 yards. When activated, user may wield the power of frost within range to attack and defend. Attacks and defenses will contain 90% of user's strength. Can attack up to 6 targets simultaneously. Main target will receive 260% damage, while other targets will receive 150% damage. All enemies within Chilling Field's range will suffer a 15% attribute decrease, a 30% movement speed decrease, and 20% increased stamina consumption. When using this skill, user cannot move from their position. Moving instantly cancels Chilling Field. Duration: 5 minutes cooldown, 1 hour, 30 minutes. As expected of a domain skill, with this skill alone, no player of the same tier and level will be my match in a one-on-one. Feng was speechless after reading the skill's description. Only now did Feng understand why players who had learned domain skills in the past were practically peerless among the same tier. Players of the same tier, without their own domain skill, had no way of coping with such a skill. One would only have a chance of winning if they had an overwhelming advantage in terms of attributes. If one could upgrade a domain skill to tier 4, even escape would be difficult. Feng had experienced this himself. After all, domain skills would no longer restrict the player's movements after reaching Tier 4. After Feng learned the domain skill, he instructed the team to rest for a few hours. In any case, the trial of God didn't have a time limit. He could also use this opportunity to recover from the weakened state he had earned from activating twofold Berserk. After the team recovered and had prepared to challenge the next stage, they approached a massive teleportation array in front of the stone altar. Suddenly, they heard the sound of a system notification system. You have completed the first stage. Do you wish to leave the trial of God? If you leave, you will be teleported out of the trial and will not incur any punishment. If you continue, you will be teleported to the second stage's individual challenge. Chapter 1007. Lively White River City. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1007. Lively White River City. Hearing the system notification, everyone was stunned. What's going on? Isn't this the trial of God? Didn't the information say that we won't be able to leave without clearing all of the stages? They had found a lot of information on the trial of God on the official forums. Until now, every person that had challenged the trial of God had only had 2 options to leave the trial. Either they gave up, or they cleared it. This sudden development made everyone wonder if this were a trap set by the system. They could not help but hesitate in making a decision. Big Brother Feng, do you think this is a trick? Blue Bamboo asked Feng instinctively. In her opinion, there was nothing in God's domain that Feng did not know about. Thoughtful Rain also turned to Feng. Generally speaking, the game didn't use system notifications to set up a trap for players. However, for reasons unknown, she felt as if only Feng's answer would assure her of this. Seeing Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo's hopeful gazes, Feng smiled bitterly as he said, God's domain system notifications will not lie to players. We were also transferred into the trial of God forcefully rather than through the normal procedures. This is probably why the system is allowing us to leave halfway through the trial. In reality, when Countess Katie Green had teleported them into the trial of God, Feng had been shocked. The trial of God was like an otherworld. Moreover, the gods had created this otherworld. Even demigods could not transfer players into the trail forcefully, much less an empire's countess. Normally, players could only enter the trial of God through a spatial connection point. Moreover, this spatial connection point was unstable. Not only did it appear randomly, but it would also disappear after a certain amount of time. Regardless of whether or not players had entered, only gods could transport a player into the trial of God by force. How could the Countess of a mere empire achieve such a feat? According to Feng's conjecture, the Countless must have used some kind of item. Take the Bible of Darkness, for example. The Bible could activate a gate of darkness, allowing players to travel to the Dark Denver. However, such an item should have some flaws. For example, they could leave the Trial of God after completing one stage. Commander, do we leave or continue? Autumn Goose asked hesitantly as she looked towards Fallen Wind. The Trial of God's rewards were abundant. After obtaining the Secret Silver Mastery Book, Fallen Wind had finally pushed his shield mastery to the basic master standard, which significantly increased his damage reduction and defense capabilities. If they continued clearing this 6-colored trial, they would emerge transformed. At that time, no one within the Dark Knight Empire would be able to afford to underestimate the Wind God's spear. Even those super guilds and super first-rate guilds would have to be cautious when dealing with the adventurer team we were leaving. Fallen Wind declared, "If not for Brother Yifeng's help, we wouldn't have even cleared the trial's first stage. We are lucky that it's giving us the chance to leave." Although the Trial of God awarded more with each cleared stage, the same was also true for the stage's difficulty. Accurately determining one's strength was one of the basics of being an expert. Moreover, the system had clearly stated that the next stage would be an individual challenge. They would not find any more loopholes to exploit and would have to rely on their own strength. If he had to guess who on his team could clear the second stage, he was sure that only Feng was capable of doing so. Everyone else, including himself, had no hope of clearing the trial. Why should they risk suffering the system's severe punishment? The team agreed with Fallen Wind's proposal. They all felt that greed had gotten the better of them and they had forgotten the reason they had come this far. Turning towards Feng, Fallen Wind asked in a very friendly tone, "Brother Yifeng, the Wind God's spear intends to leave. May I know what you plan to do next?" "Me?" After giving it some thought, Feng said, "I'll leave as well. Although the Trial of God's rewards are tempting, I still have many matters that I need to attend to. Since that is the case, let's add each other as friends. If not for Brother Yifeng's help, we wouldn't have left this place in one piece. If you need any help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. I will give my all to assist you," Fallen Wind said. He then sent Feng a friend request, hoping that he could become close friends with the swordsman. It was also thanks to Feng's display that he had finally entered the Flowing Water Realm, which he had struggled to reach for many years. Among the many guild experts he had met, none had truly earned his admiration. Feng was the first expert he looked up to. He didn't even feel this way about one sword of the 8-sword hero. Feng instantly accepted Fallen Wind's friend request. In the past, the Wind God Spear had been an apex adventurer team in God's domain. Although its fame was not as widespread as adventurer teams like the Midnight Tea Party and Owl, which even super guilds feared, they were still one of the few apex adventurer teams in the game. Gaining an ally like the Wind God Spear would definitely help Zero Wing's development in the future. If those super guilds found out that Zero Wing had formed a deep relationship with two of God's domain's future apex adventurer teams, they would most likely try to annihilate Zero Wing at all costs. Although the fact that Feng possessed a city-building order in his hands was already enough of a reason for super guilds to target his guild following, which, with Feng taking the lead, everyone teleported out of the Trial of God. He then returned to White River City with Thoughtful Rain and Blue Bamboo. After seeing Feng's group off, Fallen Wind glanced at his team members, addressing them seriously. "You witnessed today's situation for yourselves. Following this, Wind God's Spear must work even harder. None of us can afford to be cocky anymore. God's domain is a far more amazing game than we assumed. Nobody knows just how many hidden experts are here." Although the Wind God Spear fared relatively well in the Dark Knight Empire, in the end, the Dark Knight Empire was only one of many empires in God's domain. It was truly laughable that they took pride in their current achievements. The adventuring players nodded in response to Fallen Wind's words. Setting Feng aside, they could already see how powerful Zero Wing was as a guild based on Thoughtful Rain's strength. Moreover, Zero Wing's core members had the opportunity to learn advanced combat techniques. This was not something their Wind God Spear could hope to compete with. Before this, they had all been proud of their ability to pick fights with large guilds. Starmoon Kingdom, White River City. Ever since Blackwater and Heaven's Burial had declared war on Zero Wing, the atmosphere in White River City had become somewhat tense. Blackwater and Heaven's Burial's members roamed the city. There were also plenty of players hidden under black cloaks. These people had a predator's gaze when they looked at Zero Wings members. If not for the severe consequences of attacking another player within the city, there was no doubt that these people would have already made their move. Zero Wings Guild residents. These red players are getting increasingly brazen. They are bold enough to eye Zero Wings members openly on the streets. What can we do? I don't know what Blackwater did, but it has persuaded many dark guilds to join hands against Zero Wing. Not only do we have to be wary of ambushes from Blackwater's teams, but our elite parties also have to look out for sneak attacks from red players. Those bastards only know how to use cowardly tactics. Once they see us rush at them, they scatter and flee. If I get my hands on them, I'll give them a good beating. A few core members in Zero Wing's residence angrily discussed the situation. Chapter 1008. Different Playstyle. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1008. Different Playstyle. After leaving the Trial of God, Feng returned to Zero Wing's residence in White River City originally. Feng had intended to pay Countess Katie Green another visit. However, after recalling what the Countess was capable of, he decided against it. He did not have the time or energy to risk getting sent into the Trial of God once more. In any case, if the Countess didn't expect his return, she wouldn't have a reason to flee. Moreover, both Blackwater and Heaven's Burial had declared war on Zero Wing. He needed to resolve this matter as soon as possible upon returning to the guild residence. However, Feng was greeted by a depressing atmosphere. The residence's main hall was far less lively than it had been. There were also fewer players around the quest boards. The former vigorous atmosphere that surrounded the guild residence was gone. It was hard to imagine that Zero Wing had fallen so far in just a few short days. One could see how powerful the Blackwater Corporation's foundations were. Fortunately, White River City was Zero Wing's territory. There were a large number of the guild's members here. It was not easy for Blackwater to deal with Zero Wing in the field. After all, Blackwater needed a lot of manpower to develop the many cities under its rule. The most it could afford was to send the guild's top experts in a war. Both sides needed to spend plenty of coins on rewards and remunerations. A guild's top experts were strong, so their chances of dying were much lower. They were also more capable of killing more enemy players. This was one of the most common methods employed in wars among guilds. In the end, each guild's resources would determine the outcome. Whoever lasted longer would be the winner. In the past, this method had destroyed many small guilds. Large guilds had more resources and funding. They also had more experts. Small guilds could not afford such a taxing war. The Blackwater Corporation really is impressive. In just a few days, they have won over so many of Star Moon Kingdom's dark guilds. Feng could not help but frown as he overheard various conversations as players loitered in the main hall. It seems that I can't let the Dark Gods Legion continue its expedition in the Undead Gorge. Are those dark guilds very strong? Thoughtful Rain asked curiously. The Dark Gods Legion was Zero Wing's strongest legion. If he recalled the Dark Gods Legion, it would impact the legion's development. Wars between guilds generally lasted a very long time. Having the Dark Gods Legion waste its time on skirmishes around White River City wasn't a good idea. They're very strong. Unlike regular guilds, dark guilds have an abundance of battle maniacs who love PvP and plundering weapons and equipment from other players. They are very familiar with field battles. Moreover, the skills they learn, the weapons and equipment they wear, and the techniques they possess all focus on PvP. Most importantly, the conditions to join a dark guild are far stricter than regular guilds. To join a regular guild, you only need to pass the guild's test. However, dark guilds are different. Not only do you need to pass the guild's test, but you also need to complete the system's test. The system's test? Thoughtful Rain was even more confused now. This was her first time hearing about such a thing. The system's test to join a dark guild isn't exactly difficult. You are only required to kill 10 players who are no more than 3 levels lower than you. However, remaining in a dark guild is far more difficult. The system will periodically task you with killing a certain number of players and NPCs. By doing so, you will gain a large amount of EXP and various weapons, equipment, and tools. If you fail, however, you will be expelled from the Dark Guild. Because of that, players who remain in the Dark Guilds are incredibly strong. In addition, unlike regular players, Dark Guild's members are very discreet. They are not easy to deal with. This is also why regular guilds usually avoid provoking them. Feng explained slowly. In the past, many guilds had been forced to disband because they had provoked powerful Dark Guilds. Unlike regular players, Dark Guild players did not kill monsters to earn EXP, weapons, equipment, money, and other necessities. Instead, they earned EXP from the players they killed. They also earned kill points, which could be traded for weapons, equipment, various tools of slaughter, money, and such. Dark Guilds could easily afford prolonged wars between guilds. It was just another day at the office. This was how these guilds continued to exist in God's domain. Despite so few Dark Guilds in the game and so few members, following which, Feng notified Aqua Rose and called for a war meeting. As soon as Feng announced for the meeting, every Zero Wing member burst with excitement. Yes, our guild's upper echelons are finally going to make a move. I wonder what the guild plans to do this time. I've been waiting for this moment for so long. It would be awesome if the guild leader leads us into a decisive battle. It won't be easy to find a battle like that. Haven't you seen that the other party has no intentions of starting a head-on fight? They're trying to whittle us down bit by bit. Moreover, thanks to those Dark Guilds, it is becoming more difficult to start a team battle. In the field, Zero Wings members expressed their opinions as they discussed Feng's call for action. Some were hopeful while others worried. In a level 40 desert map near Star Moon City, large groups of level 20+ players engaged in battle. Every one of these players wore the Blackwater emblem. Surrounding these level 20+ players was over 100 level 35+ players currently. Roughly 30 level 35+ MTs stood side to side, blocking an advance of demonic ants and great demonic ants. At the rear, groups of elementalists, cursemancers, and summoners launched AoE attacks at the monsters. The scene was spectacular. Demonic ant, common, level 45, HP 50, 000/50, 000. Giant demonic ant, special elite, level 46, HP 550, 000/550, 000. One demonic ant was not much of a threat. However, demonic ants never acted independently. They generally swarmed with hundreds, sometimes thousands, of their companions. Moreover, demonic ants didn't offer much loot, and the EXP they gave was average at best. Ordinary teams usually avoided them rather than wasting their time. However, demonic ants were one of the best monsters to grind for levels. The leveling speed here is not bad. Continue luring monsters. The more, the merrier, Abandoned Wave commanded as he sat leisurely behind the wall of players, enjoying a glass of wine as he watched his experience bar rapidly rise. A short moment later, the level 20+ players behind him leveled up again. Their leveling speed was so fast that it could render elite players speechless. Suddenly, an indifferent man in a black cloak, with most of his face covered in black bandages, appeared beside Abandoned Wave. The few level 40 experts guarding Abandoned Wave instantly tensed. Glancing at the indifferent man, Abandoned Wave raised his hand and said, "No need to panic, he's one of ours." Hearing this, the level 40 experts relaxed slightly. However, fear filled their gazes as they looked at the indifferent player. After all, none of them had sensed the man before he revealed himself. If he had come here with ill intent, the consequences would have been unimaginable. "Why are you here?" Abandoned Wave asked the bandaged man curiously. "My side's preparations are almost complete. I'm here just to give you these items. When the time comes, your men won't need to worry about friendly fire." Chapter 1009 Moon God's Robes. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1009 Moon God's Robes. A large group of independent players had gathered before Heaven's Burial's majestic guild residence in Star Moon City. Everyone quietly waiting to take the guild's entrance exam. In the past, such a situation would have been unthinkable for Heaven's Burial. Now, however, this had become a regular scene, and the city's inhabitants were used to it. Suddenly, these waiting players heard loud neighing. Everyone turned towards the sound. Wow, so many mounts. Are those common mounts? Those are warhorses. I heard that warhorses are bronze rank at the very minimum. Heaven's Burial is so amazing. It has so many warhorses. I have to join Heaven's Burial no matter what. If I get a bronze mount, All of the time I've invested into God's domain will worth it. In the next moment, over a dozen players atop various kinds of warhorses entered Heaven's Burial's residence, arousing the crowd's envy. Particularly, the sight of the valiant, heroic beauty leading the group etched itself into everyone's minds. Not only was this beauty fully geared with top-tier equipment, but her white warhorse also wore a set of silver armor. She looked like a war goddess as she rode into the residence. All throughout Star Moon City knew this goddess's name, the Ice Witch, Daybreak Fog. Daybreak Fog had earned this title by defeating one of the Star Alliance's 100-man elite teams in front of a dungeon by herself. The Star Alliance had sent many experts to deal with her, including Red Feather, a player on the God's Domain's experts list. In the end, however, Daybreak Fog had defeated all of these experts single-handedly, even Red Feather. While she killed the Star Alliance's members, she had displayed her exceptional technique with ice-type spells. She had transformed the dungeon's entrance into a winter wonderland with an ice-type, large-scale destruction spell. After she used the spell, not one player, aside from herself, had lived to see that snowy world. As a result, some players had started calling her the Ice Witch over time. As the tale of that battle had been retold, all of Star Moon City's players had begun to refer to her as the Ice Witch. She's too beautiful. If I get into Heaven's Burial, I want to work under my goddess. Keep dreaming. Lady Fog is the commander of Heaven's Burial's Ice Fog Legion. Only the elites among elites are allowed to join that legion. It's not even certain that you'll be accepted into the guild with your standards, much less joining the legion. Among the many independent players crowded before the residence, many only sought to join Heaven's Burial because they had been captivated by Daybreak Fog's charm. Otherwise, they would have joined Blackwater instead. After all, Blackwater's guild was backed by the famous Blackwater Corporation. Upon entering Heaven's Burial's meeting room, Daybreak Fog directed her gaze towards Singular Burial, who sat in the guild leader's seat, and asked curiously, "Guild leader, why have you recalled us so suddenly?" Many of the guild's upper echelons were also present in the meeting room. Aside from the several lifestyle class masters, these members were mostly level 40. If an ordinary player were here, they would tremble with fear. Among the level 40 experts present, everyone was considered a top tier in Star Moon Kingdom. Even the guild leaders of other large guilds had to treat them with respect. Take a seat. I'll explain soon, Singular Burial said as he pointed towards the vice guild leader's seat. Hearing Singular Burial's words, Daybreak Fog's confusion grew. Practically every upper echelon was here. Only a few preoccupied members were missing. Yet, Singular Burial's comment seemed to suggest that they were waiting for someone. What's going on? When Daybreak Fog reached her seat, she noticed an additional, empty seat beside Singular Burial. This seat had been placed parallel to the guild leader's seat. Daybreak Fog wasn't the only person who wondered. The rest of the upper echelons were also curious. In Heaven's Burial, Singular Burial was their one and only leader. He had single-handedly supported the entire guild. No one sat as his equal. That hadn't even changed when Blackwater's guild leader, Abandoned Wave, had visited. After waiting for a little over 10 minutes, the meeting room's heavy doors swung open. Who is she? Everyone turned towards the doors, discovering a peerless beauty. The dazzling young woman wore a set of luxurious purple robes that reached the ground, vividly highlighting her graceful curves. The girl had silky black hair that reached her willowy waist. Every step she took felt as if she were stepping on their aspirations, inadvertently driving their gazes to the floor. How does such a person exist in this world? Daybreak Fog's eyes widened in shock. She had never dreamed of this world having such a beautiful girl. Even Daybreak Fog acknowledged that she was no match for the girl's beauty, and she could not help herself from being captivated the instant this young woman appeared. She had become the center of attention. Is she wearing the moon god's robes? The cleric Flame Blood commented, shocked, when he saw the young woman's luxurious, purple robes. When everyone else heard the comment, they were also shocked. Ordinary players might not know what the moon god's robes were, but the equipment was relatively famous in Blackwing City's high-class auction house. As epic-ranked mage robes, the starting bid was already a whopping 4,000 gold. This price could already rival that of an epic weapon. In the end, however, A mysterious player had purchased it for 7,600 gold. Many players had ridiculed this mysterious player. After all, this player had spent so much money to compete with the NPC nobles over a single piece of epic equipment. Had that person spent a little more money, they could have afforded a major city's golden land. It would have been easy to earn back the cost. Then they had never dreamed that such a peerless beauty had been the mysterious player who purchased the moon god's robes. These guild members instantly activated their identification skills, hoping to discover this beauty's identity. However, even after using advanced identification skills, they had failed to learn anything. Sorry for the delay. I had some matters to deal with. The young woman apologized after taking her seat. All right, since everyone is here, let me introduce you. This is the Blackwater Corporation's representative, Miss Ling Jingxian. She has come here to discuss the raid on Stone Forest Town, Singular Burial said, respect filling his voice as he introduced Ling Jingxuan. Although the introduction had been simple, everyone was shocked. Singular Burial's respect for Ling Jingxian was one thing, but they had not expected that their discussion would involve raiding Stone Forest Town. Chapter 1010, High-Profile War Declaration. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1010, High-Profile War Declaration. Guild Leader, are you really planning to do this? Flame Blood asked, slightly confused. There were no NPC towns close to Stone Forest Town. If they attempted to raid Stone Forest Town, they wouldn't be able to dispatch reinforcements quickly. On the other hand, Zero Wings members could utilize the guild transfer scroll to reach the town in an instant. Even when they died, they would revive inside the town. To put it simply, this town was easily defensible. Although Stone Forest Town's protection period was over, players could hire NPC guards. Although the levels of the enlisted NPCs would not be as high as the level 150 NPC guards hired during the protection period, recruited NPCs were still 10 to 15 levels higher than current players, with Stone Forest Town being one of Zero Wing's primary revenue sources. After its protection period had ended, Zero Wing had hired 500 level 50 and above Tier 1 NPC guards to defend it. In addition, many of Zero Wing's members were garrisoned in the town. Zero Wing had also constructed basic mana pulse cannons, which the guild had used in its war against the Star Alliance. Around the town in the last war, Zero Wing had introduced everyone to the weapons attack range and destructive power. Hence, raiding Stone Forest Town would not be easy. It was likely that they would have to sacrifice a significant number of players to take the town. The other Heaven's Burial members also turned to Singular Burial, wearing confused expressions. While they had considered raiding Stone Forest Town before, it was too early for that. God's domain was only starting to transition into the era of mounts. They should wait a little longer. I understand your concerns. However, I have already considered this problem. Since we are going to make a move, I am confident in our success. Singular Burial chuckled. However, I would like to invite Miss Ling to elaborate on this point. Everyone shifted their gaze towards Ling Jingxian, questioning looks filling their eyes. IVE received news that Zero Wing has recently contacted several major companies to gain financial support. In addition, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has begun to move against Zero Wing and is dealing with Zero Wing's branch guild in Lakeheart City. In response, Zero Wing has dispatched quite a number of their members to the Black Dragon Empire. Hence, the guild's member population in Stone Forest Town has decreased significantly. However, most importantly, Zero Wing has begun to show signs of activity in White River City. They have even recalled their guild's strongest Dark Gods Legion. As long as Zero Wing is focused on hunting down Dark Guild members, the latter will think of a way to pin down Zero Wing's main forces for as long as possible. After that, both Blackwater and Heaven's Burial can take the opportunity to attack Stone Forest Town. Ling Jingxuan's explanation had caught these upper echelons' interest. If Zero Wing pitted everything it had to defend Stone Forest Town, they would never be able to capture the town. However, now that Zero Wing's members were scattered, it would be a piece of cake to take Stone Forest Town with the strength of both guilds. I have a question. Daybreak Fog suddenly declared. If Zero Wing's members use their guild transfer scrolls, they can easily gather in Stone Forest Town. Regardless of how fast we assemble our forces, we're not faster than Zero Wing. As if she had expected this question, Ling Jingxian took out over a dozen old, tattered scrolls, displaying them on the table. Those are. Curiously, everyone examined the scroll's introduction. Immediately, everyone's jaws dropped. None of them could believe their eyes. A sealing magic array. This magic array would seal off an area for a certain amount of time, preventing the players from teleporting out of or into the area. This was a godly tool for raiding towns and cities. If Zero Wing could not teleport players into Stone Forest Town, with the small number of players garrisoned in the town, they could successfully raid it. As long as they took Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing would lose its main source of income. Meanwhile, their two guilds, who captured Stone Forest Town, would enjoy the town's massive profits. With this shift in power, it would only be a matter of time before Zero Wing was annihilated. I'll leave the sealing magic array in your hands. I hope that you can construct it quickly. If there's nothing else to discuss, I'll be taking my leave. After Ling Jingxian said so, she left the meeting room under everyone's watchful gazes. Fog, you and everyone else here, get ready. I've already arranged for the advanced lifestyle players that will be required to construct the sealing magic array. You will protect them until they have finished their work. Do not let anyone disrupt them. Singular Burial commanded sternly. Guild leader, leave it to us. Everyone excitedly replied. The sealing magic array was powerful. However, it possessed major flaws. Players needed to construct the magic array's cores in various locations of a map. Moreover, the magic array cores would disturb the surrounding mana, which would, in turn, cause nearby monsters to gather and attack the cores. Hence, players were needed to defend the cores. This was why Singular Burial had called Heaven's Burial's upper echelons back to seal a map as large as Stone Forest Towns. They needed to construct at least 14 magic array cores. In other words, they needed to defend 14 separate locations. If they mobilized too many players at once, it would attract Zero Wing's attention. Hence, dispatching experts to defend these locations was the best option. When the time came, they simply needed to replace these experts with a large number of elite players. Meanwhile, inside Zero Wing's residence in White River City, after Feng recalled the Dark God's Legion, he had Fire Dance Rally the guild's experts and elites, officially announcing their crusade against the Dark Guilds in Starmoon Kingdom that targeted their guild. Every player in Starmoon Kingdom noticed this sudden announcement. In a few short minutes, Feng's post rose to the very top of Starmoon Kingdom's official forums. This is insane. Zero Wing has gone insane. Zero Wing is awesome. It has openly declared a crusade against Starmoon Kingdom's dark guilds. With their temper, these dark guilds won't let this rest. All hail Zero Wing. Zero Wing's latest declaration dazzled God's Domain's ordinary players. Not only was Zero Wing at war with two of the kingdom's giants, but it had also declared war on the Dark Guilds, which most players tried to avoid. Only a lunatic would make a move like this. The various guilds were even more shocked by Zero Wing's declaration of war. Ordinary players might not realize the truth about Dark Guilds, but they were perfectly aware. Although Dark Guilds had very few members, these people were extremely obstinate. Dealing with large guilds like theirs was just another day at work for these people. Moreover, even if these players died, their dark guilds wouldn't compensate them for any losses. They would only have themselves to blame for not being strong enough. Speaking of the survivability of dark guild players, they were much stronger than regular guild members. Most importantly, unlike regular guilds, dark guilds did not possess a permanent base of operations such as a guild residence. Instead, they operated like independent players. A simple bar was enough of a base for them. They could easily move between towns controlled by the forces of darkness. Hence, it was very difficult to launch a concentrated attack against dark guilds. Regarding sustainability, regular guilds were even less of a match for their dark cousins. Dark guilds players could level up by killing other players. This was not an option for regular guild players. If an extended war occurred between a regular guild and a dark guild, the latter would only exhaust their enemy to death. Hence, regular guilds generally overlooked dark guilds as none of them wanted an unnecessary confrontation. Logically, Zero Wing should have been more focused on dealing with Blackwater and Heaven's Burial after it realized that its enemies had hired dark guilds to take action. After all, dark guilds were merely hired guns. It was easy enough to hold them at bay. Once their employers were gone, they would go back to their normal lifestyle. Yet, not only had Zero Wing ignored Blackwater and Heaven's Burial, but it had also provoked the various dark guilds deliberately. Zero Wing's priorities were clearly skewed. Chapter 10-11. High Alert Mode. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1011 High Alert Mode. A measly guild like Zero Wing dares provoke all of our dark guilds? They must be tired of living. If we don't annihilate Zero Wing, the other guilds will start to think that we're weak. I had only planned to humor the Blackwater Corporation. However, now it's personal. Our dark guilds will not rest until Zero Wing's name has been erased from Star Moon Kingdom. Shortly after Zero Wing announced its crusade, the various Dark Guild's upper echelons issued their response originally. There hadn't been many Dark Guild players in White River City. However, after Zero Wing's declaration, cloaked players began to flood into the city. Moreover, Zero Wing's members experienced more ambushes in the fields around White River City. Guild Leader, now that the members from the various Dark Guilds have gathered, our guild's parties can't leave the city. Only larger teams have any sense of safety in the fields. Some of those dark guilds have even begun to boldly stalk our guild residence's entrance, trailing anyone who leaves and finding an opportunity to ambush them. Aqua Rose reported. Frowning, she didn't understand what Feng was trying to do. They could deal with a single dark guild. Now, however, members from over a dozen dark guilds had gathered in White River City. The city was practically a hub for red names now. Yet Zero Wing couldn't do anything about it as long as these red players wore cloaks and disguised themselves with various items. They could easily trick the NPC guards. Even if they were discovered, as long as they escaped to the fields, they would vanish without a trace. Although she had dispatched Zero Wing's core members to kill some of these Dark Guild players, they barely made a scratch. If they continued this war of attrition, these Dark Guilds would wear Zero Wing down. Furthermore, Blackwater and Heaven's Burial were watching their guild closely. They've gathered in White River City. Nodding, Feng smiled and said, "We should celebrate. With this, we won't have to waste time looking for them." Aqua Rose was confused. Despite the increasing number of enemies, Feng thought this was a good thing. However, Feng did not bother to explain. He simply led Aqua Rose and Fire Dance to the Adventurers Association. In the end, dark guilds were still dark guilds. They were no different than street rats that were forced to hide in dark corners. Now that they were acting so bold inside an NPC city, they had to pay the price. "Hello, sir. How may I be of service to you today?" The blonde NPC beauty behind the counter asked as she watched Feng's group approach. "Hello. I wish to purchase a blood aura crystal. Also, I want to activate White River City's high alert mode." Feng said neither Aqua Rose or Fire Dance had any idea of what was going on. They had never heard of the blood aura crystal or the so-called high alert mode. "Sir, you'll need to be at least a 2-star adventurer to purchase the blood aura crystal. As for activating White River City's high alert mode, you need to be a 3-star adventurer to apply for that," the NPC beauty explained. "Will this identity be enough?" Feng chuckled as he switched to the Spirit Slayer title. The Spirit Slayer title was an advanced title that allowed him to enjoy 4-star benefits in the Adventurers Association. His status was equivalent to that of a Vice Branch Association Master, so it is Lord Spirit Slayer. Here is the Blood Aura Crystal. As you are a 4-star adventurer, you will receive a 30% discount. You may purchase the Blood Aura Crystal for 700 gold. As for applying for the city's high alert mode, you must pay a 1,400 gold application fee. Upon seeing Feng's title, the NPC beauty adopted a more respectful tone and posture as she spoke with Feng. "All right," Feng said. He then handed 2,100 gold to the NPC. Both the Blood Aura Crystal and the city's high alert mode were red players' nemesis. This was why players from the various dark guilds avoided NPC cities. The Blood Aura Crystal could detect players' blood aura within a certain range. Only players who had killed other players or lawful NPCs had a blood aura. It was similar to PvP players' red names. It also took a long time for a player to get rid of their blood aura. In the past, the Blood Aura Crystal had been commonly used to target dark guilds. Only, current players had not discovered this yet. The Blood Aura Crystal was also very expensive, and only 2-star adventurers could purchase and use ETAs for the high alert mode. To put it simply, it would prevent all players within White River City from equipping black cloaks to hide their identities. The patrolling NPCs would also wield an advanced detection stone that would pick up on dark creatures' auras and red players' blood auras. At the same time, players within the city would not be able to use teleportation items. With this mode, There were only two ways to leave the city: the teleportation hall and the city's entrance. However, high-tiered NPCs guarded both locations. Without the black cloak to hide their identities, red players had no escape. Lord Spirit Slayer, your application has been approved. High alert mode will last for 3 natural days. You will have to wait another week before you can reapply for this mode. The NPC Beauty respectfully informed Feng after the NPC finished speaking. A system announcement rang throughout White River City. White River City system announcement. The city has temporarily entered high alert mode. All teleportation tools will no longer function within the city. The system announcement repeated 3 times, dazing White River City's players. What's this high alert mode? Did somebody trigger a special quest? As the city's players wondered about the system announcement, every player wearing a black cloak was revealed. What's going on? Why isn't my black cloak working? The Dark Guild players camping outside Zero Wing's residence panicked at this sudden development. Without their black cloak's hide effect, the high-tiered NPCs would easily see through their disguises. As red players, they were as good as dead if they were caught inside an NPC city. Guards are coming. Don't worry, they're only patrol guards, not high-tiered NPCs. We just need to be careful. Once this high alert mode ends, we can leave the city safely. You're right. Only advanced identification skills can see through our disguises. Just as these red players started to relax, the patrol guards over 200 yards away charged towards them. Without hesitation, the NPC guards began to slaughter these Dark Guild players. For a time, battles broke out across White River City, shocking the city's ordinary players. After a few minutes, all Dark Guild members within White River City were dead. Not one had survived the NPC guards' onslaught. However, this was not the worst part. It was common knowledge that, in White River City, the punishment for attacking another player was quite severe. If the city's NPCs caught these Dark Guild members, who had killed countless players, these players' only real option was to delete their accounts and start all over. Chapter 10-12 Profitable Investment. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1012 Profitable Investment. Ha ha ha. Now that Zero Wing has provoked so many Dark Guilds, I can't wait to see how the guild gets out of this. Even I am starting to pity Zero Wing. Gentle Snow can't get her priorities straight, either, refusing to join Underworld. I wonder how much she's regretting that decision. Young Master Feng, should we head to White River City and take care of Zero Wing's members, too? That's a nice idea. Now that so many guilds are targeting Zero Wing, we can disguise ourselves and use this opportunity to rake in some profit. If we can get rid of 10 or so Zero Wing core members, we can upgrade everyone's equipment. If we're lucky, we might even get a cut of White River City. My position in the organization will rise again, and I won't have to listen to that damnable woman anymore. Currently, Feng Shenyang led a team to grind level 42 mine gnomes, using them to power level to level 40. However, as his team lacked good equipment, they couldn't afford to venture too far into the mine. If they could upgrade their equipment, they could increase their grinding speed. However, when Feng Shenyang thought about how he had been forced to lead this team personally, he was indescribably frustrated. He had been one of Underworld's middle managers. Now, however, he had been reduced to leading a team to grind monsters. This was all due to Underworld's upper echelon's sudden focus on Yulan. They had even transferred Maple City's management, as well as 5 other major cities, to Yulan. This was a nightmare. Just you wait. When Zero Wing falls, I'll poach Zero Wing's top players and regain possession of Overwhelming Smile. Feng Shenyang inwardly chuckled. Zero Wing's elite members and experts were extraordinarily strong. If Zero Wing were defeated, these people would refuse to join guilds like Blackwater or Heaven's Burial. At that time, he simply needed to offer an appropriate price to recruit them. After making these people his own, Underworld's upper echelons would have no choice but to focus on him. When Feng Shenyang and his team reached White River City, they were astounded by what they saw. The NPC guards were slaughtering numerous players inside the teleportation hall. In the face of the level 180 guards, level 40 expert players were infants. The NPCs only needed 1 hit to defeat each player. One cloaked player, who had just teleported into the city, died before he had even realized what had happened. What's going on here? Chills ran down Feng Xuanyang's spine as he looked down at the Dark Guild player corpse beside him. Feng Shenyang, wasn't the only player who wondered what was happening. Many other guilds that had teleported to White River City to take advantage of Zero Wing's predicament were stupefied inside the spacious teleportation hall. Several hundred disguised red players had died. The scent of blood lingered in the air. White River City had become a forbidden ground for red players previously. Everyone had thought that these dark guild players were too arrogant in the city. Now, however, they pitted these players. Any red players the NPC guards killed would be jailed in White River City's confinement room to await their punishment after they resurrected. With the crime values these dark guild members possessed, it would be a miracle if they were not locked up for over a month. Rescuing these players from White River City's confinement room was nothing more than a dream. Level 200, Tier 3 NPCs guarded that room, and they would instantly kill any and all players that didn't belong. However, if these players weren't rescued, mainstream players would have long since surpassed these players' levels and equipment by the time their prison sentence was over. It would be very difficult to catch up. At the very least, they would need to spend several months grinding endlessly. As for deleting their accounts and starting all over again, although they could level up quickly if high-level players' power leveled them, they would never catch up to mainstream players in a month without some leveling secret. Of course, regaining their levels was one issue, but what about their reputation? What about their weapons and equipment? What about the wealth they had accumulated? Young Master Feng, are we still going to take on Zero Wings members? South Wolf, who was currently level 38, asked hesitantly. Zero Wing was definitely involved in White River City's sudden development, and anyone that said otherwise was lying. If Zero Wing was already capable of this, who knew what else the guild could do? Let's investigate the situation first. Feng Shenyang felt somewhat unsteady at this moment. He could not forget the level 40 expert who had teleported in beside him, dying after a single strike. Elsewhere, the various dark guilds' upper echelons were dumbfounded when they heard the news of this sudden development. Can someone tell me what is going on? Why are White River City's NPCs slaughtering our members like madmen? This was the first time these dark guilds had encountered a situation like this. The NPC city that they had been able to move through freely was now a forbidden land. Over half of the members they had dispatched to White River City were dead. Only a small minority were still active in the fields near White River City. This was an unprecedented blow to their dark guilds. The death of their members was nothing to them. However, if their members were confined for over a month, this would severely wound their guilds. Damn it. Zero Wing set us up. Contact the other dark guilds immediately. From now on, we cannot let anyone from Zero Wing survive. If they show themselves, kill them all. Starmoon Kingdom's various dark guilds swore to fight Zero Wing until the bitter end. What did you say? Over half of the dark guild members have been locked up in White River City's confinement room. How is that possible? Didn't they have their disguise tools? Abandoned Wave's expression froze when he received the news. He could not bring himself to believe it. While dark guilds were not strong in a head-on battle, their survivability and ambushing capabilities in the fields were top-notch. This was precisely the reason that he had paid a massive price for these dark guilds to whittle down Zero Wing's strength. Yet now, over half of them had been killed and jailed in White River City. With this, it had become far more difficult to deal with Zero Wing's members. Guild leader, what should we do now? Now that over half of the dark guild players have been locked up, the threat on Zero Wing has been reduced significantly. Moreover, some of the regular guilds that intended to strike Zero Wing have decided on the wait-and-see approach. The middle-aged, bald man asked after some thought. Abandoned Wave commanded. This development has affected our plans slightly, but no matter. Contact the dark guilds immediately. Tell them that we'll send some of our top players to assist. If they can delay Zero Wing's top players, we'll reward them. Heaven's Burial had already begun to construct the sealing cores around Stone Forest Town. If they could not pin Zero Wing's core members down in White River City, taking Stone Forest Town would become far more troublesome. Understood. After hearing this, the middle-aged man retreated to contact the various dark guilds. Meanwhile, inside White River City, Feng was in a very good mood. He had simply spent some money to exterminate the pests in White River City. He had never expected such a huge windfall after he had activated the city's high alert mode. Over 10,000 red players had died and were captured. This result earned him yet another advanced title: City Protector. Chapter 1013. Epic Personal Guard Quest. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1013 Epic Personal Guard Quest. When Feng heard the system notification, he was dazed for a long moment. He had never thought that he could obtain an advanced title like this. It was already difficult to obtain a basic title, let alone an advanced title. Now, just by spending 1,400 gold, not only had he dealt with the eyesores in the city, but he had also earned himself an advanced title. No one would believe this in the past. Many large guilds had willingly spent over 10,000 gold for an accurate clue that led to an advanced title, not to mention the method of obtaining one city protector. While Feng was relatively familiar with the basic titles throughout God's domain, his understanding of advanced titles was quite shallow. After all, advanced titles were extraordinary. Nobody would casually reveal information about them. City protector, advanced title, a hero that has protected the city from the dark forces' influence. Wielder enjoys the benefits of a major noble in every human city. At the same time, personal guards can accept one epic quest per week. In addition, personal guards receive a 5% increase to quest success rate as expected of an advanced title. It actually allows my personal guards to pick up one epic quest each week. Feng could not help his surprise. Personal guards' development speeds depended on the quests they accepted from the Adventurers Association. The higher the quest's rank was, the better the EXP and items it would award. However, there were not many personal guard quests to choose from in the Adventurers Association. Even dark gold quests only appeared about once a week, much less epic quests. One would be extremely lucky if they picked up an epic quest once a month. If his personal guards could complete an epic quest once a week, their improvement speed would be unimaginable. They also had a 5% success rate even if he allowed dark gold guards like Kite and Anna to challenge a dark gold quest. Their success rate was only 50%. If they were very well equipped, their success rate could top out at 80%. As Feng understood it, even extremely well-equipped dark gold guards only had a 30% chance of completing an epic quest. Otherwise, ordinary dark gold guards only had a 20% chance for success. As for fine gold guards, even with top-tier equipment, they'd be lucky if they had a 10% success rate. Hence, the City Protector title's 5% increase to his guard's quest success rate was amazing. Thinking up to this point, Feng immediately replaced his Spirit Slayer title with the City Protector title. He then summoned Kite and Anna to his side. Both Kite and Anna had leveled up significantly after some time away from Feng. The last time he saw the two NPCs, both were only level 60. Now, however, both had reached level 65. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose and Fire Dance, who stood beside Feng, were shocked upon seeing Kite and Anna. How are they so strong? Aqua Rose asked curiously. She had long since become a Viscount of White River City and could recruit her own personal guard. After mobilizing the guild's strength and Feng's guidance, she had managed to recruit a fine gold guard. Moreover, this fine gold guard was a guardian knight, which was an excellent match for her class. She had been overjoyed when she found this personal guard. After that, she had spared no effort to nurture her personal guard, helping the NPC accept all sorts of high-ranking quests. Her personal guard had only recently reached level 60. Who knew how many more quests the NPC had to complete to reach level 65? However, the NPC was already considered very high level. After all, the personal guards that other guilds' upper echelons recruited were usually around level 55 to 58. In terms of strength, those personal guards were nowhere near a match for hers yet. Right now, not only had both of Feng's personal guards reached level 65, but the NPC's auras felt like that of two level 65 Great Lords. Aqua Rose felt as if she were suffocating in their presence after summoning his two personal guards. He spent 200 gold for both of them to accept an epic quest together. The Adventurers Association's epic personal guard quests could be completed by more than one person. Moreover, by forming a party, the guards' success rates increased. However, only personal guards that belonged to the same player could form a party. Multiple players' personal guards could not form parties together. With both Kite and Anna challenging the epic quest, the displayed success rate had increased substantially. Including the benefits from Feng's title, their current success rate was 37%. That percentage was high enough to excite many players, but Feng was not satisfied. Although a 37% success rate seemed relatively high, Feng knew that Kite and Anna might only succeed one of 5 attempts, rather than the theoretical one of 3. However, these NPCs could only accept one epic quest each week. In other words, it could take 5 weeks for Kite and Anna to complete one epic quest to Feng, who started in God's domain with nothing and had not had the support of any corporation. This efficiency wasn't favorable. It seems that I'll have to use it. Feng opened his bag and looked at the rainbow fruit that sat quietly inside as a divine artifact. The rainbow fruit could increase a player's potential, setting a sturdy foundation for challenging their Tier 4 and Tier 5 promotions. The boost might even help with one's Tier 6 promotion. After all, the 4 major hidden attributes were incredibly important. It was extremely difficult to increase any of those attributes by 1 point, not to mention improving all 4 by 15 points or more. However, using the rainbow fruit to nurture a near-invincible personal guard was also not a bad idea in the past. Despite Kite's growth potential of 92 points, he had been practically invincible among Tier 5 classes. Only Tier 6 God-ranked players could take him down a notch if Feng nurtured a Tier 6 personal guard. He could stroll through God's domain unhindered. However, getting an NPC to Tier 6 was far more difficult than getting a player to Tier 6. It was not a problem that could be solved with money alone. Luck, opportunity, and strength were all necessary to raise a personal guard to Tier 6. Kite's potential is at 94, while Anna's is at 96. Although Anna is no match for Kite in a head-on fight, it will be safer to let Anna use the fruit. After giving it some thought, Feng decided to let Anna consume the rainbow fruit after Anna ate the fruit. The room's mana grew rampant, however. This phenomenon was different from a high-tiered spell. It felt as if someone were deliberately controlling the surrounding mana. Right now, various elemental mana had come together to form a 7-colored mist that rapidly melded with Anna's body soon. The 7-colored mist formed a giant cocoon that enveloped Anna. The mist flashed, again and again, releasing a 7-colored radiance and a frighteningly powerful aura with each burst. Feng paled in the face of this mighty aura, and even moving a finger was difficult. As for Aqua Rose and Fire Dance, they were as stiff as statues. They could not move whatsoever if not for them being in the VIP hall on the Adventurers Association's 2nd floor with a magic array separating them from the outside world. Feng did not doubt that every player in the association would have been thrown to the floor after a minute passed. A crack formed in the 7-colored cocoon. When the cocoon shattered, Anna slowly emerged from within. However, unlike before, Anna seemed to have dominated elemental mana. The surrounding mana could not help but submit to her. Was it a success? Feng anxiously examined Anna's statistics. Chapter 1014, Promotion to Epic Guard. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1014, Promotion to Epic Guard. The frightening mana circulating in the room drove everyone's gazes to Anna despite having the same level and items. Anna's aura had undergone an earth-shattering change. What's going on? Guild leader, what did you do? Aqua Rose's eyes widened in shock as she looked between Feng and Anna. She had no idea what Feng had done to transform his personal guard previously. She had felt Anna radiate a powerful pressure. Now, however, she felt nothing from the woman. This was not the first time she had experienced such a situation, so she knew full well what had caused the change. The greatest danger was one that you couldn't sense, to put it simply. Anna's new strength was outside her range of perception while Aqua Rose and Fire Dance were shocked. Feng was extremely anxious. The rainbow fruit was a divine artifact. It was likely that he would never obtain another. If Anna remained a dark gold guard after consuming the fruit, the loss would be tremendous. Feng took a deep breath before taking a look at Anna's statistics. Anna Yifeng's personal guard, level 65 loyalty, 95 growth potential, 105 epic rank. She reached epic rank. Feng was ecstatic. He had never heard of an epic guard. As to whether or not epic guards had existed in the past, he had no idea. He had merely been the guild leader of a second-rate guild back then. He had not been privy to many of God's domain's secrets. However, he was certain of one thing: even among epic guards, one would be hard-pressed to find one with a growth potential as high as 105 points in God's domain. The importance of an NPC's growth potential grew as they reached higher levels. At higher levels, even an extra point would result in a massive boost to the guard's attributes with each level up. Hence, even personal guards of the same rank and level could have drastically different attributes. Take Kite, for example. Although his growth potential was only 2 points higher than it had been, after he reached the same level and tier that he had been in the past, his strength would surpass his past self by a minimum of 10%. If it came down to a battle, the present kite could easily suppress and defeat the past kite within a short time. Moreover, this was only a 2-point difference for Dark Gold rank. There was even less need to mention Epic rank. There had not been any clear standards in the past for Epic guards. Any NPC whose growth potential exceeded 100 points was considered an Epic guard. Currently, Anna's growth potential exceeded Kite's by a whopping 11 points. By the time Anna reached level 70 or 80, he had no doubt that she would defeat Kite even in a melee battle. In terms of combat power, even the current Anna could defeat Kite. As both NPCs continued to level, the gap between them would only grow wider. In the end, even Kite would have to look up to Anna. Amazing. Anna's promotion to Epic rank has raised the Epic quest success rate to 67%. I doubt even a full party of Dark Gold guards could achieve such a percentage. Feng was speechless with her promotion. Anna had learned many new skills. She now had 3 Tier 2 curses, one more than before. Most importantly, she had learned a Tier 2 domain skill. With this domain skill, Anna was practically invincible among Tier 2 classes. Unless the other party also possessed a domain skill, even 2 kites were no match for Anna. Following which, Feng had Kite and Anna set out to complete their epic quest. The sooner they completed it, the more they could improve their strength. Guild leader, I've just received news that Blackwater has dispatched many of their top players. From the looks of it, it seems that they were sent to help those dark guilds. Meanwhile, the members of the various dark guilds have joined forces. Not only are they targeting parties, but they've also begun ambushing 100-man teams. Aqua Rose reported once she received this information. In addition, Blackwater has opened another shop in White River City and is selling cast steel armor kits and mana mixtures in large quantities. They've even reduced their prices. They've already lured a lot of players to their shop. They've also started purchasing rare herbs and ores at high prices from all over Star Moon Kingdom. It looks like they're getting serious. Getting serious, huh? Feng smiled. Since they want to play this game, then we'll get serious as well. Saying so, Feng purchased 100 cloaking scrolls from the Adventurers Association. The cloaking scrolls were unique to the Adventurers Association. Only 3-star adventurers could purchase them, and each scroll cost 20 gold. The cloaking scroll were considerably useful to players adventuring in the fields. When used, the scroll provided a cloaking buff to players within a 20-yard radius, which prevented them from being tracked, searched, and perceived. It also increased these players' movement speeds by 10% for 2 hours. This was a must-have tool for escaping and pursuing enemies. Unfortunately, only the person who purchased items from the Adventurers Association could use them. 2-star adventurers could purchase a scroll similar to the cloaking scroll, but the scroll was only effective on themselves, following which, Feng gathered the Dark Gods Legion's members and Zero Wing's main force in the guild hall. He then used the Blood Aura Crystal and Cloaking Scroll. Everyone immediately obtained a buff. White River City Region. Snowy Forest. The Snowy Forest was a level 40 to level 50 high resource map. Usually, White River City's various large guilds came here to level. Now, however, this had become the main battlefield in the war between Zero Wing and the various dark guilds. Godfire, you really are amazing. You actually defeated that level 39 expert from Zero Wing in 3 moves. A level 39 mighty berserker in spiked armor gushed with admiration as he gazed at a level 40 emaciated youth wearing dark gray mage robes. As their dark guilds had agreed to work together, they no longer operated individually or in small parties. They now moved in large teams after experiencing several battles together. Everyone on this team admired this level 40 elementalist. It's nothing. Zero Wing's experts are noobs. They couldn't dodge my great fire dragon technique. If I were fighting our guild's experts, they would have easily dodged an attack like that rather than succumbing to my chain attacks. The youth named Purgatory Godfire said, laughing. Godfire, you're too humble. I've heard that you are the top 5th elementalist in your guild. Among the elementalists in Star Moon Kingdom, only a handful are as strong as you. Another level 40 masked assassin said others might not realize Godfire's strength, but he knew. After all, Godfire's dark guild was far from ordinary. The elementalist was a member of Smiling Angel. It was a top-tier dark guild that operated in multiple kingdoms and empires. The guild was many times stronger than their dark guilds, which only operated in Star Moon Kingdom while everyone chatted with each other merrily. 5 streaks of blue light swept past the team in the blink of an eye. 5 of the team's 50 players died, transforming into light particles before vanishing and leaving behind a few pieces of weapons and equipment. The Dark Guild players finally reacted. They turned towards the blue light's origin. They were all experts, yet they had only noticed the ambush after 5 of their team members had died. This was unprecedented. Don't even think that you can escape with your lives after killing Zero Wings members. Chapter 10:15 Initial Display of Strength. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1015 Initial Display of Strength. As a deep voice echoed throughout the forest, over a dozen figures emerged from the woods. Every player bore a silver, 6-winged emblem on their chests. Moreover, the lowest-leveled player among them was level 39, while many of them were level 40. These players also brandished awe-inspiring weapons and equipment. However, after these dozen or so players appeared, the anxious Dark Guild members calmed, wearing mocking grins, and here I thought Zero Wings members had surrounded us. It seems these people have only found us by coincidence. Indeed, it seems that we're quite lucky, though the same can't be said for them. With so few, we won't even break a sweat. A team of Zero Wings core members. If we get rid of them, we'll earn more excellent equipment. These are Zero Wings experts? With just a dozen or so players, they dare to ambush us? Their foolishness knows no bounds. Let's finish this quickly. If we waste any more time, Zero Wings' other members will catch up. While Zero Wings' sudden appearance had given them a scare, after a closer look, the difference in strength between them was clear based on each team's numbers. The outcome of this battle was obvious. Although they had lost 5 players, they still had more than 40 team members. On the other hand, there were only a dozen or so Zero Wing members. These red names had an overwhelming advantage. Not to mention, they also had a top-tier expert on their team leader. Leave that ranger to me. I'll use him as practice for killing Black Flame. I'll leave the others to you, Purgatory Godfire said, smiling as he focused on Minor Wind, the ranger that had fired the first 5 arrows at their team. He could sense that, among these dozen or so players, Minor Wind was undoubtedly the strongest. He was even stronger than the Zero Wing core members he had already killed. Minor Wind was the best practice target, all right? Leave the rest to us, the mighty level 39 Berserker, who led the team, replied. He realized that even he could not take down the level 40 ranger, Minor Wind. Leaving the ranger to Purgatory Godfire was definitely the best choice here. However, as soon as this mighty Berserker finished speaking, his expression darkened before anyone realized it. A figure had appeared behind Purgatory Godfire, a snowy white dagger sinking into the elementalist's head and forcing him into a fainted state. Immediately, the player thrust another dagger towards Godfire's back. This sudden development even stunned the elementalist. He had failed to notice the sneaking assassin. However, Purgatory Godfire was no ordinary expert. In the moment of extreme peril, he activated Blink. Not only did he avoid the backstab, but he also cancelled the fainted state and appeared 15 yards away from his enemy. Unfortunately for him, as soon as Purgatory Godfire used Blink, the black figure followed by using shadow steps and appeared behind him once more, the gleaming dagger resuming its attack scram. Panicking, Godfire used Flame Blast in an attempt to knock back his opponent. However, when Flame Blast struck the black figure, contrary to Godfire's expectations, the black figure stood steady. His Flame Blast had passed through the figure's body harmlessly. Crap. An afterimage. Godfire immediately realized that he had been fooled. Although he tried to rectify his mistake by casting Ice Wall to guard his back, the black figure landed a kidney strike, forcing him back into a fainted state before his Ice Wall could even take shape. The figure instantly followed up with an absolute strike, transforming into a shadowy streak that passed through Purgatory Godfire's body. When the figure reformed, it spun in the air and launched backstab on Purgatory Godfire's side, stealing the elementalist's last strand of HP. How are you so fast? Could you be Zero Wings #1 expert? Fire Dance. It seems that I truly have rotten luck. As Godfire's HP was about to reach 0, his eyes focused on the black-robed assassin. As far as he could remember, only Zero Wings Fire Dance possessed this kind of ability. Smiling Angle, his Dark Guild, had even labeled Fire Dance as a unique combatant. Should any of the guild members encounter her in battle, they were warned against taking her on alone. They should enlist the help of 3 or more people to deal with her at the very least. The group must have an expert member. As well, Big Sis Fire doesn't need to dirty her hands with the likes of you. I, Flying Shadow, am more than enough. You're 10 years too early to think of fighting Big Sis Fire. The black figure expressed its disdain in response to Purgatory Godfire's words. However, Flying Shadow had not lied. Despite having reached the half-step refinement realm after much difficulty, when he had sparred with Fire Dance, he had not even had a chance to retaliate. Meanwhile, Purgatory Godfire had not even reached the half-step refinement realm. He was nowhere near good enough to be Fire Dance's opponent. Although Godfire wanted to say something, his vision began to gray. In the end, none of his words left his mouth. Godfire is dead. How can he be dead? The other Dark Guild members were stupefied when they watched the expert die. They had all witnessed Purgatory Godfire's strength personally. Even their Dark Guild's top experts were no match for him, yet against Flying Shadow, Godfire had stood like a child before a master. These players even wondered if they were dreaming, although they had heard rumors of Zero Wing's many powerful experts. Flying Shadow's strength was insane, while these Dark Guild members struggled to recover from their daze. Dozens of arrows and spells bombarded them. In the blink of an eye, another 7 died. Damn it. We've encountered some troublesome experts. Retreat. The leading berserker commanded. After examining the situation on the battlefield, he understood the difference between their teams. Although they had a numerical advantage, it was only temporary. If the battle dragged on, more Zero Wing members would arrive. This was an extremely unfavorable situation. However, as soon as he issued his command, Minor Wind fired 9 blue arrows from a distance, sealing his path of retreat. Don't even think about killing me that easily. As one of the Dark Guild's team leaders, he had the strength to earn the position. Immediately, he activated Whirlwind Slash to block the incoming arrows. Pung, pung, pung. However, when the Berserker's battle axe collided with the 4th arrow, the weapon was repelled. The remaining arrows then struck this team leader, eliminating his HP. Without a leader, the surviving Dark Guild members fell into chaos. After all, most of them were from different Dark Guilds. They were barely familiar with each other, much less in sync. Not that they lacked someone in command. Zero Wing's members swept them down like flies. Although some had tried to escape, none could outrun Flying Shadow and Minor Wind. After a short moment, the Dark Guild team consisting of nearly 50 players died at the hands of Zero Wing's team. At the same time, inside Snowy Forest, a large number of teams formed by the various Dark Guilds were also being ambushed by Zero Wing's Dark Gods Legion and main force. As the Dark Guild members died, Feng posted their death count on the official forums in less than an hour. A total of 3,586 Dark Guild members operating near White River City died. Moreover, this number continued to climb by the minute. Chapter 1016. Unsealing the Advanced Book of Magic. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1016. Unsealing the Advanced Book of Magic. Shortly after Feng publicized the death count on the official forums, players throughout Starmoon Kingdom were in an uproar. The various guilds, who watched from the sidelines and planned to take advantage of Zero Wing's misfortune, were particularly stupefied. Dark Guilds were famous for their abstinence and resilience. Although they had few members, taking down a Dark Guild in a field battle was extremely difficult for regular guilds unless they wanted to invest far more players and resources into the endeavor. Unfortunately, that was just too costly. Furthermore, on the off chance that the operation failed, the guild would suffer. This was why most regular guilds avoided provoking Dark Guilds. Yet, not only had Zero Wing lured over half of the Dark Guild members into a death trap, but the guild had also begun to plow over the remaining members like a bulldozer. These Dark Guilds were toothless and clawless beasts against Zero Wing. They posed no threat to the guild whatsoever. Zero Wing's methods were truly incredible. Most importantly, until this point, Zero Wing had suffered little to no losses during its hunt for the Dark Guild members. At the end of the day, strength decided the field battle's victors. If the teams Zero Wing had dispatched were not strong enough, they would never achieve such frightening results. This development inspired the various large guilds to reevaluate their opinions of the strength of Zero Wing's Dark Gods Legion and main force. However, compared to Starmoon Kingdom's various large guilds and players, the Dark Guild's upper echelons were fighting a headache over this situation. They could not understand how this had happened. They were famous for their stealth and evasion techniques in the fields, yet Zero Wing had arbitrarily slaughtered their forces. Moreover, according to the reports they received from their subordinates, Zero Wing's members moved like ghosts, capable of approaching, giving away their presence. Zero Wing must have possessed some sort of tool that could target them. Anyone that said otherwise was lying. If this were the only problem, they could deal with it. The crucial issue was how few members Zero Wing had dispatched. The guild had accomplished this terrifying win with only a fraction of its power. To dark guilds like theirs, who usually won their fights through quality over quantity, this was humiliating. They had become a laughingstock throughout the kingdom. What should we do now? Do we continue fighting Zero Wing? What else can we do? Don't forget our agreement with Blackwater. If we pull back now, everything we've done will be for nothing. Indeed, our only choice is to continue the operation. However, we don't actually need to fight Zero Wing. Our job is simply to keep them busy. As long as we pin down Zero Wing's Dark God's Legion and main force, we will have fulfilled our part of the bargain. When the time comes, we simply need to watch as Zero Wing loses Stone Forest Town. Without Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing can't afford to sustain its development. We can strike then. I want to see just how they plan to fight our dark guilds. That's right. We'll let Zero Wing maintain its arrogance for now. I want to see their faces when they realize we're only bait. The various dark guilds' upper echelons held a secret meeting to discuss their current predicament as for facing Zero Wing head-on. That was just a dream. Although Blackwater had dispatched quite a few expert and elite players to assist them, White River City was Zero Wing's territory. A direct confrontation with the guild here was suicidal. Even if the Blackwater Guild were willing to pay the price for such a confrontation, it would only result in heavy damage to Zero Wing's strength and reputation. If Zero Wing wanted to stage a comeback, it had everything it needed. However, if Blackwater captured Stone Forest Town and severed Zero Wing's main source of income, Blackwater would only need to suppress Zero Wing financially, and it would eventually collapse into itself. When the Dark Guild representatives concluded their meeting, the various Dark Guild members around White River City split up, acting independently. With this, Zero Wing would have a harder time dealing with them after the Dark Guild's weak behavior. The various large guilds that had watched the situation began to withdraw to their own territories, afraid that they would suffer the same circumstances as these dark guilds. Despite Blackwater clearly being the mastermind behind all of this, Zero Wing had deliberately chosen not to target Blackwater's members. Rather, it had decided to teach the assisting dark guilds a vicious lesson. After realizing this, they had no desire to take that risk. Guild leader, your plan is brilliant. The guilds that have been watching from the shadows are too afraid of becoming our next target and have withdrawn, Aqua Rose said. She hadn't been able to hide her smile when she received the report. The players from the various large guilds have split up. Although they are somewhat more bothersome to deal with now, if we invest a little more time, we'll eradicate them sooner or later. Even if the dark guilds intend to oppose us, I'm afraid they won't be able to. Not only had the Dark Guild's defeat increased Zero Wing's morale, but it had also improved the world's evaluation of Zero Wing. Some major companies, which had been pessimistic about Zero Wing's chances, had begun to express their interest in cooperation. Only Feng rejected all of these offers. However, he had not done so because he no longer lacked money. Rather, these corporations demanded a cut of Zero Wing's shares in exchange for their cooperation. Feng would not tolerate that. Crap. Zero Wing is too arrogant. Do they really think that a small guild like Zero Wing can stand against the Blackwater Corporation? Without our support, the Blackwater Corporation will, sooner or later, reduce Zero Wing to nothing. The various corporations' representatives were enraged when they received the blatant rejection. Guild leader, should I utilize my family's authority to invest some of the Star and Moon Group's funds? Aqua Rose asked somewhat worriedly. The Blackwater trading firm dropped its prices again and again. They were now taking a loss with almost every item they sold. However, Aqua Rose had to admit that it was quite effective. The Candlelight trading firm had been losing profits as a result. In addition, Zero Wing had recently established 2 more branch guilds. It cost a considerable amount of coins to maintain the additional main forces. Furthermore, a battle raged in Lake Heart City. No need. I'll find a way to earn more coins. Feng shook his head. He had already upgraded Icarus's heart to epic rank. He had even filled the necklace's life force storage. This was a good opportunity to show what the necklace was capable of if he became a master forger. Not only would he have a higher success rate when forging the fine gold-ranked magic light set equipment, but he would also unlock the next item in the advanced book of magic, the Advanced Mana Armor Kit. Previously, the strongest armor kit Feng had been able to produce was the Intermediate Mana Armor Kit. One of these kits could increase the wearer's attributes by over a dozen points. With 3, the total attribute boost was the equivalent of an additional piece of dark gold equipment. However, the Advanced Mana Armor Kit was more astounding. It was also the strongest item one could learn from the Advanced Book of Magic. In the past, countless players had gone crazy over the Advanced Mana Armor Kit. This kit was precisely the reason that a small guild had risen in the massive world of God's domain. Chapter 1017 Advanced Mana Armor Kit. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1017 Advanced Mana Armor Kit. Starmoon City, Heaven's Burial's residence. Although the Dark Guild's defeat had significantly increased Zero Wing's prestige in Starmoon Kingdom, this outcome had not affected Heaven's Burial in the slightest. There was still a long line of players queued up outside the guild's residence. Rather, things had become even more lively outside the guild residence after the majority of the Dark Guild members had been confined in White River City. Heaven's Burial announced its recruitment for a large number of lifestyle players. It had even publicly announced that lifestyle players who joined the guild could receive guidance from a few of the virtual gaming world's well-known lifestyle masters. Easing the difficulty of reaching the master rank in the future, the master rank was every lifestyle player's goal. It was also an opportunity for countless lifestyle players to get rich overnight after God's domain joined the virtual gaming world. The various large guilds had begun to place greater importance on lifestyle players. After all, many things in God's domain required lifestyle players. This increased the value of well-known lifestyle players in the virtual gaming world. In God's domain, some lifestyle players' status could even rival that of top-tier experts. Many super guilds even began to compete to recruit lifestyle players who had a list of achievements in previous virtual reality games among them. The Super Guild Battle Wolves had paid an astronomical price to recruit one player who had been known as one of the top 5 Grandmaster lifestyle players in the virtual gaming world. Moreover, the Battle Wolves had made this Grandmaster their chief forger. Becoming one of a Super Guild's forgers was already quite difficult, much less becoming the chief forger. A chief forger status was the equivalent of the Vice Guild Leaderess, although they did not dream of such a lofty position. If they could become master lifestyle players in God's domain, they would be set for life. However, reaching the master rank in God's domain was easier said than done. If they were guided by someone with experience, though, it would be easier to become masters in the future. This was precisely the reason that Starmoon Kingdom's lifestyle players had flocked to join Heaven's Burial. Not only that, but other kingdoms' lifestyle players also began to rush towards the guild after hearing about its recruitment. Uncle 7, why are you in such a hurry to meet me? If you had something urgent to say, couldn't you have just called me? Why make the trip back? Singular Burial asked, chuckling as he looked at the 50-plus-year-old man as he frantically rushed into the guild leader's office. If this were something that could have been conveyed in a call, I would have done so. This is important enough to make the trip. I also have a surprise for you, 7 Treasures said, laughing. A surprise? Singular Burial responded skeptically. I knew you wouldn't believe me. Here, take a look. What do you think this is? 7 Treasures retrieved a design from his bag and placed it on the table. This is... Singular Burial was stunned after reading the design's introduction. Although the design was very common, the words Light Stone attracted Singular Burial's attention as the guild leader of Heaven's Burial. Not much surprised him. Even an epic weapon wouldn't faze him. However, he had to admit that the light stone forging design that 7 Treasures had laid before him had been a surprise. The Lightstone was practically the Candlelight trading firm's symbol. Despite Heaven's Burial and Blackwater working together, neither of their guilds had been able to damage the Candlelight trading firm overmuch. This was due to the Lightstones who in God's domain did not want to level up faster. However, when darkness fell over God's domain, the fields became much more dangerous. If one were not an elite or expert player, they would struggle. And if one were unfortunate enough to lose their life, their progress would go to waste. Hence, Lightstones were a must-have item to level up at night in God's domain. In addition, As the Lightstone's price was quite low, it became a must-have tool for ordinary players. This secured the Candlelight trading firm's position, leaving no room for competition however. Now that Heaven's Burial had the Lightstone forging design, the Candlelight trading firm would no longer hold the monopoly over the Lightstone's Uncle 7. Where did you find these? Singular Burial asked. Only one forging player could learn from a single forging design, and the number of Lightstones one person could produce was limited. The Heavenly trading firm still wasn't a threat to the Candlelight trading firm. This would barely impact Candlelight's business in the Towers of Death. One of our guild's teams obtained one by accident while grinding monsters there, 7 Treasures said, laughing merrily. After obtaining this design, I immediately notified the guild's elite teams to grind in the Towers of Death. Soon, we'll have far more Lightstone forging designs. Wonderful. This is simply wonderful. Uncle 7, I'll leave the rest for you. If you lack manpower, just say the word. Singular Burial was ecstatic. As long as they knew which monsters dropped the design with Heaven's Burial's strength, it would only be a matter of time before they had a stockpile. Once we have enough designs, we will extinguish Candlelight. Without the financial support from both the Candlelight trading firm and Stone Forest Town, Zero Wing will be finished. MHM. Isn't that why I'm here, trying to borrow some of the Funeral Legion's members? The monsters are too high-leveled. Our ordinary elites' grinding speed is too slow. They need experts to lead them, 7 Treasures explained. Nodding, the Funeral Legion was Heaven's Burial's strongest player force. It was similar to Zero Wing's Dark God's Legion. Heaven's Burial had invested the majority of its resources into nurturing this legion, and every member was extremely powerful. In the eyes of ordinary players, they were definitely experts. However, only the guild leader could command the Funeral Legion. They would ignore anyone else's orders. Sure, no problem. I'll give you command of 400 members. Without hesitation, Singular Burial notified the Funeral Legion's commander, instructing him to dispatch 400 members to the Towers of Death immediately. Inside one of the Candlelight trading firm's special forging rooms in White River City, after sacrificing 500 units of life force to activate Icarus's Heart's God's Blessing skill, Feng began forging advanced mana armor kits. One after another. Not only had Feng forcefully raised his forging standard to master rank, but the effect also lasted 3 full hours. Meanwhile, God's Blessing's cooldown was only 4 hours. With this buff, he was practically a bona fide master lifestyle player. The only downside was that God's Blessing cost too much life force to sustain regardless. Feng was satisfied with this result. As a master forger, he could learn the advanced mana armor kit's production method. By utilizing various tools, he also increased his success rate with the advanced mana armor kits to 41%, which allowed him to succeed 1 out of 3 tries in 3 short hours. Feng had successfully forged 31 advanced mana armor kits. Although the production volume could not compare to the intermediate mana armor kits, the advanced version's attributes trampled over the intermediate versions. Chapter 1018, Master Forger. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1018 Master Forger. There were many kinds of armor kits in God's domain. However, few armor kits were suitable for high-tiered players. The advanced mana armor kit was one. Armor kits suited for high-tiered players also had another name: extraordinary armor kits. While armor kits such as the intermediate mana armor kit and the cast steel armor kit were acceptable for Tier 1 and Tier 2 players, to Tier 3 players and above, the attributes those armor kits provided were simply too pitiful to the point of being negligible. After all, as players reached higher tiers, they received far more free attribute points with each level. At Tier 0, players received 4 free attribute points with each level, while at Tier 1, they received 8 points. After reaching Tier 2, however, players would receive 15 points. The difference was obvious at a glance. Because of this, the earlier players completed their promotion to a higher tier, the more of an advantage they had. If a player completed their Tier 1 class promotion 3 or 4 levels later than others, they would have fallen behind by over 10 free attribute points. This gap would widen if the same situation occurred at Tier 2 and beyond. This was where the extraordinary armor kits came in. Even among extraordinary armor kits, the basic attributes, the advanced mana armor kit's basic attributes, were on the higher end of the spectrum. Hence, many high-tiered players preferred these. It seems my luck is quite good. The attribute increases are all above the standard. Feng was very satisfied with the advanced mana armor kits. He had forged advanced mana armor kit when physical armor kit is equipped. Defense plus 600, strength increased by 3%, endurance increased by 4%, agility increased by 3%. Maximum binding limit per character. 3 cannot be bound to level 40 equipment or below when magical armor kit is equipped. Defense plus 240, intelligence increased by 3%. Endurance increased by 4%. Vitality increased by 3%. Maximum binding limit per character. 3 cannot be bound to level 40 equipment or below when 3 kits were equipped. They would increase each of a player's basic attributes by roughly 10%. This was a considerable increase for ordinary players, not to mention expert players, who wore full sets of excellent equipment. A 10% increase to a player's basic attributes could increase one's combat power by roughly 20% to 30%. With such a huge boost to combat power, a player with 3 advanced mana armor kits could easily defeat a player possessing the same combat standards, weapons, and equipment who did not have any armor kits equipped. Hence, many high-tiered players would flock to purchase the advanced mana armor kits. What a pity. Feng felt a twinge of sadness as he looked at the advanced mana armor kits he had produced. Although the advanced mana armor kit was very good, its flaws were obvious. These armor kits took significantly longer to produce than the intermediate mana armor kits. Moreover, only he could produce them. This production volume was fated to be low. He'd be lucky to produce enough for Zero Wing's core members at most. He could use the advanced mana armor kits to attract players to the Candlelight trading firm. These kits were not profitable products right now, following which, Feng waited for an hour to pass before he used another 500 units of life force to activate God's blessing, continuing to craft the advanced mana armor kits. Once Feng had made 100 armor kits, he switched to forging the magic light set equipment. While the advanced mana armor kit provided a powerful increase to a player's attributes, its true purpose was to help high-tiered players. To current players, its increase was extremely limited. After all, current players' basic attributes were still relatively low. Compared to the armor kits, the magic light set equipment was far more valuable to current players as a level 50 fine gold set equipment. The attributes it provided were far superior to a level 45 dark gold equipment. The set's total attributes could even put a tier 1 set equipment to shame. Although Feng had obtained the magic light set equipment forging design, he had been an advanced forger. He hadn't been confident of successfully forging the level 50 fine gold set equipment. Only after reaching the master rank was he confident of succeeding. If a player could equip the fine gold ranked magic light set as soon as they reached level 50, aside from players who owned multiple epic items, they would surpass every player of the same level. If the magic light set were dark gold rank, even a player with multiple epic items would be no match. Moreover, players were not necessarily required to reach level 50 to equip the magic light set. As long as they possessed weapons or equipment that reduced level requirements, they could equip the set below level 50. This was one of the benefits of owning epic or growth-type equipment. Feng possessed the 7 Luminaries Ring and the even more powerful Heavenly Dragon's Breath, which decreased items level requirement by 5 and 10 levels, respectively. Feng was currently level 44. He was fully capable of equipping the level 50 magic light set right now. There were also a few players within the guild that possessed weapons, equipment, or tools that lowered level requirements. Although none of those items were as impressive as the Heavenly Dragon's Breath, they still enabled their owners to equip the magic light set before reaching level 50. Gaining overwhelming attributes. Feng was incredibly pleased, following which Feng went into action. While he had been in the Trial of God, the Candlelight trading firm had purchased plenty of emeralds in Emerald City. He had more than enough to make numerous magic light sets aside from the emerald requirement, which was a powerful mana conductor. The magic light set also required mana stones. Hence, Feng took out a pile of magic crystals and began his alchemical synthesis. After the 1-hour cooldown of God's blessing ended, Feng stood before a large mound of mana stones. He then activated God's blessing once more and began to forge the magic light set equipment. Compared to the advanced mana armor kit, forging the magic light set was significantly more difficult. Even with his various tools, Feng barely managed a 45% success rate. He needed roughly 3 attempts to produce a complete set. However, Feng was satisfied with this result. If any other master forger attempted to craft the set, they'd be lucky if they achieved a 35% success rate. Rather than producing one set out of 3 tries, they should thank the high heavens if they produced one set out of 5 tries. Forging one complete fine gold ranked magic light set required 18 mana stones. Meanwhile, 50 magic crystals were needed to synthesize 1 mana stone. According to magic crystals' current market price, each magic light set would need 225 golds worth of magic crystals. With the other materials, crafting the magic light set was abhorrently costly. If an ordinary master forger tried to forge the set, their production cost would be well over 1,000 gold. There were not many guilds throughout God's domain who could afford such a steep price. Fortunately, Feng had a sufficiently high success rate. When he was lucky, he could forge one set every 2 tries. With his normal luck, he produced one set in 3 tries. By crafting these himself, Feng saved hundreds of gold. After 3 hours. Maybe due to his high luck attribute, he produced a total of 5 magic light sets with his 9 attempts. As for the remaining 4 sets, they were defective products at secret silver rank. Even so, he could still make decent money from these defective products. After all, once players reached level 50, secret silver set equipment would still be relatively rare. Even guild elites would generally wear level 50 mysterious iron equipment. As Feng had nothing better to do while he waited for God's blessings cooldown, he took out the epic treasure chest he had obtained from the trial of God. He hadn't carried any mana stones on him while he had been in the trial. Now that he had a pile of them, he could use this opportunity to open the treasure chest. The last epic treasure chest Feng had opened had surprised him. It was especially true for the Beastmaster's Compendium. Now that he had obtained another epic treasure chest, Feng grew nervous. Silently, he began to pray, please don't be an epic item. Please don't be an epic item. Epic items were the most worthless items one could obtain from an epic treasure chest. The truly valuable items were designs and recipes. Following which, Feng sacrificed 200 units of life force and activated Divine Providence, instantly increasing his luck by 70 points. He then activated the epic treasure chest. Chapter 1019, Unbelievable Luck. Hellscythe _ Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1019, Unbelievable Luck. When Feng opened the epic treasure chest, a purple radiance enveloped the forging room. Had he opened the chest in the middle of White River City, he would have attracted everyone's attention. As the purple light faded, the room's mana density increased significantly and remained that way for quite some time. There were a total of 3 items in the epic treasure chest. One item was luxurious red armor fashioned with white detailing. The armor was encrusted with 7 gemstones, neatly arranged to form a miniature magic array. The surrounding mana gathered around this magic array, condensing into a thin layer of 7-colored mist, which made the armor extraordinarily eye-catching. When he saw the finished product, even Feng was shocked. This was definitely the most visually appealing armor he had ever seen. What kind of armor is this? Feng wondered. This was the first time he had seen equipment that could increase the surrounding mana density. Despite not wearing the armor, his mind felt much clearer than before. The special forging room's mana was even denser than the basic meditation room. If a player's mind could be this clear all the time, it would massively help their training and battles. Following which, Feng clicked to check the armor's introduction. 7 Luminaries Battle Armor, Chest Plate, Fragmented Legendary Rank, Equipment Requirement. Strength 1000 Class Requirement. Berserker. When equipped, defense increased by 100 * player's level. All attributes increased by 3 * player's level. Strength increased by 60%. Agility increased by 40%. Endurance increased by 60%. Magic resistance increased by 30%. Ignore levels +20. All Berserker skills +5 levels. All item level requirements reduced by 10 levels. Additional passive skill 17 Luminaries Protection. Decreases incoming damage from players of a lower tier by 70%, players of the same tier by 40%, and players of a higher tier by 20%. Grants immunity to control skills. Additional passive skill 2 Magic Reinforcement. Increases the strength of wearer's attacks by 50% and improves wielder's physique by 30%. Additional active skill 1 Sky God's Glory. Grants immunity to all magical damage, decreases physical damage received by 80%, and increases movement speed and attack speed by 100% for 10 seconds. Cooldown 1 hour. Additional active skill 2 7 Luminaries Domain. Effective radius of 50 yards. Decreases all enemies' reaction speed within affected area by 30%, movement speed by 40%, and attack speed by 40%. Wearer can also control up to 3 7-luminary spears. Each spear contains 200% of wearer's strength and causes 500% holy damage. Duration: 2 minutes cooldown. 5 hours. Skill is currently Tier 1. Skill's tier will increase with player's tier. The 7 Luminaries battle armor was a legendary item created by the blacksmith god, Soros. During the Great Ancient War, it had been greatly damaged by the Lord of the Abyss. However, as the battle armor's core remained intact, its repair only requires 10 god crystals. Current number of absorbed god crystals, 0/10. Feng was dazed for a long moment after reading the armor's introduction. He had never thought that it was possible to obtain a fragmented legendary item from an epic treasure chest. It was even a considerably powerful fragmented legendary item. Whoever equipped the 7 Luminaries battle armor would watch their combat power soar. Unfortunately, only berserkers could equip this armor. If he could equip it, it was very likely that he wouldn't find a single player throughout God's domain that could match him. After all, if he had 2 fragmented legendary items equipped, not only would he have an overwhelming advantage in terms of attributes, but he would also possess absurdly powerful skills. If his opponent didn't have a similar lineup of equipment, he would be invincible. Although the battle armor had its own glaring flaws, repairing it would be easier than repairing other fragmented legendary items. There was a much higher chance that he could repair it and transform it into a true legendary item. Aside from the battle armor, 2 plain, old books lay within the epic treasure chest. As Feng was already satisfied with the 7 Luminaries battle armor, he hadn't paid much attention to the 2 old books. However, when Feng read their introductory texts, he was shocked once more. Icarus's heart's effects are unbelievable. Feng was speechless as he held the 2 books of the 2 books. One was an alchemy secret journal, while the other was the design for the magic tower in God's domain. Both books were treasures that could only be obtained with luck. Among the 2 books, the alchemy secret journal recorded the recipe for an exotic potion. However, only a maximum of 10 alchemists could learn the recipe. There were many types of potion in God's domain. Most generally lasted only 1 or 2 hours. Moreover, the effects would disappear upon death. However, exotic potions were different. Not only did they have long durations, but their buffs would remain after the player died and resurrected. Furthermore, these were only exotic potions' side effects. Exotic potions were the product of the hard work of God's domain's craftsmen alchemists. Every exotic potion was extremely powerful. The secret journal Feng held contained the recipe to produce an exotic potion named Exotic Stamina Potion. When consumed, the potion increased players' maximum stamina by 10% and stamina recovery rate by 80%. For 10 hours. Stamina was indispensable for players. Regardless of whether players fought or ran, they consumed stamina. Only the amount consumed was different. If players ran out of stamina, even if their HP were full, they would lose the ability to move. Hence, most players generally took a break after grinding monsters for a certain time, using the opportunity to recover their stamina. If a player's stamina recovery rate and maximum limit increased, they would become far more efficient when grinding. Hence, in God's domain, all items capable of increasing a player's stamina or their stamina recovery rate were extremely valuable. Although the exotic stamina potion was not as effective as the blood-refining crystal's life essence, its effects were still considerably good. It was useful to both expert and ordinary players. With this alchemy secret journal, the Candlelight trading firm's business would reach a whole new level. However, compared to the alchemy secret journal, the magic tower construction design was truly useful to Zero Wing. Right now in God's domain, players could purchase defensive weapons in the Adventurers Association after capturing a town successfully or while constructing a town. Defense turrets were one of the most common defensive weapons. Not only did they possess massive firepower, but their attack range was also relatively large. However, turrets were the most basic defensive weapons. There were many others that players could find elsewhere. The basic mana pulse cannon was one example. Unfortunately, it was very expensive. Moreover, not only did it possess a very long cooldown, but it was also costly to operate. Even so, its attacks were a force to behold. A single blast could almost rival the might of a Tier 4 large-scale destruction spell. The defense turrets could not compete with it. However, there was something even more advanced than the 2 aforementioned defensive weapons. the magic tower. Not even 8 defense turrets were a match for the defensive capabilities of a single magic tower. This was precisely the reason that the basic tower had become a mainstream building in Feng's past. Unfortunately, constructing a magic tower was very difficult. Now that Feng had the design, he would need a lot of resources to build it. Chapter 1020, Soaring Attributes. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1020, Soaring Attributes. Feng looked at the tattered magic tower construction design in his hands. He would be lying if he said he wasn't excited right now. In reality, the magic tower was not very valuable to God's Domain's current guilds. It wasn't even worth as much as the Alchemy Secret Journal. To Feng, however, its value far surpassed that of a fragmented legendary item. If he constructed a city in Starmoon Kingdom, the city's potential profits would even be enough to tempt super guilds to strike against them, disregarding all costs to themselves. After all, a city was much larger than a town. No measly town could compare to the population a city could hold. One could also construct a larger variety of buildings in a city. Most importantly, players seeking entertainment would flock to the city, which could impact its economy in a massive way. Then there was the Mana Tower, which would allow resident players within the city to accumulate the double EXP buff with Zero Wing's current strength. Going up against super guilds was suicidal. Once the city's protection period ended, Zero Wing wouldn't be able to defend the city with its own strength. When the time came, others would take the city from them. Feng didn't want to see that happen. That was the reason that Feng wouldn't construct the city right now, regardless of whether or not he could afford to without sufficient strength. Excessive wealth only invited disaster. He would not naively believe that those super guilds would kindly offer to cooperate with Zero Wing. To begin with, these existences were playing virtual reality games to earn money, not to have fun. If they were fully capable of reaping the benefits by themselves, why would they share? If Zero Wing wanted to cooperate with super guilds, there was a precondition. The guild needed to be able to protect the city it constructed. Otherwise, there was no point. It was similar to the encounter with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Feng had been worried about his city's defense. Acquiring the magic tower design was undoubtedly good news. Once he constructed his city, he simply needed to construct a few magic towers to protect it. At that time, with Zero Wing's constantly rising strength, defending a single city should not be a problem. However, like a teleportation magic array forging design, the magic tower design had limited uses. Up to 5 magic towers could be constructed with one design. This was enough for Feng. I had planned to add several more turrets to stabilize Stone Forest Town's safety. It seems that won't be necessary now. Feng smiled. He then contacted Aqua Rose, instructing her to collect the necessary materials and lifestyle players to construct the magic tower in Stone Forest Town. Unlike other items production, the magic tower's construction did not require specific lifestyle classes. In fact, any player could construct the magic tower. It was only a matter of speed and efficiency. However, to construct the magic tower's core, players needed to be capable of drawing an intermediate magic array. After all, the tower's most important components were the magic array and the mana circuit. For Feng, who was capable of manufacturing intermediate magic arrays, constructing the magic tower's mana circuit would be a piece of cake. As for the magic light set equipment, Feng put the project on a temporary hold. In any case, no one else in the guild could equip the set right now. The number of sets he had already produced was more than enough for the moment. Feng then replaced his Tier 1 set equipment with the fine gold ranked magic light set equipment. Following which, he replaced all 3 of his intermediate mana armor kits with the advanced versions. Immediately, his basic attributes soared to a new level. His strength instantly broke past the 1,200 point threshold. He was significantly stronger than a lord of the same level. His HP also soared to 32,550, while his defense could probably render even Zero Wing's number 1 MT Cola speechless. With this set of equipment, I can likely solo an ordinary level 50 lord without any berserk skills. When Feng clenched his fist, he could feel that his combat power had reached a new realm. He had to admit that there was a massive difference between level 50 and level 45 equipment in terms of attributes. After Feng switched into his new equipment, he used the Demon Mask to alter the magic light set's appearance, using his previous appearance. This way, outsiders would not notice any changes to his weapons or equipment, and they would not be able to gauge his strength without fighting him. As Feng arrived downstairs and was about to rearrange the counters in the Candlelight trading firm's first-floor hall, he noticed that the number of players in the hall had decreased significantly. Moreover, a few of the players here scoffed at the trading firm's products. The Candlelight trading firm is unreasonable. Both the Heavenly trading firm and the Blackwater trading firm are selling their lightstones for 80 copper each, yet Candlelight is still selling them for a silver each. I think I'll be better off shopping at the other two trading firms. Isn't the lightstone supposed to be the Candlelight's specialty product? What? You don't know? Not long ago, both the Heavenly trading firm and the Blackwater trading firm announced that they are selling lightstones. Moreover, they're selling each stone for only 80 copper and have declared that they will never raise its price, unlike a certain Blackheart trading firm, who only wants to wring us dry. What? They're so cheap. If I had known, I wouldn't have purchased so many lightstones from Candlelight. While these several players chatted loudly, the surrounding players that overheard their conversation promptly changed their minds about purchasing lightstones from the shop. They began to filter out of the Candlelight trading firm in search of a better deal. It was obvious that they were going to investigate the Heavenly trading firm and Blackwater trading firm's new products. Even 20 copper coins was a significant sum of money to ordinary players. If they used 5 lightstones in a day, they could save up to 1 silver coin each day. That was enough money for independent players to buy themselves several drinks at the bar. If they saved up for a few days, they could also afford a nice piece of bronze or mysterious iron equipment. They sure are quick to extend their hands. Feng glanced at the several independent players who conversed with each other. He then called up the shop system interface and teleported these players out of the shop. He banned them permanently from all of Candlelight's shops. It was very obvious that these people had no intentions of purchasing anything from Candlelight. They were either hired by Heaven's Burial or Blackwater to come here and steal customers. Otherwise, why would these people bother coming to Candlelight if they knew that the Heavenly trading firm and Blackwater trading firm sold lightstones? Instead of blabbering on in the shop, showing no signs of leaving, anyone who heard the news would likely rush out of the shop as the previous customers had crap. Why can't I enter the shop? What kind of trading firm is this? They dare to chase away their customers. I'm never coming back. After Feng banished several independent players from the Candlelight trading firm, those players stood outside the shop, cursing in indignation. Very quickly, they attracted passers-by's attention. The Candlelight trading firm is outrageous. How can they randomly kick people out of their shop? Isn't there some saying stating that customers are akin to God? They dare to kick God out of their shop. They must want to go out of business. In my opinion, Candlelight is no longer a friend to players. Hearing those words, the crowd on the street began to discuss the Candlelight trading firm, their discontent rising as the discussion stretched on. However, Feng didn't pay any attention to the situation outside of the shop. Instead, he opened a new counter in the first-floor hall. He then placed 10 advanced mana armor kits on display inside the counter's cabinet. Chapter 1021. Astronomically priced armor kit. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1021. Astronomically priced armor kit. I can't wait to see what the Candlelight trading firm plans to do now. As several players felt triumphant, thinking that their actions would damage the Candlelight trading firm's business, they noticed that the player traffic entering the firm gradually began to increase, rather than decrease. Moreover, among these players, there were even members from various large guilds. A flood of advanced horse carriages also began to stop near the shop's entrance. Quick! Quick! If we're late, they will sell out. One after another, guild players alighted from the carriages. What's going on? The independent players who had been banned from the shop realized that something was off, but they had no idea what was wrong. Although they wanted to enter the shop to investigate the situation, no matter how hard they tried, they could not take one step into the building. They could only stare at the establishment from outside. Fellow brother, do you know what's going on inside the Candlelight trading firm? It seems that Candlelight has revealed a new product in the first-floor hall. After hearing what a friend told me, I stopped what I was doing and hurried over immediately. The new product is called the Advanced Mana Armor Kit, and I heard that its attributes trump the intermediate version. However, the production volume is much lower. Hence, Candlelight intends to hold an auction in a few minutes. If I can get my hands on one, I'll definitely make a fortune by reselling it later. Advanced Mana Armor Kit. The several players that Feng had chased out were stupefied. They had been tasked to observe the Candlelight trading firm and to cause some trouble while they were at it yet. As soon as they had been kicked out of the shop, the Candlelight trading firm began to sell the advanced mana armor kit. Everyone in Starmoon Kingdom and the several surrounding countries knew about the mana armor kits. However, due to their rarity, very few players could actually get their hands on them. For the intermediate mana armor kits, only Zero Wings members had reliable access to them with their guild contribution points. Even then, elite members were only allowed to purchase one kit, while only core members were allowed to purchase 3. Because of this, the various large guilds were forced to purchase the intermediate mana armor kits from Zero Wings members secretly and at a high price. Moreover, only their guild's top-tier experts qualified to use the kits. Now that Zero Wing was selling the superior advanced mana armor kit, it would cause an uproar throughout Starmoon Kingdom. It was no wonder why the various large guilds had frantically dispatched their representatives to Candlelight. Even the large guilds, who had come to White River City to grind abyssal monsters, surged into the Candlelight trading firm. Thinking up to this point, these spies contacted Blackwater's upper echelons immediately, hoping these upper echelons would send representatives to purchase the kits. If they could make it in time for the auction, the guild might decide to forego their punishment. However, as soon as they began to contact their upper echelons, they heard a cheer from inside the Candlelight trading firm, following which, a loud, clear voice echoed down the street. "Welcome, everyone, to the Candlelight trading firm. The auction for the advanced mana armor kits will now begin." When the announcement ended, some new arrivals rushed into the shop with eager smiles upon hearing news of the advanced mana armor kits auction. They immediately teleported to White River City and rushed over in an advanced horse carriage. Had they waited a minute longer, they might have lost their chance to purchase the armor kits. At this moment, the several incognito Blackwater members were stunned. They no longer had a way to explain themselves to their superiors. Even if someone from White River City's Blackwater trading firm headed this way now, they wouldn't arrive for at least another 10 minutes. By then, the auction would be over. As for having their guild send them money, although the funds would arrive in time, they couldn't enter the Candlelight trading firm. Meanwhile, inside the Candlelight trading firm, the various guild members and independent players began to yell out their bids. The advanced mana armor kit's starting bid was 10 gold. Everyone was surprised. No one had expected the Candlelight to sell these kits so cheaply. Even the intermediate mana armor kits cost more than 10 gold per piece. Every player here had seen the advanced mana armor kit's attributes for themselves. If a player equipped 3 of the kits could increase their basic attributes by roughly 10%. This might not be a lot to Tier 1 players, but once players reach Tier 2 or above, the boost would be massive. When everyone thought about how they could use the advanced mana armor kit after reaching their Tier 4 and Tier 5 classes, the passionate light in their eyes blazed as they looked upon the kits. This time, a total of 10 armor kits were up for auction, with each lot containing 1 kit. The various large guilds inwardly cursed the Candlelight trading firm for this despicable decision. The benefits of a single advanced mana armor kit were barely noticeable. If one wanted the most benefits out of the kits, they had to collect 3 of them. In other words, if one managed to obtain 2 kits in this auction, they would have to purchase the 3rd kit regardless of the cost. The competition in this auction would be fierce, although the starting price of a single kit was 10 gold. Shortly after the auction began, the price quickly soared, surpassing everyone's imaginations. 50 gold. The 100 Flowers Palace wants it. Cleansed Rue, who wore vermilion red mage robes, declared softly. Everyone instantly shifted their gaze towards Cleansed Rue, gasping. However, their shock was not due to Cleansed Rue's beauty or elegance, but her bid. With 50 gold coins, one could purchase a relatively valuable piece of level 35 dark gold equipment. Suddenly, an indifferent youth emerged from the crowd and said, "What arrogance from the 100 Flowers Palace! Isn't your offer just a measly 50 gold? The secret pavilion bids 100 gold." This youth was none other than the secret pavilion's genius newcomer, Cold Autumn. The youth had already reached level 40 and was fully geared in level 40 dark gold equipment. Many guild members were stunned when they saw Cold Autumn 110 gold. Cleansed Rue unhurriedly announced she must obtain the advanced mana armor kit. If Zero Wing had only held the auction after some promotion, the 100 Flowers Palace might not have had a chance to purchase the armor kit. This auction was too sudden. As a result, not many guilds had made it in time. She, on the other hand, just happened to be in White River City to purchase land for a guild residence. Hence, she had plenty of coins on hand. She definitely had what it took to compete with the secret pavilion. However, Cold Autumn did not give up as he shouted his next bid within a short moment. The advanced mana armor kit's price rose to 150 gold, causing most players to give up on the item. Although the advanced mana armor kit was impressive, one would only have around a 10% increase to their basic attributes after gathering 3 kits. It was not worth that much money, just as everyone thought that the advanced mana armor kit would go to the 100 Flowers Palace. A woman wearing green mage robes raised her hand and called out, "I bid 200 gold. Chapter 1022. Candlelight's Large-Scale Auction. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1022. Candlelight's Large-Scale Auction. 200. She is insane. With that much money, I'd rather buy a level 40 dark gold weapon." Everyone inside the hall looked towards the woman who had placed the latest bid. What they saw, however, stunned them. The woman who placed the bid was level 41 among the crowd in the hall. There were only a handful of players who had reached level 40. Meanwhile, every one of these players was an expert from a powerful guild, such as Cleansed Rue from the 100 Flowers Palace and Cold Autumn from the Secret Pavilion. Even among their own guilds, these people were top-ranking personnel. Even so, they were relatively far from level 41, yet this woman had surpassed them. More importantly, such a powerful expert did not wear a guild emblem on her person, which was truly surprising. Alluring Summer. Who is she? When she saw the woman, who was no less attractive than herself, Cleansed Rue was astonished. She had practically memorized all of the well-known experts' names in Star Moon Kingdom. She also knew about many powerful experts who hid from the public eye in the various large guilds. However, logically, it was impossible for an ordinary expert to be able to reach level 41 at this stage of the game, much less an independent player. Cleansed Rue wasn't the only one surprised by Alluring Summer's presence. Even Cold Autumn was shocked. The Secret Pavilion's information network was extensive. However, despite his search, he found no information relating to Alluring Summer. Not only did this woman feel dangerous, but she was also clearly wealthy. Logically, a person like this should not be able to hide from the public. The Secret Pavilion's records even included the notable achievements players from some cities had accomplished. Yet they included nothing about Alluring Summer. This was too strange to Cleansed Rue and Cold Autumn. 200 gold was not much money. However, neither of them was a fool. At this point, the advanced mana armor kit's price was already way above its actual value. Hence, in the end, they decided to let Alluring Summer have it, following which, the auction for the advanced mana armor kits became a bidding competition between these 3 players. In the end, however, Alluring Summer purchased the second and third armor kit for 200 gold each, astounding everyone who took part. It would have been fine if a guild player had purchased the armor kits for such a high price. After all, large guilds like the 100 Flowers Palace and the Secret Pavilion had many members. Naturally, they could get their hands on a lot of money. To ordinary players, however, 200 gold was undoubtedly astronomical. Even expert players could not produce that much money yet. An independent expert like Alluring Summer had spent 600 gold on just 3 advanced mana armor kits. Her wealth invoked questions about her origins. Moreover, judging by the woman's expression, it did not seem as if she particularly minded spending 600 gold. For a time, everyone was concerned about Alluring Summer's identity. They were very curious about this woman's identity. Some large guild representatives even messaged Alluring Summer secretly, stating that they wished to recruit her into their guilds and that they were willing to offer any benefits that she wanted. However, without exception, Alluring Summer deleted every message. She showed no interest whatsoever in these guilds. After Alluring Summer bought the first 3 advanced mana armor kits, Cleansed Rue and Cold Autumn split the remaining 7. In the end, the other guilds and players had wasted a trip to the Candlelight trading firm just when everyone thought that the auction was over and was about to leave the premise. A voice resounded through the hall once more, arousing everyone's excitement. Our auction for today has officially come to an end. In 4 days, Candlelight will hold its first large-scale auction. This will be the venue for that auction as well. However, the auction will not be limited to the advanced mana armor kits. Many other valuable items will be available. Bronze mounts will be among those items. As for the grand finale, we will be auctioning entrance slots to the holy city of Titan. We hope that you all will spread the news of our upcoming auction. As the announcement faded, Everyone in the hall had chills, although they had no idea what the holy city of Titan was. They knew what bronze mounts were. Many top-tier experts in God's domain had already reached level 40. This hinted that the era of mounts had officially begun. Unfortunately, they weren't easy to obtain. Ordinary players had a hard time obtaining common mounts, not to mention bronze mounts. Any guild that had their own would prioritize their own experts. A guild would never sell their bronze mounts yet. The Candlelight trading firm had publicly declared that it would sell bronze mounts in its large-scale auction. How could they not be excited? After the announcement, many independent experts started to consider joining the competition for the bronze mounts. After all, even ordinary experts only found one if they were lucky. However, if it were only a matter coins, then independent experts had a chance. At this moment, some independent experts were even considering to purchase coins with credits. Bronze mounts were different from common mounts. Not only were they faster, but they could also assist players in battle. This small difference might not be much to ordinary players, but to experts it was extremely important. More often than not, that small difference could decide whether or not they could solo a powerful monster. Moreover, if they had the assistance of a bronze mount, their survivability and hunting capabilities in the fields would increase significantly. Hence, even if they had to spend a lot of credits to get their own bronze mount, they would do so. This was the equivalent of investing into one's business. What? Is Zero Wing that desperate for money? They're even selling the Titan City slots? The announcement surprised Cold Autumn. The majority of the players present might not know what the Holy City of Titan was, but he knew. After all, Pantheon had exposed the truth about the Holy City to God's domain's various superpowers. So, he understood how valuable the slots to Titan City were. What an interesting guild. Everyone believes that Zero Wing will succumb to Blackwater's attack. It seems that they have underestimated Zero Wing's foundations. Cleansed Rue smiled upon hearing this announcement, her interest in Candlelight's large-scale auction growing. After the auction, players left the Candlelight trading firm, one after another. However, once outside the shop, they found that a group of level 39 expert players, radiating killing intent, had surrounded the trading firm's entrance. Every one of these players wore Blackwater's guild emblem. Seeing this, ordinary players moved out of these players' way, afraid of attracting their attention. Suddenly, a tall, robust man wearing silver battle armor stepped into Alluring Summer's way and asked sternly, "Are you the one who purchased the advanced mana armor kits?" Chapter 1023. Intense Battle at the Entrance. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1023. Intense Battle at the Entrance. When Blackwater's members blocked Alluring Summer's path, the people on the street turned to watch what was happening. Setting aside Alluring Summer's great beauty, her level 41 drew everyone's admiration. Between that and Blackwater's menacing players, this group had no difficulty attracting attention. So, he's Laughing Drunkard of Blackwater. Cold Autumn's gaze chilled when he saw the leading silver-armored man. Laughing Drunkard was one of the few experts who had risen to prominence in the Blackwater Guild. Although his battle record was limited, he had, single-handedly, defeated the Star Alliance's Purple Eye and a dozen or so experts, wounding the first-rate guild. He already ranked within the top 1,000 on the God's Domain experts list. Moreover, it was obvious that Laughing Drunkard had not used his full strength in his last battle. Due to this, the secret pavilion had investigated this man thoroughly. Even now, Cold Autumn could remember Yuan Tiexin's words, warning him that, should he encounter Laughing Drunkard in the fields, caution would be best. His safest option was to step aside and take a long way around. Now, after observing Laughing Drunkard in detail, Cold Autumn discovered that the man radiated quite a pressure. Laughing Drunkard wore a full set of excellent level 40 dark gold equipment. The man also carried a snow-white spear across his back. Overall, the man looked like a daunting general on a battlefield. However, with his current strength, he shouldn't need to fear Laughing Drunkard to the point of avoiding contact. This left Cold Autumn confused about Yuan Tiexin's warning. While Cold Autumn watched Laughing Drunkard, the man shot the youth a look, revealing a sneer, as if he had sensed Cold Autumn's gaze. He then ignored Cold Autumn and returned his attention to the woman before him. Watching Laughing Drunkard and the others, Alluring Summer nodded and said, "That's right. What business do you have with me?" "Good. We'll give you 150 gold. Sell us all of your advanced mana armor kits." Laughing Drunkard said in a commanding tone after confirming that he got the right person. Of course, you can choose not to sell them, but I can't guarantee you will leave White River City with your life. As soon as Laughing Drunkard made the threat, the dozen or so level 39 players beside him encircled Alluring Summer, sneering at the woman. Laughing Drunkard had not spoken softly. Almost every player watching his group had heard him clearly. Many players instantly voiced their complaints. That woman spent 600 gold to buy those 3 kits, yet he wants to buy them all for 150 gold? Blackwater's members are too much. Has Blackwater lost its mind? They dare extort others in broad daylight. Are they not afraid of the guards? Sure enough, independent players shouldn't stand out. I've heard that Blackwater members even dared to attack Ouroboros's guild leader, Gentle Snow, in the middle of the city. That beauty has no choice but to concede. Many players began to pity Alluring Summer. Everyone understood that, rather than targeting Alluring Summer specifically, Blackwater's true intention was to demonstrate its might in White River City. Blackwater was currently engaged in an all-out war against Zero Wing. Now that Zero Wing had declared its large-scale auction in 4 days, Blackwater had to do something to suppress Zero Wing, preventing the guild from making a comeback. An independent player like Alluring Summer, who had purchased the Candlelight trading firm's items and wasn't particularly strong, would undoubtedly be Blackwater's best target for a demonstration. Whether Alluring Summer handed over the items willingly or they took the items by force, the act would send a message that anyone who purchased items from Candlelight would suffer the consequences. You're going to attack me if I refuse? Narrowing her eyes, Alluring Summer smiled as she said, I want to see if your Blackwater is strong enough to do so then. You must want to die. A level 39 black-robed assassin suddenly appeared behind Alluring Summer, his eyes containing bloodlust. The assassin thrust his dagger towards the back of Alluring Summer's head, giving the woman no room to dodge or counter. Despicable. Cleansed Rue, who stood by the side, inwardly cursed this sight while Laughing Drunkard had been talking. He had sent an expert assassin to approach Alluring Summer stealthily and attack her should the negotiations fail. This was truly despicable behavior, as everyone thought that Alluring Summer was done for. They watched the level 39 assassin's dagger pass through the woman's body harmlessly. Rather than finding its target, the assassin's attack struck Alluring Smile's afterimage. Her reaction time is so fast. Cold Autumn's eyes widened, shocked at Alluring Summer's speed. If he faced such a sneak attack, he would likely lose his life then and there, yet Alluring Summer had dodged the attack as if she had predicted it. However, these players from Blackwater weren't ordinary players either. Everyone was an expert. After realizing that his attack had failed, that assassin turned to where Alluring Summer had aimed her blink. After discovering the woman, he used shadow steps in the blink of an eye. The assassin appeared behind Alluring Smile once more. With a backhand swing, he sent a backstab at Alluring Smile, the fluidity of his movements impressing many of the guild experts who watched the fight. Before anyone realized it, an ice wall had appeared behind Alluring Summer. When the dagger struck the wall and subsequently slowed, Alluring Summer tilted her body forward slightly, deftly dodging the assassin's backstab. Following which, she turned and, before anyone realized it, completed chanting and tracing the runes for another spell. She then pointed her finger at the assassin immediately. An arc of blue lightning shot from Alluring Summer's extended finger and struck the assassin before her. However, the assassin was no fool. Understanding that the lightning attack was quite powerful, he immediately activated Vanish, utilizing the brief 1-3-second invulnerability to block the attack. It seems this chick is quite strong. Seeing that Alluring Summers was extraordinarily strong, Laughing Drunkard turned to one of the swordsmen beside him and said, Bullet, go, help take care of that chick. After this, I'll ask the boss to help you apply for training at the main headquarters. Thank you, leader. I'll take care of her. The swordsman named Bullet licked his lips before activating Windwalk and charging towards Alluring Summer. Cleansed Rue frowned when she saw the expert assassin and expert swordsman working together against Alluring Summer. She could tell that both the assassin and the swordsman could easily rank near the top of 100 Flowers Palace's players with their combat standards. If their coordination was good, even Cleansed Rue herself was not confident of defeating them. When Bullet arrived before Alluring Summer, the latter turned suddenly once more and pointed her finger at the swordsman. Another arc of lightning flew from Alluring Summer's finger. Moreover, the lightning was even faster than before. The attack was far more powerful this time before anyone realized it. 3 ice walls had appeared around Bullet, preventing him from moving sideways or backward and leaving him with no choice but to defend against the attack pung. Bullet quickly activated parry to block the attack. However, the instant his weapon met lightning, his body was launched like a cannonball, crashing through the ice wall behind him and landing over 20 yards away. The massive power within Alluring Summer's attack made everyone shudder involuntarily. Such skilled double casting. Alluring Summer's performance surprised Cold Autumn. It's no wonder why you dared to challenge us. So, you have a few tricks up your sleeves. Ghost, join them. I want to see how long she can hold up. Laughing Drunkard ordered, understood. At this time, a large, tanned berserker named Smoking Ghost stepped forward. Without hesitation, he used charge on the fatigued Alluring Summer just when this level 39 berserker's weapon was about to hit Alluring Summer. A 3-meter-tall skeletal claw appeared beside the berserker without so much as a sound. Catching Smoking Ghost by surprise, the skeletal claw grabbed the berserker before squeezing him, releasing a loud crunch. Smoking Ghost's body transformed into a pile of ash that fell through the skeletal clawed fingers. Every spectator was stupefied. They could not figure out what had happened. That had been a level 39 berserker. Even Cold Autumn and Cleansed Rue were shocked. They could not believe that such an expert had died in a single move suddenly. A clear voice resonated down the street. This is Zero Wings territory. Do you people from Blackwater think you can do whatever you want here? The crowd turned towards the voice's owner. They were speechless. The person who had spoken was none other than Zero Wings' Vice Guild leader, Aqua Rose. Chapter 1024. Mage God. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1024. Mage God. So strong. As expected of Zero Wings Goddess. Aqua Rose's Tier 1 curse, Soul Annihilation, shocked every player on the street. Many female players were even mesmerized. She's Zero Wings' Vice Guild leader? Cleansed Rue's eyes widened in shock as she saw Aqua Rose. Although she had been in White River City for a time and had seen photos of Aqua Rose and watched many of the woman's videos. This was the first time she had seen her in person, however. The Aqua Rose she stared at was different from her guild's reports based on the information her guild had provided. Although Aqua Rose was very strong, the woman's combat power was only slightly stronger than the Star Alliance's Red Feather. Although Aqua Rose had improved as time progressed and had even defeated Thousand Blades, one of the Glorious Lions battle team's apex experts, in the Dark Arena, she was not strong enough to kill a level 39 top-tier expert with a single attack. Ordinary players might not realize how strong that level 39 berserker was, but as the vice guild leader of a first-rate guild, Cleansed Rue did this level 39 berserker's timing was even better than the assassin and swordsman who had attacked first. He was definitely a half-step refinement realm expert. Moreover, based on Laughing Drunkard's tone, it was obvious that he was relatively confident in this berserker's strength. A half-step refinement realm expert was no noob. In a first-rate guild, said expert would rank near the top of the guild. Said expert might even become the guild's strongest player yet. Aqua Rose had killed such an expert instantly. Cleansed Rue began to wonder if Zero Wing had bribed her information department. Had only been a short time since she had received the report on Aqua Rose. How could one person improve so quickly? Suddenly, the masked level 40 female assassin beside Laughing Drunkard asked, "Drunkard, why don't we gang up on Aqua Rose? If we kill her, it will deal quite a blow to Zero Wing. Guild leader and the others will have less resistance when they strike." "Forget it. We should save some of our cards for later." Lethal Gale suffered precisely because he grossly underestimated Zero Wing, Laughing Drunkard said, shaking his head as he glanced at Aqua Rose. He then said in the team chat, "Bullet, you two go all out and deal with Aqua Rose. I want to see how strong this vice guild leader is." Laughing Drunkard had planned to put on a dominant show in front of the Candlelight trading firm to suppress Zero Wing's recently rising prestige. Now, however, it seemed as if that were no longer possible now that Bullet and the level 39 assassin had actively attacked someone inside the city. The NPC guards would kill and jail them upon arrival. It was also obvious that the two were not capable of killing the woman named Alluring Summer. Rather than lose their lives pointlessly, they might as well use this opportunity to test Aqua Rose's strength no matter what was said or done. Aqua Rose was Zero Wing's vice guild leader, a VIP. If they could collect some information on Aqua Rose now, it would be easier to deal with the woman in the future. This war between guilds would not be determined with just 1 or 2 big battles or several dozen minor skirmishes. Aside from an economic war, information gathering was extremely important. Information could determine a war's outcome if used during a crucial moment. Understood. After Bullet and the assassin received their command, they activated their berserk skills before turning and dashing towards Aqua Rose. Like machines, there wasn't a shred of hesitation in their eyes. Both players' attributes rose significantly, and their dangerous auras resembled that of wild beasts. The surrounding players instantly felt death loom over them, and they started to back away from these two players after the two activated their berserk skills. Each temporarily gained the combat power of a lord of the same level, yet, as if the pressure these two players radiated were a spring breeze, Aqua Rose remained unfazed as she stood before the Candlelight trading firm's entrance, watching the two players charge at her. Aqua Rose simply waved her staff. The ground beneath her feet turned pitch black, and as if this black shadow were contagious, it spread quickly, covering the ground around her. The shadow then enveloped the assassin and swordsman, and they instinctively jumped into the air to avoid the attack. Begone. Aqua Rose did not even bother to look at her assailants as she swiped her right index finger across the air. The pitch-black shadow rose from the ground, transforming into a pillar of black light that shot into the air. Even players several streets away saw the pillar of black light, giving neither of the players a chance. The black pillar devoured them whole. Despite the two players activating their life-saving skills, they screamed in agony from inside the pillar. They felt as if they were trapped in hell. The spectators even began to pity them after hearing the screams. When the pillar of black light finally disappeared, only Aqua Rose and 2 pieces of top-tier equipment remained on the battlefield. They died. How did she do that? This scene left everyone gasping. Unlike the berserker, who had died without any display of strength, Blackwater's assassin and swordsman had shown off their combat standards against Alluring Summer. Thus, everyone watching the battle had a clear grasp of how strong those two experts were. Laughing Drunkard, who watched from afar, wore a dark expression. Aqua Rose was a lot stronger than he had expected. Until now, she had only used 2 skills. This wasn't enough for him to judge her current standard. Moreover, the information he gleaned from the pillar of black light was not enough to reach a conclusion. The assassin and swordsman had died for nothing. After Aqua Rose finished collecting her loot, she looked towards Laughing Drunkard and said, "If you still want to fight, attack me together. I don't have time to waste on fighting you one by one." Currently, she was in a relatively good mood. She had only used 2 skills to earn 2 pieces of level 35 dark gold equipment. She could probably make close to 100 gold if she sold these 2 items. Unfortunately, Blackwater's members had swiftly retrieved the equipment the berserker had dropped. Otherwise, she could have earned more money. When Blackwater's players heard Aqua Rose's provocation, they all wanted to jump into action. Although Aqua Rose's skills were indeed powerful, skills like those generally had very long cooldowns. If they charged at her now, they would be more than capable of defeating the Kursmanserwiri. Leaving. Laughing Drunkard extended a hand to stop his teammates. "Now is not the time to fight them. We will have plenty of opportunities in the future." Saying so, Laughing Drunkard led his team away from the Candlelight trading firm's entrance, earning jeers and mocking gazes from the surrounding players for his trouble. At the same time, the bystanders began to admire Zero Wing even more than before. White River City's native players cheered in their eyes. Zero Wing was a local guild, while Blackwater was the enemy. Naturally, they would celebrate when Zero Wing suppressed Blackwater. "Aqua, isn't your transformation a little too intense? It's only been some time since we've seen each other, yet I nearly failed to recognize you." As everyone left the venue, Alluring Summer, who had silently stood by the side, smiled and greeted Aqua Rose. "Not here. Let's continue our conversation inside." Aqua Rose responded to the greeting with a smile of her own. She then led Alluring Summer into the Candlelight trading firm. The remaining players on the street were stunned. They had never expected Alluring Summer to be acquainted with Zero Wing's vice guild leader. Aqua Rose, they know each other? Why doesn't the secret pavilion know anything about this? Cold Autumn was similarly shocked. Alluring Summer's strength could not be ignored. After seeing the speed of her double casting, cold autumn knew that the woman was extraordinary. Unfortunately, Aqua Rose had ended the battle too abruptly, giving Alluring Summer no opportunity to display her true strength if Feng were present. He, too, would have been surprised after all. He was extremely familiar with the woman named Alluring Summer. Feng wasn't the only one. Practically every player in God's domain had heard of her in the past. Her fame had all been due Alluring Summer's past nickname, the Lightning Mage God. Chapter 1025, Recruiting the Mage God. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1025, Recruiting the Mage God. After the auction for the Advanced Mana Armor Kit ended, news of the Candlelight trading firm's plans to hold a large-scale auction spread like wildfire. It quickly became the hot topic throughout Star Moon Kingdom. Zero Wing is so amazing. I never thought that it would even sell bronze mounts. I have to collect enough money to join the auction myself. Stop dreaming. Those are bronze mounts we are talking about. Even large guilds only have a few. If Zero Wing really intends to sell them, independent players like us won't be able to afford their price. Even if I can't afford it, visiting the auction is still be a good idea. I heard that, aside from the bronze mounts, they'll be selling rare items. The majority of the players eagerly anticipated the Candlelight auction in 4 days. Even if they could not buy themselves a bronze mount, they would be more than satisfied with a good weapon or piece of equipment, as the public disregarded this as just another normal auction. God's Domain's various large guilds immediately took action, secretly gathering funds to ordinary players. The most attractive item up for auction was the bronze mount. To large guilds, however, the entrance slots to the Holy City of Titan and the Advanced Mana Armor Kits were far more important. The entrance slots were particularly valuable to super guilds. After all, they had the master lifestyle players that other guilds did not. Only, these lifestyle players had yet to familiarize themselves with God's Domain's lifestyle system. As long as these players had enough resources, they would easily become true master lifestyle players with super guilds' expansive network of connections. They could easily earn a ton of coins with these master lifestyle players' advanced products. Hence, when the various super guilds and super first-rate guilds heard the news of Zero Wing selling the Holy City's entrance slots, they immediately began to gather funds. As I expected of the number 1 guild of Star Moon Kingdom, to think Zero Wing still had such a move. Singular Burial could not help but laugh when he read the report his subordinate had sent. Others might only see Zero Wing holding a simple auction, but he knew the true value of the Holy City's entrance slots. Those slots would attract a large number of super first-rate guilds and super guilds. There was also the Advanced Mana Armor Kit to consider. A 10% increase to one's basic attributes was no trifling matter. If one could equip a 100-man expert team with the Advanced Mana Armor Kits, raiding large-scale team dungeons would be much easier. This was especially true for level 50 large-scale team dungeons, as the saying went, once ahead, always ahead. Level 50 was a major turning point for God's Domain's players. If a guild compiled a stock of level 50 top-tier equipment ahead of its competition, when the time came, the guild's experts could complete their Tier 2 class changes ahead of others as well. Guild leader, what should we do? If we let Zero Wing move unhindered, by the time the auction is over, they will resolve their funding problem. It doesn't matter. We'll proceed as planned. Fog and her group should finish constructing the magic array in less than 4 days. Even if Zero Wing collects enough coins, it will be powerless to change the situation. Collect some money for the auction. We need to join in on the fun as well. Singular Burial was not worried about Zero Wing making a comeback with the Candlelight auction. Heaven's Burial and Blackwater had already prepared to take down Stone Forest Town. No matter how hard Zero Wing struggled, nothing would change. Inside the Candlelight trading firm's VIP guest room, the 7-story Candlelight trading firm was at least the equivalent of a 10-story building in the real world. On the top floor, one could see the beauty of White River City past the French windows and the ant-sized players wandering through the streets in White River City. Aside from the Candlelight trading firm's 3-star shop, no building offered such scenery. Most of the high-class restaurants throughout the city were at most 3 stories tall. Even NPC and other player-owned shops were not as tall. Alluring Summer, who currently sat by the French windows, glanced at the city before turning back to Aqua Rose and saying enviously, "Aqua, you really are getting by a lot better than I am. After not seeing each other for some time, your strength has improved so much. What have you been doing recently? You couldn't be training deep in the mountains, right? Aqua Rose had hidden her level during the scuffle on the street. After entering the VIP lounge, however, she had no reason to level 44. When Alluring Summer saw this, her eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. She had barely reached level 41 after encountering several miracles and spending most of her time cooped up in her home playing God's Domain. Yet Aqua Rose, who was busy as Zero Wing's Vice Guild leader, had managed to reach level 44. It was truly inconceivable. Alluring Summer could clearly remember that, when Aqua Rose had resided in the Storm Empire and one of Twilight Echo's honorary elders, the woman's level and equipment had been on par with hers. If she had lost to her friend only in levels and equipment, she wouldn't have minded. The biggest issue was that Aqua Rose had also improved her combat techniques. Coupled with the woman's equipment, she was not confident that she could defeat Aqua Rose right now. What are you talking about? Aqua Rose covered her mouth and grinned. She had known Alluring Summer since she was young, as their families were friends. However, Alluring Summer was a far more talented gamer than herself. Due to that, this woman had always bullied her. Now that Alluring Summer had said such a thing, the little vanity inside her was quite satisfied. She felt even happier than when she had defeated the Star Alliance. Who do you think you're trying to fool? Look at that smile on your face. Alluring Summer rolled her eyes at her friend. Eagerly, she asked, "Speak, what have you been doing recently? How did you improve so quickly?" All right, I'll talk." Aqua Rose nodded. "To be honest, I've asked you here for a reason. I'm sure that you have heard about Zero Wing even in the Storm Empire. I invited you here today to ask you to join Zero Wing." "Join a guild?" Alluring Summer shook her head straightforwardly and said, "Forget it. I'm used to moving alone. I hate being bound by guilds' restrictions more than anything. Don't even try to persuade me. I refuse to join any guild." "Don't you want to improve your combat techniques?" Aqua Rose had predicted this reply. Smiling, she said, "Hasn't that always been your goal? If you are always alone, I'm afraid that you'll never catch up to that person. I've heard that that person is getting by pretty well in God's Domain. His strength has already reached an unimaginable realm." Chapter 1026, Top 10. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1026, Top 10. Alluring Summer fell silent at Aqua Rose's words. Others might not know why she had started playing virtual reality games, but Aqua Rose knew her end goal. "I know how that person is doing. I'm still nowhere near his strength. However, I recently accepted a hidden class quest. If I can complete the quest and obtain a hidden class, I might have a chance of catching up in the future," Alluring Summer said seriously. "I believe that you are familiar with his standards. Can you say with certainty that I can surpass that person by joining Zero Wing?" Before she arrived in Starmoon Kingdom, she had researched Aqua Rose's guild thoroughly. She had to admit that it was miraculous that a small, unknown guild had grown to become Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild in such a short time. However, Starmoon Kingdom wasn't much when compared to the whole of God's Domain. There were hundreds of kingdoms. Starmoon Kingdom was only slightly above average kingdom. Meanwhile, empires stood far above kingdoms. Based on what she knew, there were other small, unknown guilds that had taken control of entire kingdoms. There was even a third-rate guild that dominated an empire, though said third-rate guild possessed an extraordinary background. On the other hand, Zero Wing had yet to take control over Starmoon Kingdom fully. Among the many rising small guilds in the game, it merely ranked among the top. It did not rank #1. Furthermore, the recently established Blackwater Guild was an extremely tough opponent for Zero Wing. In the real world, the Blackwater Corporation had begun to gather all sorts of resources. It was clear that the corporation planned a major move in God's Domain to seize some of the shares in God's Domains marketed as an international corporation. The amount of resources the Blackwater Corporation wielded was beyond imagination. Even without any tricks, it could easily defeat first-rate guilds. To put it bluntly, Zero Wing was having a hard time staying afloat right now. How could the guild possibly help her improve? When Alluring Summer had expected Aqua Rose to hesitate and fail to answer her question confidently, Aqua Rose revealed a dauntless smile and responded, "If you work hard enough after joining Zero Wing, I assure you that you will achieve your goal." If Alluring Summer had asked this question in the past, she wouldn't have been so certain after all. She knew full well how powerful Alluring Summer's target was. It was not just a matter of being strong. That person was on an entirely different level. Only someone as talented as Alluring Summer could dream of surpassing such a person. As for herself, she had only been able to look up to him. However, things were different now in the past. She had been barred from that person's world. However, thanks to Feng, she was beginning to enter it. With Alluring Summer's frightening talent, it was incredibly likely that she would surpass that person in the future. Hearing Aqua Rose's resolute answer, Alluring Summer was stunned. If Aqua Rose were not her best friend, she would suspect the woman of some trick. Seeing Alluring Summer's hesitation, Aqua Rose took a deep breath and said, "I understand your thoughts. How about this? Join Zero Wing. If you think remaining in Zero Wing won't help you reach your goal, I'll ask the guild leader to let you go personally. How about it?" In reality, she had not asked Alluring Summer here only because she wanted to add her strength to Zero Wing, but also because she wanted to help her friend realize her dream. Firstly, she planned to recruit Alluring Summer as a Zero Wing core member and expose her to the guild's training. This was the greatest concession she could offer right now. After all, Zero Wing was not hers. She could not selfishly offer the guild's resources to an outsider. Really? Alluring Summer asked warily. She knew that as players were given access to more resources in a large guild, they would be bound by more restrictions. It was impossible to up and leave for no reason. Take Aqua Rose for example. If not for the Sun and Moon Group position as one of Twilight Echo's major shareholders, she wouldn't have been able to leave the guild so easily. Don't you believe me? Aqua Rose rolled her eyes at Alluring Summer. These are your words. Don't regret them later. If I sense that there is no point to remaining in Zero Wing, I won't hesitate to walk away. Alluring Summer stated seriously. That's fine, Aqua Rose said, smiling bitterly. If you don't have any other issues, sign this contract. Once you sign it, you'll be one of Zero Wing's core members and can enjoy all of the benefits that come with the position. Alluring Summer then read the system-approved contract. Indeed, as Aqua Rose had said, the conditions were lax. She could leave the guild anytime she wanted. However, she would not be permitted to share any information relating to Zero Wing with others. Otherwise, she would be banished from God's domain. Alluring Summer understood the clause. After all, every guild had its secrets. After finding no faults with the contract, she signed at the bottom. After Aqua Rose confirmed that the main God system had acknowledged the contract, she sent her friend several battle videos. Since you're a core member, you are allowed to learn from these. As for how much you learn, that depends on you. If you wish to enhance your learning speed, you can fight for the 100-berry wine. If you want to improve your strength quickly, you can also apply to join Zero Wing's training grounds in the real world. There are dedicated experts there to offer pointers. If you rank within the top 10 in Zero Wing's rank matches, you may apply for the black card. With that, you can train in the simulation training system. Black card? What's that? Alluring Summer could not help but ask. I am not allowed to offer any concrete information. You can only learn more if you rank among the top 10 in the matches, Aqua Rose said. Chuckling, she had been using the black card Feng had sent her. She had never dreamed that Feng would get his hands on something so valuable. Before this, she had not realized how frightening super guilds were. Despite her previous participation in a super guild's training camp, she felt like she was learning about super guilds for the first time during the several days she had spent in the secret pavilion's training system. She had improved significantly. Don't be so stingy. Do you think that I can't rank among the top 10 with my strength? Alluring Summer curled up her lips into a sneer. I believe that you can in the future. However, you won't make it in the upcoming rank matches, Aqua Rose said, shaking her head. Aqua, do you think that I used my full strength against those bastards on the street? I'm not trying to brag, but if I used my full strength, very few people in Zero Wing could stand against me, Alluring Summer said. Annoyed, she had experienced many hardships in the Storm Empire. She had even disguised herself and defeated many well-known experts. Among them, some were even top-tier experts ranked on the God's Domain's experts list. With her standards, aside from super guilds and super first-rate guilds, she would easily rank at the top of any large guild. I knew you would say that. However, take a look at these videos. Once you're done, you'll understand what I mean. Aqua Rose said, not bothering to explain further. If you still think that you're strong enough, I will find someone to spar with you. If you can defeat that person, I'll help you apply for a black card immediately. What do you think? These are your words, not mine. Don't regret them. Seeing Aqua Rose's resolution, Alluring Summer decided to humor her friend, and she started to watch one of the videos she had been given. She was curious to find out what gave Aqua Rose such great confidence. Chapter 1027. Overwhelming Strength. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1027. Overwhelming Strength. Only Zero Wings core members could view the battle videos Aqua Rose had sent to Alluring Summer God's domains. Various large guilds usually had their own intelligence departments that specialized in information gathering and videos of various battles. Battle videos of Apex experts were not unique to Zero Wing. However, the battle videos Aqua Rose had sent were somewhat special. These battle videos could not be found anywhere on the market. The majority of these videos were of Feng fighting other Apex experts. Moreover, they had been recorded from Feng's point of view, not from a third party's. In addition, they had been recorded with the holographic simulation mode. Rather than watching the video on a flat screen, one could experience the fight themselves. Among the recorded opponents, the weakest were in the refinement realm, while the strongest had been an old monster in the domain realm. One could say that this was the classical collection of Feng's battles. As for opponents that had not reached the refinement realm, those had not qualified. After all, there were too many expert players who had yet to reach the refinement realm. Those videos were easy to find. Referencing those videos had no value aside from Feng's PvP battle videos. Alluring Summer also had access to his battle videos from the Secret Pavilion's Battle Tower. The Battle Tower was the most direct method of testing a player's combat standards. These videos could help a player summarize their deficiencies. These videos were precisely the reason that Zero Wing's core members improved so quickly. Alluring Summer had not paid much attention when she had started to watch the videos. However, when the fight began, she couldn't pull her eyes from the recording before she realized it. She had already watched all of the videos Aqua Rose had sent her. After Alluring Summer finished watching the videos, she took a deep breath to calm herself. Excitedly, she turned to look at Aqua Rose and asked, Aqua, do you have other videos like these? Although she had only watched a few and none of these videos lasted long, she had to admit that they were inspiring. Feng's battles gave her a glimpse of an entirely new world. She had never thought that players could fight in such a way. These videos are the best we have. There are some others stored in the guild's database. The most exciting of those are the battles between core members. However, regarding combat standards, they are no match for the videos you just watched. Aqua Rose said they are no match? Alluring Summer was disappointed. Although she had only watched the videos for a short time, she already felt that she had improved in a way. If she could watch more recordings of such high combat standards, she could improve faster than relying on trial and error. Are you disappointed? Aqua Rose asked, giggling of course. I usually collect battle videos of God's domains experts too. However, compared what you have given me, those experts are no more than children playing house. At this moment, Alluring Summer still couldn't get enough of those videos. To be honest, you don't need to feel so disappointed. If you fight your way into the top 10 in the rank matches and obtain a black card, you'll develop even faster. Aqua Rose chuckled. One could fight all sorts of experts in the simulation training system. Experience would help one grow stronger much faster than watching videos. Really? Alluring Summer's excitement was immediate. Didn't you say that, if I defeat a particular person, I can apply for a black card immediately? Call them here. I want to find out what this black card is. After watching the battle videos, while she admitted that she was absolutely no match for Feng, she did not believe that, with her current strength, she could lose to anyone else in Zero Wing. After all, she had secretly defeated the 766th ranked expert on the God's Domains experts list. Furthermore, although she acknowledged that Aqua Rose had grown stronger after watching her friend fight, she believed that she had roughly a 40% chance of defeating the vice guild leader. All right. Then, I'll contact them, Aqua Rose said, smiling helplessly. She knew full well how confident Alluring Summer was of her own strength. She also knew that Alluring Summer was a capable expert. Had Alluring Summer visited a few days earlier, with her current strength and techniques, she likely would have ranked among the top 10. In addition to her status as vice guild leader, it shouldn't be hard to get Alluring Summer a black card. Now, however, things had changed some time ago. Gentle Snow joined Zero Wing with a bunch of Ouroboros' top players, increasing Zero Wing's strength significantly right now. She was not certain of how well Alluring Summer would fare in Zero Wing. After all, she was not particularly familiar with the strength of Gentle Snow's people, however. Since her friend was eager to fight, she might as well accommodate the woman. She could use this opportunity to determine how much her friend had improved while they had been apart. Following which, Aqua Rose contacted Violet Cloud and led Alluring Summer to the Divine Coliseum. Aqua, you're kidding me, right? You're having me fight a cleric? Aren't you underestimating me a little too much? Alluring Summer frowned at the young Violet Cloud before arriving. She had thought Aqua Rose would find some middle-aged uncle to face her. She never thought that her opponent would be such a young girl. It was common knowledge that improving one's techniques in virtual reality games was not as easy or convenient as improving one's weapons and equipment. One needed to invest a lot of time to accumulate combat experience. Aside from those extremely talented youths, very few youths became experts. Most of the famous experts in God's domain were over 25 years old. Violet Cloud was also a cleric. Alluring Summer's victory was practically guaranteed. Just fight her. You'll understand soon, Aqua Rose said. Smiling meaningfully, she had already promised that, as long as Alluring Summer defeated the person she called upon, she would help her apply for a black card. If she chose someone like Flying Shadow or Cola, her application might not be accepted. However, if Alluring Summer could defeat Violet Cloud, get her access to the simulated training system would easier. Her application would definitely be accepted. After all, defeating Violet Cloud meant that Alluring Summer was already strong enough to rank among the guild's top 10 with no other choice. Alluring Summer helplessly entered the arena. She decided to put an end to this pointless farce quickly as soon as the timer reached 0. Alluring Summer immediately began to doublecast. Moreover, both of her chosen spells were Tier 1, Lightning and Chain Fireball. First, she intended to use the numerous fireballs to block her opponent's paths, keeping the girl in one place. Afterward, she planned to attack Violet Cloud's weak point with lightning. Even an expert on her level would struggle to cope with such a combination. As soon as Alluring Summer finished chanting, she hurled 5 fireballs at Violet Cloud. Each fireball was just as powerful as a full-powered attack from a berserker of the same level. Moreover, the fireballs were extremely fast. Even an assassin of the same level would find them difficult to dodge. This spell should kill a cleric instantly. Even if Violet Cloud survived the attack, Alluring Summer still had the more powerful and faster lightning. This was the spell she had used to throw Bullet, the swordsman from Blackwater, over 20 yards away. It was overkill against a magical class, however. Just as Alluring Summer thought that the battle was over, dozens of mana balls appeared around Violet Cloud under Violet Cloud's control. These mana balls transformed into a beam of black light that struck the 5 fireballs. How? Alluring Summer was stunned the instant the 5 fireballs encountered those mana balls. Not only had they been destroyed, but over a dozen more mana balls continued towards Alluring Summer. Despite using lightning and ice wall to defend herself, the mana balls adjusted their attack trajectories as if they were alive, avoiding her lightning and ice wall and surrounding her. A series of explosions echoed throughout the arena as Alluring Summer's body fell to the ground. The system then displayed the victor's name above the arena. Violet Cloud. Chapter 1028, Royal Guard. Hellscythe_Vampirecat. Chapter 1028, Royal Guard. As soon as Alluring Summer resurrected outside the arena, she turned to look at the young girl walking out of it, her face filled with shock. Of all the experts she had encountered before, not one had ever managed to instantly kill her in a single move. She also had not believed that such a person existed. Not to mention, said person was a little girl. Why is there such a huge gap? Alluring Summer was baffled by this outcome. Standing to one side, Aqua Rose could not help but reminisce when she saw the stunned look on her friend's face back when she had seen the strength Feng displayed. She had been thoroughly stupefied. Now, Alluring Summer was experiencing a similar situation. The outcome of this match came as no surprise whatsoever to Aqua Rose. Although they were all playing the same game, the disparity in strength had made her wonder whether they were truly playing the same game. Alluring Summer was most likely pondering this same question at the moment. Utterly confused by this situation, however, this was reality, an extremely cruel reality. This was the most unreasonable aspect of games in ordinary virtual reality games. The gradual accumulation of attributes made it very easy for a gap to appear between players. Meanwhile, God's Domain was even more special than the usual virtual reality games. Not only was there the gap of attributes, but there was also the gap of combat experience and techniques, reaction speed, observation power, skill utilization, grasp of timing, and many other aspects. If one was just a tad stronger than their opponent in all these aspects, in a situation where both fighters possessed the same attributes, there would still be a massive difference in the combat power displayed. This battle was undoubtedly the best proof in terms of attributes. Violet Cloud, who was currently level 44, completely surpassed Alluring Summer. In terms of combat techniques, Violet Cloud, who had already entered the refinement realm, was also superior to Alluring Summer, who was only at the half-step refinement realm. The result of this combination of advantages was a one-hit KO after falling into a daze for quite some time. Alluring Summer turned to look at Aqua Rose and asked curiously, "Aqua, tell me honestly, what's her rank within the guild?" This was Alluring Summer's first time encountering such a powerful cleric since she started playing God's Domain. She did not believe that Violet Cloud ranked only within the top 10 of Zero Wing. Based on her estimation, the girl should be among the top 3 at the very least. If a guild could have 3 of such experts, it was no wonder Zero Wing was considered Starmoon Kingdom's #1 guild, probably within the top 5. Aqua Rose could not say for sure. As far as she knew, Feng had not held back in nurturing Gentle Snow and the others after they joined Zero Wing. Moreover, Aqua Rose had heard that Gentle Snow had already entered the refinement realm even before she joined Zero Wing. The weapon she wielded was even a magic weapon. She also had a hidden class that enabled her to use twofold Berserk. In addition, there was Thoughtful Rain, who did not participate much in guild activities. The girl was very strong and was another one who had a special legacy. She's so strong, yet she's only ranked within the top 5. Alluring Summer exclaimed in shock. "You're kidding me, right?" She truly found it hard to imagine what kind of guild Zero Wing was. There were actually 4 more monsters like Violet Cloud in the guild. Just how were other guilds supposed to go up against Zero Wing? "What benefit do I get from lying to you?" Aqua Rose rolled her eyes at Alluring Summer. Grumpily, she added, "Now you know how powerful Zero Wing is, right?" Although Aqua Rose was acting somewhat smug, Alluring Summer was paying no attention to her words whatsoever. Instead, she directly rushed up to Violet Cloud, hoping to continue challenging the young girl. Before this, she had extreme difficulty finding a powerful expert to fight against. Now that this little monster was right before her eyes, how could she possibly let this chance get away? To a battle maniac like Alluring Summer, this situation was equivalent to placing fresh meat before a hungry wolf. At the same time as Alluring Summer had joined Zero Wing, a huge incident had occurred over at the distant Starmoon City. A short while ago, monsters had captured an NPC town belonging to Starmoon City, massacring every player within the town and reducing a town with a population of nearly 20,000 players to a town of death. In response, Starmoon City had announced that players could launch a crusade against this town. As long as they managed to clear out the monsters from this town, they would obtain generous rewards, including direct promotion to a Count of Starmoon City in God's Domain. The importance of reputation to players spoke volumes for itself. The higher a player's reputation was, the easier it would be for them to obtain a high-ranking or rare quest. Players could also receive discounts on their repair fees and teleportation fees. Most importantly, the number of personal guards they could hire would increase. At the Viscount rank, players were only allowed 2 personal guards. At the Count rank, however, players could have 4 even if a player themselves was not strong. If they had 4 high-quality personal guards around them, even expert players would have to give them a wide berth. Moreover, grinding field bosses would also become a very simple task. Only, it was extremely difficult to find high-quality personal guards currently. Even a mysterious iron guard would go for an astronomical price. Not to mention secret silver and fine gold guards. However, players were no fools either. Currently, even the various large guilds had managed to find only a few mysterious iron guards, much less secret silver guards. Anyone who obtained one would definitely treat the NPC as their family heirloom. They would not sell the NPC no matter what. Meanwhile, one of the rewards for the town crusade just so happened to be an opportunity to select a personal guard from the King's Royal Guard. The King's Royal Guard. That was the gathering place of Starmoon Kingdom's elites. Only the most outstanding guards could join the Royal Guard. Their growth potential would naturally be significantly better than that of the NPCs players could find on the streets. Even if an ordinary player managed to obtain only a mysterious Iron Guard, they could immediately resign from their jobs in the real world and rely solely on God's domain to sustain themselves. If one obtained a secret Silver Guard and directly sold the NPC to a large guild, they would no longer have to worry about living expenses for the rest of their lives. Hence, the moment news of this was released, the entire Starmoon City went into an uproar. Both independent and guild players formed teams one after another and embarked on an expedition to take back the town. Many guilds and workshops even started preparing siege tools. Guild leader, should we send some men over as well? In any case, that town is not very far away from Stone Forest Town, Blackie suggested softly as he looked at Feng, who was currently overseeing the construction of the magic tower. No need to hurry. It'll be fine even if we head out after the tower is constructed, Feng replied, shaking his head. In reality, though, even he was greatly tempted by this reward. The NPCs in the Royal Guard were dragons among men generally. Only players who had reached the Marquis rank had the opportunity to choose a personal guard from the Royal Guard. Even then, they would be required to complete a quest whose difficulty was no less than an epic quest. Extremely few players were capable of completing it. Fortunately, this quest belonged to the category of pure reward quests, so players would not incur any punishment even if they failed. At most, they would lose their opportunity to recruit a Royal Guard yet. Now, players only needed to capture a town in order to receive such a reward. Feng was somewhat puzzled by this situation. Chapter 1029, Mythic Monster. Hellscythe_Vampirecat Chapter 1029, Mythic Monster. Upon hearing Feng saying so, Blackie had no choice but to give up on taking a look at the monster town. After all, Zero Wing was truly very busy right now. The guild's expansion had driven home to Blackie its dire manpower shortage. Setting aside the ongoing war with Blackwater and Heaven's Burial, just Stone Forest Town itself required a lot of people to manage it in the past. As he had not been responsible for managing Stone Forest Town, he had not thought that the job was particularly difficult. Recently, however, Feng had handed him some of the responsibility for the town, which finally made him realize how wrong he was. While the town had still been in its protection period, the task of maintaining the town's security could be left fully to the NPC guards to handle. After the protection period was over, however, problems started cropping up one after another. The first headache was the matter of patrolling the town, a daily task in player towns. Zero Wing needed to arrange for some players to patrol Stone Forest Town and maintain its security. However, this need was not because of players but NPCs. Ever since Stone Forest Town's protection period ended, a constant flow of NPC visitors from other towns had started trickling in. Among them included merchants, adventurers, and various other kinds of NPCs. This situation triggered the true development of the town's economy, which was the root of the second headache. A town's promotion relied mainly on its economy and degree of prosperity. Meanwhile, these two factors depended on the number of resident players and NPCs. In terms of players, Stone Forest Town had long since exceeded the target requirement and was already qualified for promotion to a medium-sized town. In terms of NPCs, however, Stone Forest Town was not even close to reaching the required number of 10,000 NPCs. Moreover, this number did not include the NPC guards brought over or hired by the guild. Meanwhile, the town's security was critical to attracting more NPCs to a town. Hence, guilds needed to dispatch players every day to maintain the security within their town and inspect the NPCs in town to prevent the spies of dark forces from creating local mischief. In addition, guilds had to dispatch a lot of members to maintain the security of the trade routes between towns, which faced threats from players, as well as from hostile NPCs and monsters. If the security of a town's trade routes was not maintained, then merchant NPCs would not dare to visit said town to develop at all. Hence, managing a town was not as easy as Blackie had imagined it to be. Fortunately, these security tasks were considered guild quests, which also provided relatively good rewards, so quite a number of guild members were fighting over these quests every day. Only, these quests were a little costly to the guild. While the system supplied the EXP rewards these quests provided, the monetary rewards came from the guild itself. Moreover, the longer the trade route that needed coverage, the more players that had to be dispatched, which would, in turn, raise the expenditures. Just a single day's maintenance fees already cost the guild 300 gold. Moreover, this was only the beginning. As the protection period of the town had just recently ended, there was only a single trade route leading to Stone Forest Town right now. Once the number of trade routes increased, The guild's expenditures would rise significantly. Guild leader, is it true that we really won't have to patrol any trade route near the town after we construct this magic tower? Blackie asked curiously as he looked at Feng, who was continuously manipulating magical runes at the moment. Of course. Otherwise, why would I pay such a huge price to build this tower? Feng rolled his eyes at Blackie. The magic tower was the mainstream defensive building used in the later stages of God's domain. Just the cost of construction already exceeded 7,000 gold. If one included the many materials wasted due to production errors, the total cost could exceed 10,000 gold. Reducing wastage was also the reason why guilds would usually have master lifestyle players construct the magic tower. With the rarity of the design for the magic tower and the sheer expense of actually constructing one, if the magic tower only had great destructive power, it would never have become the mainstream defensive building of God's domain. The key point that made the magic tower valuable was its defensive range. The tower had a detection range of 10,000 yards. Hence, after constructing a magic tower in the town, there would be no need to worry about hostile NPCs intruding upon the trade routes within 10,000 yards of the tower, as these NPCs would know that they would be discovered very quickly. The construction of a second magic tower would extend the defensive range of the towers by an additional 5,000 yards. This range was extendable to a maximum of 30,000 yards. In other words, the magic towers would reach maximum efficiency when there were 5 of them in a town or city. However, Stone Forest Town was not a commercial town. It would not have many trade routes that needed guarding. Hence, having a single magic tower was sufficient. Any more would just be a waste of resources. After all, its construction design was available in limited quantities. If he weren't limited by the designs, though, Feng would not mind building a few more towers and turning Stone Forest Town into an iron fortress. The current Stone Forest Town was no longer the same as it was in the past when the majority of its residents were guild players. On the contrary, independent players currently outnumbered the guild players within the town. This was because the various large guilds had all shifted their focus to the Undead Gorge, as not only was the map there massive, but the monsters there were available in greater numbers as well. Whether one was trying to grind for levels or magic crystals, the Undead Gorge was an excellent choice. Most importantly, guilds wouldn't have to submit to Zero Wings exploitation by grinding at the Undead Gorge. If they grinded at the Stoneclaw Mountains, they would have to contribute a significant share of the magic crystals they earned to the repair fees and accommodation fees at Stone Forest Town. However, there would be no need to do so if they grinded at the Undead Gorge. Although it took more time to travel to the Undead Gorge, as mounts became more commonplace, going from the nearest NPC town to the Undead Gorge would get whittled down to only around 2 hours. Hence, the various large guilds had placed all their focus on the Undead Gorge. However, independent players were different. Firstly, their levels were not comparable to those of elite members of guilds. Secondly, they would suffer at the hands of the guilds grinding at the Undead Gorge. Hence, the Stoneclaw Mountains had become the best option for them currently. If one looked at the streets of Stone Forest Town, one would find that nearly 70% of the players there were independent players. The town was even more prosperous than it was in the past. During the time Feng was completing the runes for the Magic Tower, news regarding the various large guilds' crusade against the monster town had spread all over the official forums. A level 60 mythic monster had actually appeared in Black Ridge Town. All guilds participating in the crusade were defeated. What? Aren't mythic monsters tier 4 monsters? If only you had seen how powerful that monster was for yourself. With just a single move, it instantly annihilated over 10,000 of the players that had gone to recapture the town. Nobody could defend against that monster's attack. Even magic barriers were useless against it. That's only the tip of the iceberg. I've heard that the monsters in that town all possess extremely high combat standards. Even ordinary players might not be able to defeat the common monsters there in a one-on-one. Most importantly, I've heard that players killed by those monsters aren't able to log into God's domain for some time. Moreover, those monsters would also grow in strength after killing players. How are we supposed to recapture that town then? The more people that go there, the stronger those monsters become. Plus, there's even a tier 4 boss guarding the town. That's as strong as the strongest NPCs in major NPC cities. Who could possibly do anything about those monsters? I've heard that the monsters inside the town have already begun spreading out into the surroundings. They aren't just staying in Black Ridge Town. They've even ambushed many players grinding in that map. Now, no player dares to approach that map anymore. It's no wonder the system is offering such generous rewards. The difficulty of this quest is simply ridiculous. Luckily, I didn't go there. Do you think those monsters will continue taking over the nearby towns? That might actually be possible. I think Stone Forest Town is in one of the maps closest to Black Ridge Town. If those monsters head over to Stone Forest Town, we'll have an interesting show to watch. Many players were merrily discussing the monster town on the forums. At the same time, the various large guilds also suddenly realized that something joyous was going to happen. If those monsters really continued extending their reach into the vicinity, it was only a matter of time before Stone Forest Town encountered trouble. Chapter 1030, Magic Tower completed. Hellscythe_VampireCat Chapter 1030, Magic Tower completed. The news of the Monster Crusade failure spread rapidly throughout the entire Starmoon Kingdom. Immediately after, the safety of Stone Forest Town also became a topic of discussion. Many players were delighted at this situation. Particularly the members of Blackwater and Heaven's Burial. They never thought that even the game would side with them. As long as Zero Wing lost its possession of Stone Forest Town, the guild would lose a major source of income. Afterwards, with the capital their guilds possessed, they could easily crush Zero Wing. Moreover, to fan the flames, Blackwater and Heaven's Burial started deliberately purchasing the Candlelight trading firm's lightstones in bulk and selling them together with the lightstones they produced cheaply, quickly solving their shop's shortage of lightstones. Although this would increase the Candlelight trading firm's income in the short term as well as incur losses for their own guilds, doing so would encourage Candlelight's customers to gradually transition to shopping at the Heavenly Trading Firm and Blackwater Trading Firm in the long run. Due to this sudden development, the elite players originally planning to join Zero Wing started hesitating after Aqua Rose received word of this development. She immediately conducted her own investigation. The joy she felt from successfully recruiting Alluring Summer vanished in an instant, following which, Aqua Rose contacted Feng, saying, "Guild leader, this is our overall situation as of now." In less than an hour since news of the crusade failing had spread, the Candlelight trading firm's sales of the lightstones had increased by nearly 5 times. As a consequence, both the Heavenly and Blackwater trading firms had managed to plunder the popularity Candlelight had garnered through the advanced mana armor kits. As for the number of players trying to join Zero Wing, that had directly fallen by half. This was not good news for Zero Wing, which was currently in urgent need of manpower. Blackwater and Heaven's Burial sure are good. Only they would dare to do something like this. Feng could not help but sigh ruefully as he looked at the Candlelight trading firm's income and traffic situation. Guild leader, you're still in the mood to joke around? If they really start mass-producing lightstones, we will be in so much trouble, Aqua Rose said, pouting. Moreover, you've also seen for yourself how bad Stone Forest Town's situation is by now. Based on our investigations, those monsters' numbers are continuously increasing. Current estimates put them at over 100,000 already. Moreover, they've also begun spreading out. It won't be long before they come attacking Stone Forest Town. Feng took a look at the report sent over by Aqua Rose. In one of the video recordings, he had spotted a familiar figure. This figure was none other than the one-horned humanoid monster. Only it had improved significantly compared to when he first saw it. At this point, it had already reached level 53. Its HP had undergone a qualitative transformation as well, rising from being over 1 million to 6 million. Now, the humanoid monster was at the standard of a level 50 lord. Back then, it had only been at the standard of a level 40 chieftain. Its improvement speed was truly terrifying. Fortunately, these one-horned monsters were very few. The majority of the monster army consisted of level 50 to level 60 wild beast-type monsters. Their intelligence and combat standards were clearly beneath the humanoid monsters. Even so, these wild beasts already possessed the combat standards of ordinary players. This situation was a disaster for ordinary players if these monsters continued developing. Feng did not doubt that the entire Starmoon Kingdom would fall into danger since the Blackwater Corporation wants to hit us while we're down. Let's fulfill their wishes. Any player who purchases 2 or more stacks of lightstones will have to pay 2 silver per lightstone. If players only buy 1 stack, They'll receive the normal rate of 80 copper per piece, Feng said, chuckling. As for those monsters, just ignore them for now. We'll continue doing what we need to do. It still isn't certain who will have the last laugh. If this situation had happened before he had obtained the magic tower design, he really would have worried about those monsters, which were nurtured by the evil god's temple now. However, things were different. As long as Stone Forest Town's magic tower got constructed, aside from NPC cities and some of the more fortified NPC towns, Stone Forest Town would definitely be the safest place in Starmoon Kingdom. If the monsters from the evil god's temple were to spread throughout the entire Starmoon City region. The one crying tears of regret at that time definitely would not be him. Are we really going to ignore them? Aqua Rose was still very worried, although she knew that Zero Wing still had other sources of income. The magic crystal income of Stone Forest Town was very important to them. Without a supply of magic crystals, the guild's development would very quickly come to a standstill. Relax, Feng said confidently. The magic tower was no trifling matter. Otherwise, it would have never become the mainstream defensive building in God's domain. Time passed quickly. After spending most of his day working, Feng finally completed the construction of the magic tower. The instant the tower was done, Feng's EXP rose tremendously. His forging proficiency also increased directly by 500 points. To an advanced forger like Feng, raising his proficiency by even a single point was a very difficult task. He needed to make multiple advanced items for that to happen. Normally, an advanced forger would have to spend the entire day working in order to gain 500 proficiency. At the same time as the construction was completed, the magic tower, which he had situated in the center of Stone Forest Town, released a blue pulse that gave everyone within the town the feeling they were under observation. What's this thing? Players throughout the town quickly noticed the lofty magic tower. At the top of the tower sat a gigantic crystal glowing a faint blue. The crystal was like the moon illuminating the night sky. This scene piqued everyone's curiosity about the tower. Previously, while Feng was building the magic tower, a layer of fog had shrouded the tower itself and the area around it. Others couldn't see what was going on beyond the fog. They only knew that something was under construction. After seeing this tall building, everyone was fascinated by the magic tower's appearance. Meanwhile, Feng himself was currently standing atop the magic tower, one hand resting on the giant crystal. He then started activating the magic tower. The magic tower had a total of 3 functions. The first function was attacking distant targets. The power of the magic tower's attacks rivaled that of the basic mana pulse cannon. However, unlike the latter, the magic tower's attacks had a very short cooldown, roughly similar to that of defense turrets. The second function was reconnaissance. The tower was capable of locating any target within a 10,000-yard radius. The third function was also the favorite function of the various large guilds: mana density improvement. The magic tower's mana density improving capabilities were far from comparable to those of a mana tower, which could be constructed only in cities. The total effectiveness of 5 magic towers was not even 1/3 of that of a mana tower. Even so, this result was already plenty good for a town. After all, the process of promoting a town to a city was a long and arduous one. The magic tower was equivalent to a transitional building system. Do you wish to activate the magic tower? Activating the tower will cost 1,000 magic crystals, while maintaining the tower's mana gathering function for a day will cost 500 magic crystals. Activate. Feng clicked the activate button without hesitation. Chapter 1031. When water rises, the boat rises with it. Hellscythe_Vampirecat Chapter 1031. When water rises, the boat rises with it. After Feng tapped on the semi-transparent light blue screen before him, 1,500 magic crystals instantly disappeared from his bag. Immediately, the gigantic crystal atop the magic tower released a dazzling light blue beam that shot 400 yards into the air before bursting apart and spreading over the entire Stone Forest town like an opened umbrella. This spectacular sight stunned all the players within the town. What's going on? Is Zero Wing setting up a magic barrier? Everyone could not help but start discussing the magic tower. However, while most people were chatting, a few expert players with sharp senses suddenly discovered that the density of the ambient mana was actually rising gradually. Are you guys feeling it? The mana density in the town seems to be rising. Yeah. Now that you mention it, my mind does feel a lot clearer than before. Wait. Take a look at your status windows. there's an extra buff in mine. As experts voiced their findings in surprise one after another, more and more players also noticed the changes that had occurred to the town. When someone mentioned the appearance of a buff in their status window, everyone promptly called out their status windows as well. Ample mana state stamina and concentration recovery improved significantly. Player will be able to maintain a clear state of mind at all times while in this state. This buff is too amazing. Hooray, Zero Wing. Ha ha ha. This is too awesome. My current recovery rate already rivals the recovery rate inside a hotel. With this, I won't have to rest in a hotel anymore. What a fool. I just came out from a hotel. Resting in one is way better. Not only is the recovery rate there faster, but as long as you rest for 5 hours once you exit from the ample mana state, your EXP acquisition rate will be 30% higher for 2 hours. If you rest for 10 hours, you get 4 hours worth of 30% bonus EXP. What? That amazing. You'll know once you go test it out. I have to work during the day, so I'll definitely have to rest over 10 hours in a hotel. With this, I won't have to worry about falling behind in levels. After the players in the town realized the effects of the magic tower, many of them couldn't hold back their excitement and started cheering loudly in the streets. The majority of the players in Stone Forest Town were independent players. Unlike guild players who had guild residences, they did not have the opportunity to accumulate the double EXP buff. Hence, independent players generally lagged behind guild players in levels. However, as many independent players disliked the restrictive rules of guilds, they would rather level up at a slower pace than join a guild. That way, they could enjoy a free and comfortable lifestyle as well as the exciting adventures God's domain had to offer. However, now that they could also enjoy an EXP increase buff by resting in hotels, how could they not get excited? With this, they could have their freedom and level up quickly. At the same time, the originally bustling hotels suddenly became jammed with players. Every independent player in town had rushed to the nearest hotel in the hopes of renting a room for themselves. Previously, everyone had angrily cursed that the hotel rates of Stone Forest Town were daylight robbery, as the town was charging nearly triple that of other places, and only by paying with magic crystals would they receive the normal rate. Now, however, everyone thought nothing of it. Instead, they felt that this price was a bargain after all. After resting for 10 hours, one would have a 30% increased EXP acquisition rate for 4 hours. Crap. This is a scam. I'm already using magic crystals to pay, so why are the rates still triple the normal hotel rates? If you can't afford it, get lost. Can't you see that there's still a bunch of people waiting to rent a room? Ha ha ha. Luckily, I was smart enough to rent a room for 10 days before this situation happened. I've saved a fortune this time. Currently, every hotel within Stone Forest Town was packed with independent players. Although many were disgruntled at the price markup, the 30% EXP buff was just too important. Hence, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and rent a room. Moreover, every player would rent for at least 10 days. Otherwise, when demand for the hotel rooms skyrocketed in the future, they might not get an opportunity to rent one. Guild Leader. This magic tower is simply amazing. It's only been a few minutes, but every hotel in Stone Forest Town is already at capacity. Right now, many players are even complaining that there are too few hotels in town and are demanding that we build more. Blackie reported, smiling originally. Renting a room for a day in one of Stone Forest Town's hotels cost only 50 copper. Now, even after jacking up the price to 1 silver 50 copper, the many hotels in town still could not keep up with demand. Moreover, this price was for transactions in magic crystals. If players were using coins, they would have to pay 3 silver per day. Ignore the matters regarding the hotels for now. Prioritize constructing a battle arena. That's where the money will really come from, Feng said, shaking his head. Although hotels seem to be very profitable, in reality, these establishments did not earn a lot of money. Hotels simply took up too much space. Moreover, Zero Wing would only gross a maximum of 1 silver, 50 copper per day from each player. After deducting the cost of hiring NPCs to manage the hotels, the guild was earning roughly 1 silver, 20 copper from each player. Currently, the hotels in Stone Forest Town could accommodate a maximum of 20,000 people only. In other words, Zero Wing could earn 240 gold per day at most through the hotels, a large sum of money to ordinary large guilds, But to Zero Wing, this was a drop in the bucket. Moreover, 20,000 players were not even 1/10 of Stone Forest Town's population. Even so, the current number of hotels occupied over half of the town's lands originally. The reason why Feng had constructed so many cheap hotels was to earn magic crystals. However, now that he had the magic tower, there was another building that could earn him even more money. The Battle Arena. The Battle Arena was a place where players could fight against each other due to the magic tower. The mana density in the entire town had increased. This situation would be of great assistance to players, just like in the Trial Tower of the Divine Colosseum. Under the effects of Stone Forest Town's environment, players could maintain a very clear state of mind. Fighting under such a state would be of great help in improving their strength. However, inside a player-constructed town, PvP was prohibited. The only place players could fight against each other in a town was at a battle arena. When the time came, the 200,000 or so players residing in Stone Forest Town would definitely head to the battle arena to improve themselves through PvP. At that time, the money Zero Wing could earn through the battle arena would no doubt far surpass the income they were currently making from the hotels. I'll get it done right away. Blackie's eyes glowed when he heard Feng's explanation. At the same time, the matter regarding Stone Forest Town gradually spread throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom. As a result, independent players who were tempted to head to the Undead Gorge started having second thoughts. Getting 4 hours of 30% increased EXP acquisition rate was no laughing matter, particularly for independent elite and expert players. This was a rare opportunity to level up quicker. If utilized properly, even if they could not completely catch up to guild players, at the very least they wouldn't be left too far behind. Star Moon City, Blackwater's residence. Damn it! To think Zero Wing would still have such a move. Abandoned Wave's expression turned very ugly when he received the news regarding Stone Forest Town. At this rate, the more time they wasted, the more troublesome Zero Wing would become. At the same time, his heart was also filled with sheer envy, and he grew even more impatient to obtain Stone Forest Town. Following which, he looked at the subordinate standing beside him and commanded, "Immediately notify Singular Burial Side. Tell them that there's a change of plans. We're going to take action ahead of time." Chapter 1032. Independent Players Holy Land. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin. Chapter 1032. Independent Players Holy Land. The several upper echelons inside Blackwater's guild leader's office were shocked when they heard Abandoned Wave's command. Though they could understand Abandoned Wave's train of thought, Stone Forest Town's latest transformation made it all the more tempting. Stone Forest Town had been, at most, a tool that Blackwater could use to defeat Zero Wing, but now, the town was a mountain of gold and silver that could massively help Blackwater's establishment in God's domain. To current guilds, magic crystals were incredibly important if a guild wanted to nurture and improve its members' techniques quickly. Sending them to the Divine Colosseum's Trial Tower was undoubtedly the fastest way. In order to do so, they needed magic crystals. Unfortunately, magic crystals were too difficult to procure. Even with the massive wealth and connections the Blackwater Corporation possessed, they could only procure a limited amount. In the end, the guild could only supply its experts and a small number of elite members with magic crystals in Blackwater. There was no lack of talented players. As long as they had enough magic crystals, they could nurture large groups of experts as they wished. Now that Stone Forest Town's mana density had increased and players could acquire a 30% EXP buff from the town's hotels, the town would attract swarms of independent players. Unlike when these players' choices of leveling areas had been limited, now they could go to Stone Forest Town if they wanted to level quickly. The sooner Blackwater took control of Stone Forest Town, the sooner it could officially start its conquest of God's domain. Boss Wave, we still have a lot of preparation. If we take action now, it might be difficult to take down Stone Forest Town, Laughing Drunkard advised. Moreover, Big Sis Ling has set out to negotiate with Pantheon. If Pantheon agrees to lend us their experts, it will be easy to take the town. We don't need to be in such a hurry. You're right. I was a little impatient, Abandoned Wave admitted as he took in a deep breath. He then laughed and said, I was still angry about Zero Wing's actions. Now, however, it would seem that I should thank them. They've even gone ahead and sent me a gift in their final moments. Let's give them another 2 days to live, then. However, you should head to Stone Forest Town and investigate the new building. The town's sudden transformation is definitely related to that tower. I want to know how we can construct one for ourselves as soon as possible. He had been somewhat impatient. The sealing magic array in the Stoneclaw Mountains was still incomplete. Without it, capturing Stone Forest Town would be quite difficult. However, once the magic array was complete and they persuaded the Super Guild Pantheon, Zero Wing wouldn't be able to hold the town, regardless of the guild's capabilities. As Blackwater planned to wait for the sealing magic array's completion, the independent players throughout Star Moon Kingdom were in an uproar. As a result, many major companies which had doubted Zero Wing's future began to regret their decisions due to the magic tower. Stone Forest Town's potential and value had increased exponentially to companies like theirs. Nothing was more important than sufficient players. Initially, they had been certain that Stone Forest Town's player population would never be high enough. However, things had changed. With the town's favorable environment, it was only a matter of time before its population multiplied by several times. If they set up a virtual store in Stone Forest Town, their businesses would definitely gain a following. If their companies could occupy a portion of the virtual market ahead of their competition, they would have a brighter future in God's domain. Suddenly, Aqua Rose contacted Feng. Happily, she said, "Guild leader, some of the companies that were hesitating have contacted me stating that they want to discuss cooperation with you." Previously, she had worried that Feng had been too arrogant and that none of the companies would be willing to work with them. Now, however, over 20 companies had contacted her. Moreover, every one of these companies was far more powerful than the few that had tried to take advantage of their predicament. They sure are quick to decide. Unfortunately, there are still matters that demand my attention. Arrange a meeting with them for 4 hours from now in White River City's Candlelight trading firm. Feng instructed her after some thought. It had been quite some time since Blackwater had annexed Ouroboros. This should be the best time to purchase the guild's training center. If he waited any longer, something unexpected might happen. Previously, he had learned a lot about the training center from Gentle Snow. He had to admit that Ouroboros was indeed a veteran first-rate guild. The fact that the guild had dominated multiple virtual reality games over the years was not without reason. Its training center alone was impressive. Not only was the training center fully equipped with everything a guild needed to nurture expert players, but it was also larger than the Big Dipper training center. Moreover, the training center had been built in the downtown area of a first-tier city with an extremely large population. Every inch of that real estate was probably worth its weight in gold if not for Gentle Snow holding a considerable amount of the training center's shares, which allowed her to mark down the price. He wouldn't have been able to get his hands on it, even if he paid double, right? Guild leader, one more thing. It seems Phoenix Rain has gotten wind of this and wishes to join the discussion as well. Should we invite her? Aqua Rose asked Phoenix Rain. Feng was slightly surprised. He then said, "All right, call her." Phoenix Rain was a pavilion master in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. She should have considerable status in the real world, too. The fact that Phoenix Rain had qualified to send a battle team into the Dark Arena showed that the power backing her was extraordinary. She clearly had her own abundant wealth. Her interest in these negotiations was nothing but good news for Feng. Elsewhere, a 50-man team fought a pack of level 45 grassland ice wolves in a grassy field. There were over 200 of these elite-ranked ice wolves with a level 45 chieftain leading the pack. However, this group gradually exterminated these elite monsters like a well-oiled machine. Even against a level 45 chieftain, the leading level 40 guardian knight tanked the boss by himself. "Boss, I heard that we can get a 4-hour 30% EXP bonus buff by resting in Stone Forest Town. Should our Snowfall team head there?" Stone Forest Town is very close to the Stoneclaw Mountains. With the 30% EXP buff, we'll level faster in the dungeon than out here in the field. We can reach level 40 sooner than planned. Moreover, with our adventurer team's strength, grinding monsters in the dungeon's inner area shouldn't be a problem. We'd be better off going to the Stoneclaw Mountains than the Undead Gorge. That's right, leader. Snowfall is one of Star Moon Kingdom's top adventurer teams. If we let the newer adventurer teams catch up to us, we'll become a laughingstock. All right, Snowfall will continue our development in Stone Forest Town. Then, after the news about Stone Forest Town spread, the various powerful adventurer teams across Star Moon Kingdom began to make their way towards the Stoneclaw Mountains. For a time, Stone Forest Town became a hub of the various adventurer teams. As the various adventurer teams and independent players headed towards Stone Forest Town, Feng finished the town's battle arena in the center of town. The building already took up as much space as Zero Wing's residence, its 5-story height casting a shadow over the residence. One could say that it was the most majestic building in Stone Forest Town. Chapter 1033, Rise of Stone Forest Town. Hellscythe_Fluffy Goblin Chapter 1033, Rise of Stone Forest Town. Feng was satisfied with the finished battle arena. The battle arena had a total of 5 floors. This was Stone Forest Town's current limit. If he wished to construct it higher, it would have to occupy a larger area. However, Stone Forest Town was only a small town. There wasn't much room even so. The 5-story battle arena had been considerably costly to build. A single floor already cost 1,000 gold. And this did not include all the cost of the various decorations and props. With the money he had spent on this 5-story building, he could have easily purchased a high-potential plot of land in a major city of the 5 floors. Players could rent the combat rooms on the first 3 floors. Naturally, these rooms were more expensive than in NPC cities. After all, players could enjoy the ample mana state throughout the building. Hence, Feng had set the rent at 1 silver per hour. While ordinary players might consider this a steep price, the independent players capable of reaching Stone Forest Town all possessed relatively high combat standards. This price should not be a problem for these players. As for the 4th floor, Feng intended to use it to hold a weekly tournament. Champions would be awarded excellent weapons and equipment as well as coins. Feng also intended to use this tournament to attract expert players. If the opportunity presented itself, he could recruit talented players through the tournament. Meanwhile, Zero Wing would charge spectators an entrance fee. Finally, the battle arena's 5th floor consisted of private rooms. There was also a tournament field. However, to participate in the 5th floor tournament, players had to rank within the top 5 in the 4th floor tournament. These players would also have access to the private rooms. Not only could players enjoy benefits similar to the town's hotels, but these private rooms were also much larger than usual hotel rooms. Players could also enjoy the view overlooking Stone Forest Town from their rooms. Meanwhile, unlike the 4th floor tournament, the 5th floor tournament would incorporate an elimination system. The 5th floor could only accommodate a maximum of 30 players. New arrivals could challenge the ranked players. Afterward, based on their weekly ranks, the top 30 players would get to remain on the 5th floor while the rest were disqualified. Also, the higher ranked a player was, the more benefits they enjoyed. Now that we've finished the construction, it's time to recruit some NPCs to manage this place. Feng could not help his excitement as he gazed at the towering battle arena. In the past, many large guilds had constructed battle arenas as soon as they had their own magic towers in order to make a fortune. Unfortunately, Shadow had struggled to obtain a town of its own, much less construct a magic tower. By the time Shadow had its own magic tower, other guilds' battle arenas had become incredibly popular. Shadow had no hope of competing with them. This trend was similar to the real world's fighting competitions. Back then, the battle arenas had become hugely popular throughout God's domain. Due to this, the battle arenas had replaced the fighting competitions in the real world now. Not only had Feng obtained a magic tower so early into the game, but he also had a battle arena to go with it. With this, he could seize a share of this market before others. By the time he constructed his city, he could further expand his battle arena business. Unlike towns, he could construct mana towers in a city. Moreover, a city's buildings could be much taller. In the past, a super guild that had specifically constructed a massive tower meant for combat, the combat tower. Countless players had gone crazy over the combat tower. Many experts had even made a goal of reaching the tower's peak. If they could reach the top of the combat tower, guilds would instantly target them for recruitment. Even if they did not join a large guild, reaching the top of the combat tower would award them enough to enjoy a life of leisure for the rest of their days. Whether it was for fame or wealth, many players chose to challenge the combat tower. Now that Feng had constructed his first battle arena, the first stage of his project was complete. Next, he needed to scale up this project. However, it was particularly difficult to ramp up such a large-scale project. Furthermore, the cost of constructing a building that stood over 100 stories tall was even enough to drive super guilds insane. Following which, Feng used a return scroll and teleported to White River City, intending to search for management NPCs. Meanwhile, shortly after the battle arena was complete, It became the focal point of Stone Forest Town. Ascent this a battle arena? Why has Zero Wing constructed a battle arena here? Are you a fool? Don't you know that PvP is not allowed in player towns? Now that the town's mana density is so high, it would be a waste not to spar. I wonder when the arena will open to the public? I want to try it out. Hopefully, it won't be too expensive. The town's players discussed the battle arena excitedly. To players who had experienced the trial tower, they knew that the denser the environmental mana was, the stronger they would be in a fight. They would be able to improve their techniques faster. After all, not everyone possessed extraordinary concentration. A mana-rich environment could help players maintain a high degree of concentration only. The cost of using the Divine Colosseum's trial tower was too high. Each challenge cost 1 magic crystal. Even elite players could not afford such an expenditure. However, it was a different story for a player-constructed battle arena. As the establishment was intended for public use, the fees wouldn't be as high as the trial tower. Moreover, unlike the trial tower, players could conduct PvP matches with other players in the battle arena. Their development in the battle arena might not be any slower than in the trial tower for a time. News about Stone Forest Town's battle arena gradually spread throughout Starmoon Kingdom. Players who had not been particularly interested in Stone Forest Town began to change their minds. There were all sorts of players in God's domain. Some loved adventuring, some loved fighting, some loved leveling up, and some only had money on their minds. However, all of these players shared one common interest: combat standards. Even expert players found it difficult to endure the Divine Colosseum's prices. Generally, only guild players with the support of their guilds could afford to play there. As for NPC cities' underground arenas, while one could gain some combat experience from fighting there, fighting for long periods would easily cause one to lose focus. When that happened, players needed to take a break and rest. The ample mana state just so happened to make up for this flaw. There is no stopping Zero Wing now. How great would it be if I were a member of Zero Wing? If that were the case, traveling to the battle arena would be more convenient. Suddenly, more and more players wanted to travel to Stone Forest Town. Seeing this, the several major companies that had broken off their discussions with Zero Wing regretted their decision even more when they heard the news. These companies immediately sent new representatives to contact Aqua Rose, claiming that the previous representatives had declined Zero Wing's offer without the company's consent and had thus been fired. They also expressed their wishes to re-enter negotiations with Zero Wing. These companies had looked down on Zero Wing with contempt, thinking that Blackwater's victory over the guild was certain. However, even now, Blackwater couldn't touch Zero Wing. The most it could do was whittle Zero Wing down. However, now that Zero Wing had a gold mine like Stone Forest Town, it was practically impossible for Blackwater to weaken Zero Wing with its minor harassments. As everyone discussed Stone Forest Town, Feng finally returned to White River City. Chapter 1034, Crimson Emperor. Chapter 1034, Crimson Emperor. Upon returning to White River City, Feng discovered that the number of players teleporting into the city had increased, particularly the members of other guilds all around. He could see guild players. Moreover, they were extraordinarily high-leveled, with the lowest being level 39 and the team leaders being level 40 experts. At the very least, this situation confused Feng slightly. However, he quickly shook the thought out of his head. Right now, hiring NPC managers for the battle arena had utmost importance. To avoid attention, he took an advanced horse carriage to the Adventurers Association shortly after Feng left the teleportation hall. A team of 20 players appeared inside. These players each wore an emblem shaped like a crimson flame. The lowest leveled player among them was level 40. The equipment they wore also radiated the glowing effects unique to dark gold equipment. The white-haired man standing at the head of the group was even a level 41 guardian knight, whose appearance suggested that he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. The man carried a diamond-shaped shield with a dragon printed on it slung on his back, and a blood-red longsword inserted inside the shield. Despite this longsword clearly being a one-handed sword, the width of its guard was wider than the man's shoulders, while the length of its hilt matched a two-handed sword's. Combined with the blade, the sword was nearly as tall as he was seen from afar. The man appeared to wield a bloody cross. As he stood in the spacious teleportation hall, he was extremely conspicuous yet, despite the eye-catching composition of this team of 20, Everyone who saw this team would almost immediately shift their gazes away, not daring to take a second look. The reason for such a reaction was these players' emblem, which indicated they belonged to the Dark Knight Empire's veteran super first-rate guild, Crimson Emperor. Crimson Emperor was also the ruler of the Dark Knight Empire. No guild in the entire empire dared to make an enemy of it. The Guardian Knight leading the team was even head and shoulders above his team members. He was Crimson Emperor's top 5 Guardian Knight, Cuttlefish, also known as the Iron Wall, and someone who had witnessed Crimson Emperor's gradual growth from an ordinary guild into the super first-rate guild it was today. At this time, a middle-aged man on the team looked towards the leading Guardian Knight and asked, "Uncle Cuttlefish, we were in the middle of raiding a Hell Mode large-scale team dungeon. Why did you suddenly call us to come all the way over here?" "I've also just received a notice about this from the guild. It seems that some ancient ruins were found at the Twin Towers Kingdom. Currently, all guilds that have received news about it have already dispatched teams. Crimson Emperor naturally cannot let this opportunity pass, either," Cuttlefish replied. Although he was already an old man in his 60s, his voice was just like a young man's, filled with energy. "Ancient ruins?" An elegant and slim female elementalist asked curiously. "Is there something special about those ruins? Is there really a need for us main force members to take action as well?" "That's right. The ancient ruins discovered are like a huge maze. It is massive inside. However, only teams of 20 are allowed. After entering, teams are immediately teleported to an area with monsters that have a chance of dropping a kind of slate fragment. Those who complete a set can exchange for a mount inside the maze. Based on what we know so far, there are even mysterious iron mounts available for exchange. Moreover, this was only in the outer area. Currently, the various guilds are frantically fighting over the monsters inside. It is very difficult to enter the ancient ruins. The requirement for personal strength is extremely high. For efficiency's sake, the guild leader is sending us to pioneer the way," Cuttlefish explained. Everyone else on the team immediately gaped in shock upon hearing this. The importance of mounts to a guild went without saying. Just the number of bronze mounts Crimson Emperor obtained was not even enough for the guild's internal experts, much less mysterious iron mounts. Yet now they could obtain mysterious iron mounts just by grinding in the outer area of some ancient ruins. Naturally, the upper echelons would freak out over this opportunity. However, before we head to the ruins, we need to establish a stronghold in White River City. So, Poisoned, you'll be responsible for visiting Zero Wing's residents and negotiating with them. Based on our investigations, Zero Wing has purchased the several plots of land around the teleportation house. Tell them that Crimson Emperor is interested in purchasing one. As for everyone else, split up and purchase some potions and scrolls," Cuttlefish instructed Uncle Cuttlefish. "Zero Wing is just an upstart guild. Is there a need for Poison to make a special trip there? We are Crimson Emperor. If we want to buy a worthless plot of land, won't it be a done deal so long as we say the word?" A level 40 assassin asked in a somewhat displeased tone. Crimson Emperor was a veteran super first-rate guild. Nobody in the virtual gaming world did not know about it. The various guilds in the Dark Knight Empire also feared it greatly. Now, their guild simply wanted to purchase a worthless plot of land, yet they, members of Crimson Emperor's main force, were actually sent to handle the negotiations. This was making a mountain out of a molehill. If things could really be settled with just a word, I wouldn't have Poison head over either. Cuttlefish could not help but smile bitterly. "All right, enough. Poisoned, you head over and negotiate with Zero Wing. Make sure to pay attention to your attitude when negotiating with them. If they really won't sell, then there's no need to force the matter. God's Domain is unlike any other virtual reality game that has existed in the past. I believe that you guys have felt it as well. The waters in this game are much deeper than they appear to be. There is naturally a reason for Zero Wing being able to become Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild." The female elementalist named Poisoned Wine silently nodded her head. Inwardly, though, she, too, felt that Cuttlefish was making too much of Zero Wing. Inside the Adventurers Association, Feng directly switched to his Spirit Slayer title and walked up to the front counter. Upon seeing Feng, the blonde receptionist with green eyes immediately received him with great respect. "Lord Spirit Slayer, how may I be of service to you today?" The NPC receptionist asked respectfully. "I wish to hire some advanced managers." Feng replied, "All right then. Please follow me to the VIP room on the second floor. We'll bring the related documents over to you right away." The NPC receptionist bowed before leading Feng up to the second floor. This scene immediately stupefied the players who had come to the establishment to receive quests. Who is that person? He actually got the receptionist beauty to escort him. Even a viscount of the city doesn't get to enjoy such treatment. That person is surely a top-tier expert. It would be great if I could get to know him. The players inside the main hall watched Feng enviously as he walked upstairs shortly after Feng arrived at the VIP room on the second floor. The NPC receptionist handed a file to him. The 4-star treatment really is fantastic. After taking just a glance at the first page of the file, Feng was shocked. In God's domain, players who wanted to hire advanced NPCs could do so only through the Adventurers Association. However, there were differences between advanced NPCs, with some possessing higher intelligence and some lower. The higher the intelligence an NPC possessed, the more human-like they would be. NPC managers with higher intelligence would be able to manage their tasks more effectively. Some NPCs even possessed management skills that were superior to players. They were also more professional. Take Anna, for example. Her intelligence was truly extreme. She could easily manage the entire Starstreak trading firm all by herself. However, NPC managers on Anna's level could be encountered only with luck. Feng had chanced upon Anna due entirely to a quest. Normally, encountering such an NPC was impossible. Generally, NPCs with more than 50 wisdom could already serve as considerably good managers, while NPCs whose wisdom reached 60 points were quite remarkable already. As for NPCs with 70 wisdom, only Tier 2 mages could achieve that standard. In the past, among the managers Feng had met, even the one with the highest wisdom had only 73 points in the attribute. Moreover, that NPC had already been considerably advanced in age. Even so, Feng had been quite excited when he found that old man. Back then, the old man had been able to manage an auction house single-handedly with perfect order. Now, however, among the 30 NPCs listed on the first page, Feng could see more than 10 with over 60 wisdom. Among them, there was even one with 71 wisdom, and this was only the first page. The file the NPC receptionist had handed him had over 100 pages.